Welcome to 2K Sports. We're coming right down to the last bit of the season, Grant.
Here we go.
What's the message like from coaches right now?
Well, BA, for teams that are in the mix, coaches are asking you to keep doing what you've been doing. But a lot of that extra motivation comes from your teammates and in the locker room.
So a look at our starters for Orlando. Banchero and Carter Jr. make up the front court. On the wings, it's Caldwell Pope and Wagner, and it's Suggs in at the 1. Prince against Caldwell Pope. Prince can't hit. Now Suggs, a valuable part of their offense, averaging a little more than 16 a game.
Get up, Jalen Suggs. This guy has hops.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
I was able to talk with Doc Rivers for a minute. He said watching tape in preparation for this game, Wendell Carter just kept showing up. Whether it was on the boards, being in the right position defensively, or even stretching the floor at the offensive end. Carter makes a lot of plays that help his team. Brian?
All right, Allie, thanks once again. Well, Grant, from roster to coaching changes, the Bucks have been trying to become an even more elite team.
Yeah, teams are always tinkering now these days, BA. The Bucks know they are a high-level team, but they want to dominate the competition on another level.
Orlando shooting their first free throw of the evening, and that one misses. Coach, the ceiling seems very high for Franz Wagner. He's shown improvement year after year.
He has, Brian, and he's already so polished offensively. He's got great footwork, great touch, and at his age, I think it's the patience he plays with that really stands out.
Gary Trent Jr., he's checked in for Prince. Orlando shooting their second and third shots at the line here. How about Paolo Banchero, Coach? What a special talent. The first overall pick back in 2022, and then the Rookie of the Year.
Well, Brian, he's not just a scorer. He's a 6'10" playmaker, and getting that out of someone who plays on the front line and can also play as a small ball 5, Banchero's versatility makes him very valuable.
Now here's Green. Looking at his stats, he's putting up about 7.5 per game.
Yeah, you know, he usually makes you pay from that range.
Wagner finds Suggs. Here's Carter. And around 2 minutes played here in the first quarter. The floater, rejected by Lopez.
Just an effective shot blocker. Lopez using all of that 7 feet, and he does a great job of picking his spots. And you don't need a roadmap when he's got open court in front of him like that.
Well, the best way to attack is in transition. He recognizes that.
Orlando with the ball. After the Bucks picking up a basket just moments ago. Offensive rebound. The kick out to Banchero. Back to Carter. Pass to Caldwell Pope. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And here's Banchero. There's the 3. Damian Lillard with the rebound. Lillard's got 4 rebounds now. Now here's Green. Yes, great play by Lillard to set it up. Green's got 5 now.
And I love the balance for Lillard between scoring and passing. That time finding his teammate for the great look.
Suggs, the pass to Banchero. It's Milwaukee with a rebound.
And he just hasn't been able to get it going this period.
Well, the offense has to look for ways to get him easier shots, better selections. You have to be set up for success.
Will it go? On the attack, Carter.
And when Carter Jr. gets rolling to the hoop, good luck stopping him. That's 6'10", 270 pounds coming down the lane.
Lillard passes to Trent. Back to Lillard. And the 3 off target. Magic trail by 4. Pass to Carter. Suggs outside. Over Lillard. Suggs, no good.
Well, he's more than comfortable in the mid-range, but you can't make them all.
Lopez finds Lillard. 54 seconds left in the opening quarter. Three-pointer. The offensive rebound. Here's Antetokounmpo. Soft touch off the glass.
They've been just a little bit better on the glass so far, showing their tremendous work ethic.
Carter inside, working on Lopez. And down it goes. 2 points. Carter's got his second bucket on the night.
Putting in work. Carter Jr. is a lunch pail guy who just goes about his business.
7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Antetokounmpo for three. The rebound by Carter. Carter's got his fourth rebound in this one. Suggs, the pass to Caldwell Pope. Knocks it down from distance.
Caldwell Pope is a well-practiced shooter. Once the ball is in his hands, he's into his motion.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Great D that time from Banchero.
Oh, you gotta finish at the rim right there. You hate seeing those opportunities go to waste.
1 quarter in the books. And if you're just joining us, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. All right, what stands out to you from Milwaukee in this one?
Well, I'm really loving their activity. I mean, they're contesting shots. They've really set a strong tone early.
Yeah, well, the best way to get in the head of your opponent is through aggressive defense.
Setting the floor for the Magic. Banchero out there with Jonathan Isaac. Then it's Cole Anthony. Then it's Goga Bitadze. And it's Black in at the one. Bitadze down low. Working on Lopez. Here's Black. And that one off the back of the rim and in.
Already an excellent passer at his position. Banchero just loves showing off his court vision.
Well, after a decade of uncertainty, Magic fans now have a lot to cheer about.
This is the most optimism they've had around the team since the Dwight Howard era. And it centers around their young star, Paolo Banchero. He is going to be a force for a very long time.
Milwaukee making a switch here. Smith's checked in. Here's Prince. Still without a bucket. Connects from downtown.
Well, those go down for him in his sleep.
The Magic have gone just 1 of 3 to begin the second quarter. And Bitadze gets it to go.
Good passing to set that up. Teamwork on display.
Just over a minute gone here in the second quarter. Outside Porter. Giannis Antetokounmpo is checked in for the Bucks. Wendell Carter, he's checked in for Orlando. Suggs comes in for Isaac. On the wing, Kuzma from deep. Milwaukee, no good that time either.
He's got to be mad at himself. You won't get a better look than that.
Porter, the pass to Antetokounmpo. Oh, Giannis dumps it home.
And look at Giannis using his length inside, allowing him to beat the contact and get the finish.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
This Magic team is making moves in the East. Star forward Paolo Banchero said, "We're a lot more competitive. We know we're talented. We can play with anybody, and we've proven it. Just one game at a time." Brian?
Got to take that simple approach. A team on the rise, Allie. Thank you. I'll say this, Banchero is a guy that opponents can't forget about for a second. And you see it in all the defensive attention he gets. Teams show him all kinds of different looks, and he draws a bunch of double teams in isolation.
Coach loves the execution, just not the result. That's okay. That's part of the process.
Outside Carter. Suggs, right side. Anthony in the post. He's guarded by Porter. The three from Banchero. Milwaukee with the rebound. They're moving on after a tough loss they took at the hands of the Pacers.
Yeah, but even though they were off all night, there was still a silver lining for them. They showed their resourcefulness to keep it tight.
Yeah, those are the losses you can't worry too much about. You gave it everything you had, just time to move on.
Now here's Suggs. Drives to the hoop. 2 points. That one goes.
Off the bounce, Suggs showing his athleticism.
Bucks trail by 3. Porter pass to Prince. Fires the 3. And it's Portis. That time on the assist from Prince. Portis has gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Here's Carter. And he can't get that one. Oh, great D that time from Portis. Kuzma, the pass to Prince. Here's Portis. Now here's Porter. He's covered by Suggs. Portis with a screen on Suggs. Back to Portis. Outside Porter. Clock at 6. Driving inside. And then Porter with the dunk.
You're coming right at you. KPJ playing with intensity.
Black passes to Anthony. Hits the three-pointer. And the Magic lead by 1.
They keep capturing the lead, then giving it back. We'll see if they can hold on to it this time.
Well, this is why the fans are here. Each team trading blows, increasing the entertainment value.
And the defense is really allowing them too much room on the perimeter.
It's Suggs with a drive. And he misses. Only 2 for 6. The Bucks have gotten over 50% of their shots to go. 5 for 9 in the second. Anthony against Portis. And play stops. A whistle there on what looks like an illegal screen.
One of the trickier plays to judge, but it would be hard to argue against the call.
Yeah, and that's maybe something that should be called more. We see a lot of moving screens in today's NBA.
Brook Lopez is checked in for the Bucks. Damian Lillard comes in for Porter Jr. Franz Wagner checked in for Orlando. Caldwell Pope comes in for Anthony. Fires in the triple. Caldwell Pope's got 6.
Well, he shoots a solid clip from deep. Caldwell Pope took advantage.
Prince, the pass to Lillard. Tried to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. For 3, Caldwell Pope. Lillard pulls down the board. And so Lillard will bring it up for the Milwaukee Bucks. They trail by 1. And another miss by Milwaukee.
If you can, use up the clock en route to the last shot.
Yeah, but if you get an open look, you got to think about taking it no matter how much time is left on the clock.
And Carroll with a screen on Lillard. And a pretty tightly contested game here as we end the first half. It's the Magic leading by 1. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in a moment.
When I look at the Bucks, they've come up a little short of expectations. The talent is unquestioned, but their focus has been wavering.
And turning back now to talk about the Orlando Magic. What a close game this has been.
Their work on the glass has been superb tonight.
Appreciate you joining.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. Without question, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope displaying his skills today.
And you can say his performance goes beyond the stat sheet.
Well, he's a great competitor. He makes positive plays at both ends, and he's a great teammate as well.
Lillard and Trent Jr. are the guards. Then there's Brook Lopez. Then it's Green, and it's Livingston in at the power forward position. That's the group for Milwaukee right now. Now here's Suggs and Carroll outside. And with today's switching defensive style, versatile wing players are tremendously in demand, Coach.
Yeah, well, position now, Brian, comes down to who can you guard. And guys that can guard 3, 4, 5 different positions, those 6'7", 6'8" guys are often able to do that, and they are extremely valuable.
Here's Green. The Magic making their last shot.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, B.A.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use 2 hands next time. He knows where he is. Caldwell Pope against Trent. Here's Carter. And Carroll surveys. And Carroll on the take. Oh, a beautiful reverse layup. And Carroll's got 7 points.
3 straight buckets to start the half. This is how they wanted to come out and execute.
Livingston. And he was fouled while in the act of and in a game this close, they're going to challenge the call. Coach does not.
Slow the action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry. Oh, too big, too strong. It'll take more than that to stop Banchero.
For three, here's Lillard. Caldwell Pope pulls it in.
This has been a close game in a lot of ways, but they do have an edge on the boards. Oh, excellent way to pad the lead.
Yeah, especially when it's your one throwing it down like that.
It shows you're able to attack the rim from any position.
Coming out of the break red hot. I mean, they have yet to miss a shot.
And some changes here for the Bucks. Giannis Antetokounmpo is checked in for Livingston, and Prince is subbed in for Green. And a change for the Magic. Black's checked in. Seems like every team in the league could use a player like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope.
Yeah, Brian, look, the term 3 and D at times seems like a backhanded compliment, but not with KCP. He does both the 3 and the D at elite levels.
Always takes the toughest backcourt assignment and more than holds down his own.
As the deep shots continue to fall, you can sense the frustration growing among these defenders.
And Giannis Antetokounmpo picks up that foul. That'll get him his 4th foul of the game.
These calls can be so difficult for officials to make.
Bobby Portis is checked in for Antetokounmpo. Now here's Suggs. He's got 9. And Carroll with it. He's picked up by Lillard. Portis with the steal. And the Bucks pushing it up now. Fires from deep. Lillard can't get it to go.
Well, he just doesn't have it right now. It's as simple as that. And his team is struggling as a result.
And once again, off the mark by Orlando.
Just imagine if he was shooting better. The lead would be even bigger.
Orlando leading by 4. Carter, the pass to Black. And Carroll, left side. Suggs outside. The Magic need to put one up here. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. Milwaukee making some changes. Kuzma's checked in for Prince. Porter Jr. comes in for Trent. And it's Rollins in for Damian Lillard. Batase's checked in for Orlando. Isaac comes in for Paolo Banchero. On the wing, Isaac. Back to Batase. Oh, tried to dunk it home, but he drew the foul, and he'll go to the line.
And that's a solid play. Make him earn his points at the free throw line.
It's his first trip to the line, and the Bucks making a change here. Antetokounmpo's checked in, and the Magic making a change here as well. Anthony's checked in for Suggs. Porter finds Antetokounmpo. Back to Porter. Here's Rollins. Outside Porter. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Anthony. Here's Porter. And it's Orlando with a rebound. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. Back to Wagner. Here's Batase. And there's the bucket. Staying with it that time. Offensive glass, getting it done.
And their defense has taken a turn for the worse here in the second half, allowing way too many easy looks.
Kept alive. Orlando leading by 7. To the paint. Porter with the steal. Antetokounmpo outside. Back to Lopez. The 3. That shot off the mark. And so it's Orlando closing out the quarter with a 7-point lead. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
You can count on him to deliver a few assists like this one each and every night.
Well, that is what coaches want from their point guard. Set others up, play the game the right way.
With 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this 4th period holds in store. 4th quarter on the court for the Magic. The tandem at 1 and 2, Black and Harris. Goga Batadze is out there with Jonathan Isaac. And it's Ben Carroll in at the 3 slot. Here's Black. There's the double team with Porter. Harris with it, and it's Trent picking him up. Here's Black. Up and over Porter. Rebound, Milwaukee. Antetokounmpo has got 6 rebounds here tonight. Picked it. Here's Black. Driving in. Knocked loose. And out of bounds. Milwaukee will have it. Brook Lopez is checked in for Milwaukee. Bucks trail by 7. Porter looks it over. Back to Antetokounmpo. The kick out to Kuzma. And a great assist by Antetokounmpo. And that one goes in.
They are unconscious from outside. And so far, the defense has had no answer.
Look, when the 3 is falling like this, there's not a whole lot you can do defensively.
Here's Black. Inside. Here's Batadze. Rejected by Lopez. Ben Carroll against Kuzma. Pass to Lopez. And here's Porter outside. Drains the triple.
Yeah, nice decision making. Porter Jr. can drive or pass off the pick.
Here's Black. He's guarded by Porter. Black passes to Harris. Here's Black. Shot clock at 5. Picked by Isaac. With the drive. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
Hey, when in doubt, run the defender off the screen.
And you know, with a result like that, we'll see them run it again.
Yeah, defensive breakdown there. Gotta communicate and switch that screen.
And they'll get another chance. Knocks it loose. It's stolen by Kuzma. Antetokounmpo with it. Now guarded by Isaac. Here's Trent. And there's the slam. Dunk to finish it off.
And showing the point guard instincts there. Boy, Giannis can make it look easy.
Kicks it out to Isaac. Pass to Batadze. Ben Carroll left side. And stolen by Antetokounmpo. Right side Porter. Kuzma finds Trent. There's 1:59 left in the final quarter. Just 5 on the clock. Lopez, the screen. They grab their own miss. Trent outside. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Harris. Trent for 3. Can't get it to drop. Oh, great D that time from Harris. It's stolen by Trent. Here's Kuzma. And it's Kuzma finishing it off.
Oh, not one to lack confidence. Kuzma won't hesitate to pull the trigger in the big moments. Not afraid.
Lillard's checked in for Milwaukee. So Orlando going with an almost entire new group here. Wendell Carter, he's checked in for Batadze. Franz Wagner comes in for Isaac. Caldwell Pope's checked in for Harris. And it's Jalen Suggs in for Black. And a look at how the offensive approach has been going so far for the Bucks.
Well, they've been absolutely on fire from deep. And until the defense offers more resistance, the coaches are going to keep encouraging them to let it fly.
And they've been letting it rain from the mid-range. A throwback approach that's really working well for them in this one.
Oh, Giannis using his size inside.
And he is just showing off right now. I mean, he's giving you leadership. Giannis just takes pride in stepping up and hitting those big shots.
Carter, pass to Suggs. Picked by Carter. Pass to Ben Carroll. Lopez with the steal. From the arc. Orlando with the rebound. Ben Carroll outside. Here's Caldwell Pope. And there's a whistle. He'll head to... And with this game coming down to the wire, they're quick to use. It's going to be a Big call.
And even with the coach's challenge in place, we've seen so many of these personal foul calls still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
And some changes here for the Bucks. Bobby Portis has checked in for Lopez. Green comes in for Kuzma, and Prince is subbed in for Rollins. He drops the first one, and that ties this game up. And so he's good on both free throws, and that gives him a lead.
Look, every trip to the line counts, but getting all of these was extra important.
Lillard passes to Portis. Here's Antetokounmpo. Lillard outside, and he was camped in the lane there. He gets a 3-second call.
And this is the absolute wrong time to stop communicating. They have to get in sync.
And that's how you defend. Glad we had a chance to see a replay of that block again.
Oh, terrific defensive intensity right there. Getting stops like that is crucial for them right now.
1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. And so they choose to intentionally foul.
Yeah, no choice but to foul in that situation. Although, that's not the guy you want to send to the free throw line.
And he cannot get the first one to drop. Tough one to miss. And he does get the second one. And that'll put him up 2. Oh, the first of 2, no good. A heartbreaker. So he can't get either to fall. So it's Orlando now. Suggs surveys the D. And now they foul and stop the clock.
I can't believe that took so long. They needed to foul much sooner.
He hits the first one, and that makes it a 3-point lead. Second one is good, getting both at the line. And it's a 4-point ball game.
And that'll just about do it. Coming through at the line in a big spot.
The 3 from Prince. He connects! And that one brings him within 1.
They're really employing a deep range initiative here in the fourth, and it's working.
Yeah, it's always a little risky to lean this hard on a three-point shot. But when you're knocking him down, you might as well keep riding it.
He gets the first, and that'll put him up 2. And so both free throws good, and it's a 3-point game.
What composure at the line, forcing your opponent to look for the three-pointer now.
And a timeout called here by Doc Rivers. There is a lot on the line, and he is determined to make sure everyone's on the same page. And looking at the options here, what do you think is being discussed?
And a 3 would tie it up. If they have to make one extra pass to get a better shot, they probably have just enough time to do that.
So a close game here sees Orlando taking this one. With the late victory, they upset.
yoga mat. Chat. They don't hit me back. Chat. Should ain't no questions asked. Chat, they chatting, they chat. When the sun go down, everything made me feel low. Hello, something. Oh, say does that.
Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us for. Here we are, Greg. Game 1 of the NBA season. How does opening night feel different from the rest of the season, the rest of the schedule?
Well, Kevin, it's the excitement of the unknown. Everybody comes in with the highest of expectations, right? You got new teammates, some new wrinkles, still a lot to figure out and shake out over the course of a long season.
Look at Cleveland's starting group. A loaded backcourt. It's Garland and Mitchell. At the forward spot, it's Strus and Mobley. And it's Allen in at the 5. And the dunk by Lopez.
Boy, you love seeing Brook Lopez get involved. He expertly exploits the defense in these pick-and-roll sets.
Mobley wide open. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. Green left side. Nice ball movement by Milwaukee. Lopez, no luck.
You will not see this guy miss many of those. He's one of the keys to their floor spacing.
Mobley with it. Now guarded by Antetokounmpo. Driving to the basket. Pass to Mobley. This one for 3.
And there's the length of Giannis. Bad idea to even attempt to get that shot over him.
Strus's shot is good.
What an effective, efficient offensive possession. They'd love to get that shot every trip down the floor.
And
Is Dame trying to get in the dunk contest? Looked like it on that incredible finish.
And Greg, 2 seasons ago, the Bucks ranked first in defensive rating. Last season, they dropped down to number 19.
Yeah, shifting defensive schemes, coaching changes, also swapping Drew Holiday for Damian Lillard. But they can and should be better than 19.
Giannis a screen on Garland. Lillard from outside. Antetokounmpo kicks to Green. Kicks it out to Lillard. Trent against Mitchell. Just 5 on the clock. Lopez sets a screen for Trent. Bangs home the trifecta.
This guy is so comfortable from beyond the arc. You give Gary Trent Jr. a look from 3 and look out, folks.
Out of bounds. Milwaukee takes possession. Garland against Lillard. Antetokounmpo setting the pick for Lillard. The kick out to Lopez. There's Green with the 3. He's now 1 for 2 with that bucket.
And you look for why they keep giving up buckets here, and their boxing out, or lack of boxing out, is really hurting them.
Allen's shot is off. Here's Milwaukee now. Stringing it together. They've got an 11-2 run going. The kick out to Antetokounmpo. And Antetokounmpo slams it in.
Making it look simple. The athleticism of Giannis on full display.
Count the basket.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
And I think defensively, that is not the way you want to start. Giving up high percentage looks, that doesn't typically end well.
Lopez, no luck. Looking at the last game for the Bucks, it was a loss to the Pacers in Indy. Garland, the pass to Mobley. That's good, and it's Garland with the assist.
In the painted area, Mobley just so effective. Hard to cover a guy who's got that kind of size so close to the cup.
Doris, when the Cavaliers made the trade for Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland then began to do a lot of his work off the ball.
He had to, Kevin, and he made no secret of the fact that this was an adjustment. When you are accustomed to being the primary initiator, moving off the ball takes time. But to his credit, he's adapted beautifully.
Garland surveying the D. Drills it from outside. Strus has got his second bucket tonight.
Max Strus so comfortable with his range shooting.
Pass to Green. Here's Lillard. 1:02 left in the first. Gets the three-pointer to fall.
The real come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
Three-pointer. And it's Lillard again missing.
Well, they're in the lead, but he's still been frustrated from an offensive standpoint.
Mobley against Giannis. Mobley kicks to Allen. 6 to shoot. Pass to Strus. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation. And the Bucks with some changes. Kyle Kuzma's checked in for Green. Taurean Prince comes in for Gary Trent. And Kevin Porter's subbed in for Lillard. A big group substitution here for Cleveland. DeAndre Hunter, he's checked in for Allen. Okoro comes in for Max Strus. Javonte Green, he's checked in for Donovan Mitchell. And it's Ty Jerome in for Garland. Jerome, that one's in, his first shot this game.
And how about the awareness Hunter possesses? Understands when one of his guys has an opportunity.
Prince in the corner. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Kicks it out to Prince. That will count. And the last shot at the buzzer doesn't go in for us. The offense coming free and easy as we wrap up the first. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter of action so far. What do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Bucks?
Well, they haven't wasted any time getting into a groove from deep, putting up and hitting a healthy amount of three-pointers thus far.
Yeah, and I also love the intensity they've shown on the glass early on. Keeping plays alive, creating second-chance shots, that's nice.
Prince out there with Porter. Then there's Kyle Kuzma. And it's Smith, and it's Portis in at the 4. That's the group for Milwaukee right now. And the Bucks with possession here. No problem backing that one down. Porter's got himself on the board with 3 there.
Good to see Porter Jr. knocking down the triple. Needs to keep taking and making those shots.
Here's Okoro. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
You simply must play better defense than that. This guy is too good from distance.
Porter with it. 11 points last game. Portis kicks to Porter. Portis sets the pick for Porter. And again, Milwaukee with the triple.
And they've done a great job knocking down those long-range shots here in the second, shooting just over 40% from downtown.
Here's Mobley. Shoots the 3. Jerome, no good. Bucks leading by 8. And a wide-open look for Porter. The shot's good on the assist by Prince. Porter's got 9 points in the quarter.
Defensively, they just look out of sync, not closing out on the threes in time.
Jerome, good.
And they are absolutely stroking it from beyond the arc.
Kuzma outside. Smith dishes to Porter. Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. Green with the ball. Guarded now by Prince. Green, the pass to Okoro. No good on the 3. Milwaukee's gone 6 of 14 with the 3 ball tonight. Just a little over 40%. Still in his early 20s, Doris. Evan Mobley is such a great player. So long, athletic. I know you love his play.
I certainly do, Kevin, and there's a lot of reasons why you begin on the defensive end of the floor. Great shot blocker, can guard on the perimeter, and he continues to work and expand his offensive game. This guy's future is so bright.
Prince's shot is good.
It's a real skill to be able to move without the basketball. Taurean Prince just looking for windows to score, and he does.
And the shot goes down. Jerome's got 7.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range.
Here is Porter. 9 points in the game so far. From downtown, down to 5 on the shot clock. Launches it. Evan Mobley with the rebound. Mobley's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Cleveland moving the ball around. It's stolen by Smith. It's Prince on the wing. The tray. Offensive rebound. Kuzma kicks to Smith. Screen by Smith. Porter dishes to Smith. Clock at 4. Porter, no luck. The Cavaliers trail by 8. And he drives in. And the wide open shot from Green. Here's Mobley. And there's 2 points. Working on the glass, paying off that time.
We know unequivocally Evan Mobley has length. He's got timing. This guy eats up rebounds.
The kick out to Porter. Smith sets the pick for Porter. Porter can't get that one to fall. Oh, he really broke up that transition opportunity. Looks like it'll be a transition take foul. The Cavaliers shooting their first foul shot of the night. And the Bucks with some changes. Brook Lopez is checked in for Smith. Green comes in for Taurean Prince. And Damian Lillard subbed in for Porter. Then for the Cavaliers, Allen's checked in for Hunter. Max Strus comes in for Isaac Okoro. And Donovan Mitchell subbed in for Green. Bucks leading by 5. The shot by Lillard wide open. Good. Great play by Green to set it up.
A downright lethal 3-point threat. Lillard is someone defenders must stay attached to if they want to have any impact.
Garland is checked in for Cleveland. Milwaukee has gotten fond of that 3-point shot here in the second quarter. 4 of 9. To the middle. Back to Lillard. Outside, Green. Kuzma with a screen on Garland. And it's Green missing. The Cavaliers trail by 8. The try by Mitchell. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
With that frame, Donovan Mitchell doesn't mind if he pays a price on the drive, absorbs the contact, and gets a trip to the line.
And Mitchell drops them both. Bucks have gone 5 of 11 from the field since the beginning of the second quarter. Lillard, the pass to Lopez. Fires away from way outside. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Mobley's got his 7th rebound here tonight. Allen for the 3. And so it's Milwaukee with their lead standing at 6 points here at the end of the quarter. From beyond the arc, they've been absolutely tremendous. And now, thanks so much, Dave, for the great interview. Don't go away, folks. We'll be back for the second half of basketball right after this.
Well, they're not settling for long jumpers. They're getting the ball into the paint. And you know I love that.
Yeah, we know. Okay, guys, now let's... And that about wraps it up.
And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. One guy who's getting it done is Lillard.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
Boy, he has been shouldering the load. Aggressive, skilled, talented, and thus far unstoppable.
And so in the game for the Cavaliers, a lot of length inside. It's Mobley and Allen in the post. A loaded backcourt. It's Garland and Mitchell. And it's Strus in at the 3 slot. Garland against Lillard for the 3. Rebound by Mitchell. The Cavaliers trail by 3. Doris, one of the more relentless players in the NBA, Donovan Mitchell.
Kevin, what I love about him is he loves the lead role. He feels very comfortable carrying tremendous responsibility on the offensive end. Donovan, one of the more confident players you'll meet.
For the lead, the rebound by the Bucks. They've led by as many as 11 points. Lillard from deep three-point land, and again, the Bucks miss.
They have yet to hit a shot, a real slow start here in the second half.
The wide open look here for Garland. Another miss by Garland.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
Lopez sets a screen for Lillard. Inside, Lopez passes to Lillard. Fires the three. Mobley with the rebound.
Boy, the wheels have definitely fallen off in this quarter. He cannot buy one.
Back to Allen. Mobley against Lopez. And here's Green outside. It's good from long range. Green's got 6.
After an ugly 0 for 4 to start the half, they get one to fall.
Strus kicks to Garland. Mitchell wide open. Trying to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Bucks leading by 3. Connaughton finds Lillard. In transition, here come the Cavaliers. And Mobley throws it down.
Well, we know that playing above the rim is a big part of Evan Mobley's game.
To the inside, stolen by Allen. Here's the break. Pass to Strus. Allen dishes to Garland. Allen a screen on Lillard. Garland the pass to Allen. And then Allen slams it in.
Well, this guy has got tremendous length and hops. Jared Allen makes it easy.
Down low. Here's Giannis. And the slam dunk by Antetokounmpo.
Oh, an aggressive move and fantastic finish.
Trying to send a message with that slam, I think. On the wing, Mitchell. Back to Garland. In the corner, it's Mobley. And the rejection by Antetokounmpo. Outside, Green. And it's good. Assisting on the play was Lillard. Lillard's got his 4th assist in this one. Mobley kicks to Allen. Kicks it out to Mitchell. The wide open shot from Strus. From outside, off the mark.
Well, he tries to enter with a 3 of his own and can't do it. You can't get caught up in the one-on-one aspect.
Over in the corner, Antetokounmpo. And it's Lopez at the elbow. 5 to shoot. From deep, Green. And another 3 for Milwaukee.
The ball movement on this run has been fantastic and is a big part of why they've been able to get these good looks.
Garland kicks to Strus. Mobley the pass to Mitchell. Green against Strus. Back to Mobley. Looking to end the run. Can't capitalize inside. Pass to Connaughton. Lets the 3 fly. He can't get that one to fall. It's Garland with the ball for the Cavaliers. 7-point differential. Allen. Antetokounmpo pulls it in. Antetokounmpo's got 7 rebounds in the game. And the wide open shot from Green. Mitchell comes up with the rebound. Cleveland's gone 2 of 5 with the 3-point shot since coming out of the break. It's good on the putback.
And defensively, they are on their heels every time the ball comes inside.
Lillard looking around. Lopez a screen on Garland. 3-pointer Lillard. And we've reached the end of the 3rd. Bucks lead by 5. And we'll get going after. And a chance right now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Well, making the game easy for your teammates. All about putting them in a position to score. That's pretty.
3/10 quarters behind us. 1 more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the 4th. They've got Kevin Porter. Bobby Porter's out there with Kyle Kuzma. Then there's Prince. And it's Green in at the shooting guard. That's the group for Milwaukee right now. Garland kicks to Strus. Now here's Thompson. Outside Garland. It's Strus on the wing. Fires for 3. It's rebounded by Portis.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
Outside Porter. Kuzma with the screen for Porter. Shoots the three. Thompson with the rebound. The Cavaliers trail by 7. Jerome passes to Hunter. Here's Jerome. Jacks up a three. Buries it from three-point range.
And nice dime from Hunter there. An unselfish player who knows how to look for his teammates.
Prince outside. Kuzma with the screen for Prince. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline.
I'll tell you, even though he's not playing his best basketball, the team has played well and picked it up. I love it.
Good. Jerome's got 5 points now in the quarter.
Yeah, Max Strus developing the ability to play make for teammates. That's an on-time, on-target pass.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
Last quarter of play, about 2 minutes in now. Here's Thompson. It's good. This game is all even.
Getting ready to bang inside when you're playing Thompson.
Now Porter. Green left side. Launches it. Over in the corner, Portis. Good on the triple. Portis has got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball.
Yeah, Kyle Kuzma, we think of him as a scorer, but that was a tough target to miss. Wide open.
Hunter, no good. Bucks leading by 3. On the wing, Green. Kicks it out to Prince. A wide open look here for Kuzma. Good, and a nice assist from Prince.
Boy, being shot ready on the catch, Kyle Kuzma making it look easy.
Some nice passing by Cleveland here. Up to the right wing. A three from Garland. A rebound by the Bucks. They've led by as many as 11 points. Right side, Green. Back to Porter. 141 left in the fourth. Here's Kuzma. Portis finds Porter. The Bucks need to get a shot off here. And Portis throws it down.
Well, known for being a terrific passer, he shows you right there. Case in point.
And so they choose to intentionally foul.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
And the Bucks with some changes. Lopez, he's checked in for Bobby Portis. Pat Connaughton comes in for Prince. And Trent subbed in for Green. Then for the Cavaliers, Allen's checked in for Thompson. Evan Mobley comes in for DeAndre Hunter. And Donovan Mitchell subbed in for Ty Jerome. Lopez, a screen on Garland. Porter, no luck. The Cavaliers trail by 8. Mitchell kicks to Garland. Broke loose. Porter with the steal. Stolen by Garland. Allen left side. Pass to Strus. To stop the run. And Mobley lays it in.
How about the young big man Evan Mobley coming through in the clutch? We see you, young sir.
To the paint. Lopez passes to Connaughton. And again, the Bucks miss.
Normally he'll drill that shot, and I'm sure they'll look to find him in that spot again.
No doubt. Very good play call, good execution. Sometimes it just doesn't fall.
Stolen by Garland. It's hauled in by Trent. Well, this one is winding down now. Milwaukee can watch the clock run out. Lopez sets a screen for Porter to the middle. Out to Kuzma. From deep, Trent. That shot is off. So it's Milwaukee picking up the win. They didn't make it easy on themselves or their fans. But in the end, everyone's satisfied.
I mean, there were some times that momentum shifted and especially...
Thank you, David. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Greg Anthony. Brent Berry, the fans are full of optimism.
Well, the seeds have been planted in the offseason, Kevin. What's about to bloom for these franchises as the year goes on? I mean, lots of movement around the league, but it's about the growth of your favorite team and watching these storylines play out as teams march towards the playoffs. A long ways away, but tonight's where it starts.
Here are the starters for Milwaukee. The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Prince, and it's Green in at the 3 slot. Here's Lillard after the made shot from Joel Embiid. Lets it go from deep, and there's Green on the assist by Lillard.
And you forget sometimes about how gifted Lillard is as a passing guard. You want him running your point.
To the inside, Embiid. His second shot goes in, off to a good start, 2 for 2.
Well, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
Yeah, right now I don't see any let up. I think he's going to just keep putting his foot on that gas pedal tonight.
Now here's Antetokounmpo, and he banks in the layup.
And I like that. Giannis slowing down just a little bit, in control there.
And Brent, when you talk about the best player in the league, Giannis has got to be in that conversation, correct?
Yeah, there's no doubt, Kevin. I mean, the numbers he puts up are incredible. It's how easily he dominates a game and just how unstoppable of a force he is. You know, there's so many teams out there trying to find answers for what Giannis is doing to them offensively, but how do you equip a defense to slow down the force that is Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Pat Connaughton, he's checked in for the Bucks. Jackson comes in for Prince. For Philadelphia, they've gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. Maxey passes to George. Just over a minute and a half played here in this one. From deep. Second chance effort. Embiid, no good.
I don't think the defense does enough out there to bother him. I think that one's all on him. Just a flat-out miss.
Giannis kicks to Connaughton. Lillard outside. And that one's good by Giannis. And it's 6 points for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
And early on, they've been nearly perfect from the floor. Just the one miss here on their first 5 attempts.
Oubre, a screen on Lillard. And that one's good. Maxey.
Take your focus off Maxey for 1 second, and he will let it fly from out there.
Antetokounmpo passes to Connaughton. Lopez from long range. Rebound by the 76ers.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
This team has handed a lot of and here we go with the coach's challenge. Not surprised in a competitive game like this. And he's disputing the personal foul call.
And this is the time now where the officials can...
2 shots. The play is under video review.
Personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
You really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, DA?
Thank you, Kevin. Joel Embiid talks about leading his team. He said, I've been guarded so many different ways, I feel like I've seen everything, and I know how to attack everything. For me, it's all about how do I bring everyone along with me. You can't win alone. It's just about playing together and involving everybody. Kevin?
And you've got to involve everybody. All right, DA, thanks.
Yeah, once Giannis gets the ball there, you can forget it.
Oubre on the wing. Offline with his 3. Milwaukee leading by 7. Trent with it. George picks him up. Lopez sets a screen for Trent. High post Lopez. Fires top of the key. And it's Joel Embiid with the rebound.
Well, that mid-range, Jay, usually pretty much on the money. Maybe the timing just a little bit off on that one.
Maxey passes to Embiid. Back to Maxey. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Damian Lillard. That's his first foul. And Philadelphia making a change here. Yabusele's checked in.
Now into the lineup for your 76er. Number 28.
Grimes passes to Yabusele. Shot clock at 5. Oubre, no one around him. Sinks the triple.
Can't lay off Oubre that far. He's good at taking advantage of that separation.
Antetokounmpo setting the pick for Lillard. Trent outside. And it's good. Assisting on the play was Lillard. Lillard's got 5 assists tonight.
Outstanding start from three-point range. Their shooters are on fire.
Outside, George. Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good.
Time for some consideration in the passing category, maybe, Kevin. The shot is just not on. Get somebody else going.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Lopez. After 2 misses to start the game, he's on the board with that shot made.
And the story here, Kevin, early on is how well they shot the basketball.
Maxey looking it over. Takes the 3. Can't hit that one. And so the first quarter is in the books. Bucks lead by 9. Live from Philly. And welcome back to the second quarter of action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. Let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Bucks.
We've got a bunch of this game yet to be played, but they're shooting it well from the three-point line. That's got to be a welcome sight.
Let's make sure that that selfish nerve doesn't get tapped, because right now there's great ball movement. They're setting each other up. Let's see if that maintains.
So with Lillard on the bench, here's the 5 for Doc Rivers right now. They've got Kevin Porter. Bobby Porter's out there with Brook Lopez. And it's Green, and it's Prince in at the shooting guard. When for about a decade, the Bucks have virtually been a lock for the playoffs.
Yeah, you think about Giannis being drafted in 2013, and absolutely nobody saw what was coming with him. They missed the playoffs in his first and his third year, and then all of a sudden, Giannis fully arrived. He's developed into a star, not just a star, but a superstar, and these guys have been contenders ever since.
Giannis Antetokounmpo's checked in for the Bucks.
This is the beauty of Embiid's game. He has a shot from anywhere on the floor.
Embiid with the steal. They get a hand on it. The 76ers trail by 4. Quarter number 2 with just over a minute gone. 3-pointer, Butler. Rebound, Milwaukee. Giannis has got 6 rebounds now in the game. Prince in the corner. Fires the 3. Rebound by the 76ers. Now the 76ers on the break. And there's the foul. It's on Bobby Portis. That's his first foul. Some changes for Philadelphia. Kelly Oubre comes in for Edwards. And it's Quentin Grimes in for Butler.
Kelly Oubre Jr.
Green against Oubre. It's rebounded by Portis.
Yeah, that miss might stick with him for a little while. That's kind of a shoot-around jumper if I've ever seen one.
And that's a foul called on Kelly Oubre. That's his first foul. And the Bucks making a change here. Lopez is checked in.
In for the Bucks, number 11, Brook Lopez.
Here's Porter. And he finishes nicely on the layup. Porter's got his first points of the game.
They are just killing them on the interior.
Here's McCain, guarded by Porter. Oubre against Green. Now here's Oubre. Not a lot of room.
Well, Oubre can get up there, and that time brought his tool belt and got out the hammer.
Hey, Brett, where would you rank the Lopez brothers as the best NBA siblings?
Well, they've had storied careers, both of them. Certainly in terms of the argument about the best twins to ever play the game, you could make an argument for them. You had, of course, Tom and Dick Van Arsdale in the 60s, Horace and Harvey Grant in the 90s. But what the Lopez brothers have been able to do, not in terms of their longevity, but in terms of their contribution to their teams, both very different. These guys have to be up there.
A different look for Milwaukee. Kyle Kuzma's checked in for Green. Trent comes in for Taurean Prince. And Damian Lillard subbed in for Kevin Porter.
2 minutes remaining in the first half.
Trent, left side. Here's Lopez. And Lopez throws it down.
Not just hanging out there on the perimeter, Lopez attacking the rim.
Oubre, left side. It feels like every season, Brent, we set a record for pace in the NBA. Why do you think that is?
Well, I don't know, Kevin, if it's every team that's seeking pace, although in every coach's press conference you'll hear about them talking about playing faster and wanting to get out in transition. But that's where you take advantage of defenses most. Look, if you got a young team, open up the floodgates and let them run. Probably more success coming your way.
Milwaukee making a switch here. Antetokounmpo's checked in. Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, the Sixers have their superstar in Joel Embiid, but Coach Nick Nurse says they have to maximize him in different ways. Nurse said unpredictability is the key. We have to relieve some of the pressure. Guys are overplaying and sending multiple players at him. We have to find easy baskets out of it. Kevin?
Makes a lot of sense, David. Thank you. Here's Trent. A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good. The 76ers trail by 9. George looking over the floor. A 3-ball. Hands it from downtown. George has got his first 3 points of the game.
Anytime George gets the chance from 3, if he's in a rhythm, he's going to knock it down.
Lillard way outside. And he can't answer back. The 3-pointer offline. And here's George. He'll bring it up for the 76ers. Puts one up from 19. Giannis Antetokounmpo grabs the miss. Giannis has got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game. Trent finds Lillard. Lets it go with a 3. Trent can't hit. Looking at Philadelphia, they want to turn it around after the loss to the Bulls. A shot by George, wide open. And out of bounds as the Bucks gain possession.
Substitution on the court.
There's 10 seconds left in the first half of basketball. There's Green with the 3. And the Bucks miss again. And the first half is now in the books. Milwaukee on top, leading by 6. And we'll be back right after halftime for the start of the third quarter. We'll see you in a bit.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan.
If I could highlight one area where they should spend more time, actually it's already painted. Get into the post, take easier shots.
And now, not a bad time. And that'll do it for...
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. You look at Antetokounmpo, and this game has been everywhere.
Well, we'll find out if they were able to find an answer for him over the break. He was scoring with ease in that first half.
Yeah, just way too easy out there, and I'm sure Coach is going to make that a priority at halftime.
Kelly Oubre out there with Paul George. Then there's Embiid. Then there's Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the 2-guard spot. That's Nick Nurse's 5 as we get into the second half. Over in the corner, Green. Antetokounmpo inside. Defended by George.
Inside, Giannis knows he's got all the tools, height, touch, power, it's all there.
And Nick Nurse, Greg, the 26th head coach in 76ers franchise history.
And Kevin, known for his creativity and that outside-the-box thinking, I think it's a good fit with this forward-thinking front office.
First team foul.
George against Green. Oubre, a screen on Green. Here's George. Gets an open look and hits. George has got 5 points so far.
PG playing behind the pick and roll, able to use his size. Pretty good decision that time with the basketball.
That's a 2 from Lillard. On the wing, George. He's got 5. Cracks in the tray. 8 points for him.
More and more, it should just sink in that Paul George is one of the most accurate three-point shooters in the league.
They grab their own miss. And to Kumbo.
Scraping and clawing, doing everything he can to grow that lead.
Emphatic on the putback stuff.
Team's having a tough time containing him, attacking all the way there.
No one near Maxey as he lets it fly. Used the shot fake to create the angle, but couldn't get it to fall.
And boy, have they been hitting the backboard in this game or what? Kind of surprising it's such a tight game.
Back to Antetokounmpo. There goes Antetokounmpo. And here's Green outside. Sinks the three-pointer. And now it's an 8-point Bucks lead.
Okay, good game plan. Start the second half. 3 of 4 so far from the field.
The 3 from George. Antetokounmpo pulls it in. Giannis has got the glass covered here tonight. 11 boards for him. Nice ball movement by Milwaukee. Here's Lopez. Kicks it out to Lillard. Giannis outside. Shot clock at 6. And Green gets it to go.
How many times have we seen a possession like that from them today? Ending with a basket, coming off a pretty pass.
It's George on the wing, guarded by Green. And they get it. And it's George missing.
Man, you get so caught up in the bravado of someone scoring on you and you wanting to even the score. Unfortunately, he couldn't answer back.
Now Green, he's got 9. Off target with his 3.
There's some defense for you. For someone who's as good at shooting the 3-ball as he is, you need a defender who's equally good at guarding against it.
And that's out of bounds. It was last touched by Maxey. Yabusele, he's checked in for George. The Bucks also with the sub. Trent's checked in for Green. Bucks leading by 11. Lillard outside. The kick out to Antetokounmpo. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Tyrese Maxey. That's foul number 2 for him. And the Bucks with some changes. Smith checked in for Lopez. Kyle Kuzma comes in for Prince. And Kevin Porter's subbed in for Lillard. Milwaukee, no good that time either. Philadelphia's gone into a slump here from three-point range, shooting just 1 of 5 here in the third. The Bucks have gone 4 of 7 to get things started here in the second half. Here's Porter, and it's blocked. And that's out of bounds. Milwaukee will retain possession. Edwards, he's checked in for Philadelphia. And Milwaukee also making a switch. Portis is checked in. Here's Portis. Pass to Porter. Portis, a screen on Maxey. Just 5 to shoot. Portis can't get it to go. The 76ers trail by 11. Outside, Maxey trying to end the drought. Out to Edwards. The 76ers again can't hit it. Milwaukee has gone 2 of 5 with the three-point shot since coming out of the break. And it's out of bounds. The Bucks able to retain possession here.
Milwaukee ball.
Portis sets the pick for Porter. 6 to shoot. Smith left side. From the wing. Porter, no luck. Outside, Maxey. Pass to McCain. to Maxey. Got it off in time. God, what a play!
That is fun to watch. Lets it go at the very last second.
Oh, man, that's got to be frustrating.
And so it's the Milwaukee Bucks holding on to an 8-point lead heading into the...
Let's get the pace back in the game. Let's get stopped.
It all comes down.
Fourth quarter of action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. So with Lillard on the bench, here's the 5 for Doc Rivers right now. Antetokounmpo and Portis man the post positions. Gary Trent is out there with Kevin Porter. And it's Kuzma in at the small forward. Pass to Embiid. Physical play by Embiid inside.
It's just so tough to knock Embiid off the block. That's his territory.
Trent kicks to Porter. Back to Trent. Ripped away. Here's McCain. Misses the 3. Here's Porter. And it's Antetokounmpo picking up the assist. Antetokounmpo's got 3 assists now in this one. Butler feeling out a bit. Pass to Embiid. Here's McCain. Defended by Trent. 6 on the shot clock. Philadelphia needs to get a shot off. Edwards, no good. Bucks leading by 8. Kuzma inside. Edwards there. Kuzma, that's good.
Kuzma with a little bully ball of his own here.
Pass to Embiid. The 76ers with another miss. Bucks have gone 2 of 3 from the field to get the fourth quarter started. On this left side, and Kuzma slams it in.
Now Kuzma's body control exemplary on that play. Sets a solid pick and then spins out into the open space.
Portis against Embiid. Pass to Yabusele. Fires from deep. And he's good on the 3 ball.
And really, as the 3-pointers keep dropping, you get the sense that the frustration is mounting for the defense.
Over to the wing. Portis against Embiid. Portis, the pass to Trent. Back to Portis. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
Portis and pressure going hand in hand that time, forcing his way to the free throw line.
And the Bucks with some changes. Green comes in for Kyle Kuzma. And Damian Lillard subbed in for Porter.
It's been a really good day for him at the line. Some other bigs have well-documented problems on their free throws. He's not one of them.
Trains the 3-pointer.
The shortest 3 in the game. Maxey solid from that corner.
And it's Antetokounmpo penetrating. Down low, Portis. Good, and the assist goes to Giannis. And the Bucks lead by 10.
Another good play. This is how they built the lead, calling on the right guys at the right time.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
Nice shot by Portis. Portis has got 6 here in this quarter.
What a beautiful play. Giannis so mobile coming off the pick. And did I mention long?
Lillard against Maxey. In the corner, it's Oubre. And it's off from 3-point range. Bucks leading by 10. Inside, Lillard throws it down as the official calls the foul. It may be a 3-point play. That one on Maxey.
Wow, the skill of Lillard to get his shot through while getting the whistle.
Looking at who's out there now for the Bucks. Brook Lopez is checked in for Antetokounmpo, and it's Taurean Prince in for Trent. Maxey, no good.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Lillard fires away from way outside. Rebound by the 76ers.
no question as to which team gave the better effort tonight. A dominant performance and an outstanding win for Milwaukee.
They enjoyed a big boost from the strong play of their bench.
The subs came in and did their job. Those points off the bench were key to their victory.
And it'll go down as their first official win of the new year. And you know, looking back at all the contributions tonight, it was a really phenomenal all-around game for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
He did all the dirty work that they needed, clearing out space underneath and securing rebounds.
Spins. Here's George. Damian Lillard pulls it in. Lopez kicks to Prince. Outside, Green. Lopez, a screen on Oubre. And Green gets it to go. And the Bucks lead by 17.
Making every effort to put this game on ice.
Loved it. The guys are staying aggressive late in this ball game, just not wanting to let go of the rope.
2 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Embiid with a screen on Lillard to the middle. And the dunk by Embiid. Tipped away and stolen by Maxey.
Yeah, clearly he had an established position there.
Blocking foul call.
The first free throw is good.
That's his third personal foul. Second team foul.
So 1 for 2 that time at the stripe. And so it's the Bucks taking care of business in this one. This was a very strong showing for him, Greg. Not necessarily a runaway win, but one they'll feel very good about.
And let's face it, anytime you can go on the road and win and
Thanks for tuning in to 2K Sports for our latest presentation, and it's opening night. Great to be here with you, Clark.
Always great to be with you as well, BA. And this is perhaps my favorite night of the year when you talk about the NBA opening night. So much excitement, so much anticipation, and we know the rest of the season will deliver.
So a look at our starters for Orlando. On the wings, it's Caldwell Pope and Wagner. Banchero and Carter Jr. make up the front court. And it's Suggs in at the 1. Now here's Suggs. Second shot opportunity. Banchero no good. Suggs against Allen. Garland for 3. The rebound by Carter. Orlando has gone 0 for 2 from outside. Pass to Wagner. Back to Carter. Oh, it's stolen by Mitchell. And pushing it up. Here's Cleveland. And it's Allen who slams it home.
You know, Allen really moves well for a player of his size, and he's always hustling. That set up the fast break finish there. With the explosive leaping ability, he's able to play center despite being undersized.
And the Magic surprising many league-wide, Clark, with how they've broken through.
And the way they're winning, I might add. I mean, rugged, physical defense is their identity and calling card. Not necessarily what you expect to see from a young team, BA.
4 on the clock. Garland. Uneasy, 2 on the layup.
Garland has clearly added some muscle over the years. He's looking more and more comfortable working through contact.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
I was able to talk with Kenny Atkinson for a minute. I asked him how he plans to slow down Paolo Banchero, and Coach told me, look, he's an all-star, so you've got to guard him with your whole team. He's big, he's strong, he can punish you down low, but he's also quick and has the ability to beat you on the perimeter. You'll have to be disciplined tonight, BA.
Okay, thanks, Allie. And Carroll with a screen on Garland. And Suggs, here we go. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. One thing this team loves about Jalen Suggs, he is one tough guard, Clark.
Hey, he was the state football player of the year in high school. And you don't just forget about how to be tough when you've done what he's done on the gridiron. And it translates extremely well to the hardwood. I think he's one of the better on-ball defenders in the league right now.
Hunter's checked in for Cleveland. Outside Mitchell. Well, if you're just tuning in, we've played about 2.5 minutes here in the first. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Lets it fly.
Wagner takes a lot of pride in trying to make a defensive impact and does a good job contesting the shot there.
Carter from outside. He's in his comfort zone. 2 for 2 to start this one.
3 points.
And it's Garland with a ball for Cleveland. And you look at what they've accomplished this year on the road. 30 wins and counting.
Yeah, they're reaching those historical numbers reserved only for the greatest teams in NBA lore. The types of rosters filled with talent, experience, desire, all built to win championships. I think you can say the same thing about this team.
Now here's Caldwell Pope. The kick out to Banchero. Six on the shot clock. For 3. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Trying to find a spark here.
Yes, indeed. A rough stretch offensively. They could really use a basket.
Allen outside. Pass to Garland. Back to Mobley. The 3 from Mitchell. Mitchell can't get that one to fall. Orlando leading by 5. Here's Caldwell Pope. Beyond the arc. The rebound by Allen. Garland against Suggs. Mobley with it. And here's Hunter from the arc. The rebound by Carter.
He is just so deadly from out there. You expect that to fall.
Pass to Caldwell Pope from behind the arc. Orlando again missing.
It's been that kind of quarter for him. The shot has just been unreliable.
Garland, and he banks in the layup. Garland's gotten his second bucket on the night.
Slithery inside. Garland has that short area quickness.
Now Carter. And he was fouled in the act of shooting. Opportunity for a three-point play here.
Nice job hitting him right in stride. Excellent play.
A different look for Cleveland. Okoro is checked in for Allen. Green comes in for Donovan Mitchell. And Jerome subbed in for Garland.
You know, Wendell Carter Jr. really epitomizes the modern big man. He can stretch the floor and do work on the glass, giving you high utility on both ends.
It's blocked. Anthony feeling it out a bit. Takes it inside. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
A nice mix and blend of speed and control on the drive. Anthony gets right where he wants to be.
And stolen by Anthony. Here we go, one-on-one. Here's Black. And the shot goes down.
So far, they're owning both ends of the floor. We'll see if they can keep this going.
And, you know, nothing like getting an opponent on the ropes early. You love that if you're on that side of the scoreboard, and they are landing some haymakers now.
When And if you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. And for the Magic guys, what jumps out to you stat-wise?
Give it up for their D. They're battling, communicating, and coming up with key stops.
They've got them rattled. It's only the first quarter, and already they've made enough big plays on defense to last really an entire game.
Setting the floor for the Magic. Banchero out there with Jonathan Isaac. Then it's Cole Anthony. Then it's Goga Batadze. And it's Black in at the point guard position.
And a nice find by Mobley, keeping his eyes up and his options open.
Grant, the Cavs making the playoffs the last 2 years. A big deal in Cleveland.
Well, outside of years with LeBron on the roster, they hadn't made the postseason since 1998. But this group of Cavaliers are making their own history now.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Well, this young Magic roster has chemistry. Coach Jamal Mosley said they're so tight together. It's just organic. They're happy in creating these relationships over time, and it's because they're all just good kids that like being around each other. Guys, that's what you want.
Yeah, no question. Something to build on, Allie. Thank you. Offensive board. Pass to Black. Back to Banchero. 5 to shoot. The Magic need to put one up here. Isaac for 3. The Cavaliers pull it in. Here's Okoro, and he jams it home with authority.
And what an aggressive move to the rim. He's really trying to fire up his teammates right now.
Boy, it's not hard to feel inspired after a teammate makes that kind of finish.
You know, when you're looking to close the gap, you need guys who will take it upon themselves to step up, take the initiative, and make something happen.
And it's Cole Anthony with a foul. That's his first foul. Garland's checked in for Okoro. Wendell Carter, he's checked in for Orlando. Suggs comes in for Isaac. Pass to Jerome. Mobley down low. He's checked by Carter. Here's Jerome. Back to Garland. Over Suggs. Great D that time from Suggs.
That's exactly the look they wanted, guys. Right guy, right play, wrong result.
Oh, and makes it with the kiss. And the Magic lead by 9. Grant, we're starting to see more players throwing alley-oops to themselves off the backboard. Did you ever do that?
In practice, maybe, but although I had some leaping ability early on, I never had the audacity to do it in a real game.
Here's Black. Another shot. It's tipped. Carter, the pass to Black. Anthony outside. Launches it. Mobley grabs the board. Mobley's got his 5th rebound in this one. Takes a 3. Doesn't go that time. And so it's Banchero who brings it up for the Orlando Magic. They've led by as much as 10. Black, no good. The Cavaliers trail by 7. Struce the pass to Hunter. Here's Jerome. He's guarded by Anthony. To the middle. Here's Mobley. They double him with Suggs. From downtown. That one won't fall. He's 1 for 3 on the day. And Anthony, here we go. Goes to the reverse layup and drops it in. Anthony's gotten his second bucket of the game.
The closer the better for Anthony, as is the case for most guys. He just wants to drop that one in.
Garland for 3. And it's Orlando with a rebound. Banchero's got 4 rebounds now. And Graham, when you look at Darius Garland, he has a very polished offensive game.
Absolutely. He's great at creating for himself, but also knows when to get others involved.
Oh, Donovan Mitchell! He's got springs in those legs!
Oh, guys. I mean, this crowd is in awe of that Mitchell dunk. Heck, I'm in awe, too.
Pass to Bataze. And it's going to be a 3-second call. All right, now a chance to examine the rebounding numbers over the past few months for Wendell Carter.
And I'm sure he's not pleased with these stats. His rebounding has taken a bit of a tumble over the last couple of months. He's really got to get his energy back up on the glass and start fighting for boards again.
Allen, he's checked in for the Cavs. Evan Mobley comes in for Hunter. And the Magic making a change here as well. Isaac's checked in. Here's Wagner. Here's Caldwell Pope. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. That one on Mitchell.
Kentavious Caldwell Pope, his defensive quickness sets him apart.
You know, Clark, something Kentavious Caldwell Pope brings, that championship experience.
And every championship team has a guy like KCP, a guy who can make shots, who's always there, ultra reliable, plays both ends, doesn't step out of his role, and all he does is help you win championships. I love watching guys like that contribute in a meaningful way to championship teams. And he's a fun guy to watch because he does his job at a high level pretty much every night.
Back to Mobley, outside Garland. Up in time. And we're through the first half of play here in what's been a good one. Orlando ahead, leading by 5. And we'll be right back after halftime for the start of the third quarter. See you in just a bit.
Taking a look here now at the Magic. Like most teams right now, they're optimistic. We'll see how they handle the first couple of games.
Yeah. All right, looking back now at that first half, a bit of a hill to climb for the Cavaliers.
Guys taking shots for...
Appreciate you joining us.
Second half of basketball is upon us, and we may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game we've seen so far. Wendell Carter with a strong contribution so far in this one.
And he was a beast on the offensive glass in that first half. How can they slow him down?
And you know what, guys? I think it starts with having a body on him every time a shot goes up. I mean, they've got to do a better job boxing out.
Strus at small forward with Mobley next to him. Garland and Mitchell, the talented 1 and 2. And it's Allen in at the center position. So that's who's on the floor for the Cavs. Pass to Banchero. The 3. That shot off.
Oh, man, he can't get anything to fall. You can feel his frustration.
And he's got to find other ways to contribute then because his shot making is not happening right now.
And we know Donovan Mitchell is a superb scorer. But Graham, what do you think he's focused on at this point of his career?
Well, B.A., it's all about championships for him. This is a guy that doesn't just want to be seen as an elite player. He really wants to compete for titles, too.
Suggs, the pass to Caldwell Pope. And he throws it down. What a terrific lead pass.
Yeah, rising up well to finish off the dunk with power. Tremendous athleticism by Kentavious Caldwell Pope. KCP.
Pass to Mobley. And the foul called on Jalen Suggs. That's his 3rd foul so far.
Second team foul.
And a minute played as the second half gets going. Outside Strus. 6 to shoot. And here's Allen for the lead. It's rebounded by Banchero. Banchero's got 5 rebounds tonight.
Yeah, still close, but with their tough play on the boards, we're certainly seeing the effort. He does not lack for confidence. He shouldn't. I mean, this guy is a dangerous scorer.
Banchero uses his size down there.
They found a nice groove in this half, starting out 3 for 4.
The Cavaliers trail by 6. Outside Garland, pass to Mitchell. And the foul called on Jalen Suggs. That's his 4th foul of the contest.
That's his 4th foul. I'm sure he recognizes the situation because number 5 would put him in a rough, tough spot.
The Magic making a switch here. Black's checked in. Here's Mitchell. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
His first.
And since we have a moment, here are last year's most efficient scorers around. Head coach doesn't like the call at all.
Mitchell, 2 shots. The play is under video review.
People were worried that this would slow the action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Evan Mobley was the 3rd overall pick in 2021. And his teammate Donovan Mitchell said about him, "It's crazy, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but I don't think he really understands how good he can be. He can take us to a completely different level. I personally believe that he can be a top 5 player in this league." Brian, high praise for his teammate.
Indeed it is. Good stuff, Allie.
It's a little too early to be over the limit. They need to keep a close eye on the foul situation from here on out.
He's getting his first free throw attempts of the night now. No good on the free throw. Anthony's checked in for Caldwell Pope. And the second free throw is good. For Orlando, they've gone 3 of 5 from the field in this 3rd quarter. Here's Banchero. Got a piece of it. Stolen by Mobley. On the wing, Strus for the lead. That one falls. Nice setup by Mitchell. Strus has got 9 points now in the 2nd half.
This defense just can't stay connected to shooters.
And Wagner gets it to go. And the Magic lead by 1.
Wagner will battle you inside now. He's not afraid to embrace and even initiate contact.
Mitchell, and Mitchell with the slam.
Making sure of it with the 2-hand slam, B.A.
Yeah, I don't blame him with the score this tight. You cannot take a chance here.
I get the feeling, guys, that he may be sensing that this is a critical time in this game.
And here's Anthony. He'll bring it up for the Magic. Carter finds Wagner. Picked by Carter. Wagner, the pass to Carter. Good setup. Led him to the rack perfectly for the layup. Carter's got 10 points.
This is where Carter Jr. looks to score from, using his size to his advantage.
Allen in the high post. Outside for Mitchell. Out of bounds. It'll be Orlando's ball.
2nd in points off turnovers. And it's easy to admire how pesky they were on the defensive end, jumping in passing lanes and being overall extremely aggressive going after steals, finishing in the top 5 in the league in that department.
And these guys really took advantage whenever their opponents turned the ball over, finishing in the top 5 in points off turnovers last season. And the Cavaliers going with a whole new group out there. The Cavs trailing. Hunter in the post. And that one, good. Hunter's got his 2nd basket of the night. 6 lead changes in a game that has a lot of character.
Yeah, both sides stepping up and making big plays.
You know, the defense has been very slow to adapt. I mean, that's 10 straight points now inside.
Cleveland has gone 2 of 3 from outside so far in the 3rd quarter. Pass to Jerome. Here's Wade. On the take. No good with a layup. 7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Black. Back to Wagner. Here's De Silva to the inside. Here's Batadze. Nice work on the boards, paying off with a basket. Batadze's got his second basket of the game.
Activity on the glass. That's a possession that could have gotten away from him.
Back to Jerome. And here's Hunter for three. Oh, no good on the last second attempt there. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked that this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Yeah, and with the accuracy to go along with that vision. I mean, he put the ball in the absolute perfect spot. That's how you orchestrate it.
3 tense quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we get ready for the fourth. On the court for Orlando, in tandem at 1 and 2, Black and Harris. Goga Batadze is out there with Jonathan Isaac. And it's Ben Carroll in at the 3, the small forward. And the foul on Gary Harris. That's his first foul for the Cavaliers. Allen, he's checked in for Akiki. Evan Mobley comes in for Hunter. And Mitchell subbed in for Jerome. Mobley passes to Garland. This one for 3. It's rebounded by Ben Carroll. To the wing on the left. Here's Black, guarded by Garland. The 3 from Ben Carroll. From distance, Paolo.
It's like he needed that halftime break to gather himself. Now he's starting to get his confidence back here.
Black. Oh, and Mobley with the block.
Do not test Evan Mobley, a top-level shot blocker.
Jump ball call.
And he stays with it. Ben Carroll outside. It's stolen by Garland. And pushing it up. Here's Cleveland. And it's Mitchell scoring off the run out.
The hands of Garland starting that break, and just a nice steal. Wow.
Down low. Stolen by Mobley. And they're on the break. Pushing it up now. And there's Strus. That one's good. On the assist by Allen.
Great teamwork on that drive. Punctuated by a strong finish.
That is the perfect fast break, guys. Getting a hoop before the defense can get set.
And their offense has been much tighter since halftime. The guys are starting to work together, moving the ball around, getting good shots.
Hey, I don't know if it was changing baskets or what, guys, but they clearly look a lot better offensively.
Garland, the pass to Mitchell. And a miss there on the triple.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
Here's Black. Batadze down low. He's against Allen. 5 on the clock. Harris misses. The Cavaliers trail by 6. Oh, stolen by Harris. And there's the foul. It's going to belong to Darius Garland. That's his first foul.
Team foul. Magic substitution. Wendell Carter Jr. Franz Wagner. Contavious Caldwell.
Caldwell Pope against Mitchell. Carter, a screen on Mitchell. To the middle. And it's slammed in by Carter.
Carter Jr. has the talent to take over games, showing you how dangerous he can be right now.
Cleveland has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the fourth quarter. Lets the 3 fly. Mitchell, bullseye from distance.
And when you need a bucket, look to a guy like Mitchell. He's so effective on the floor at finding his scoring opportunities.
To the paint. Here's Wagner. Oh, a two-handed power slam.
That's serving it up on the platter there. What a nice pass. A high percentage look was the result.
And the foul called on Jalen Suggs. That's his 5th foul.
Second team foul.
There's a minute 47 left to play in the fourth quarter. Pass to Mobley. Mitchell against Caldwell Pope. And stolen by Suggs.
Just an unacceptable turnover. You have to know where you are on the court.
And they know that. I mean, maybe it's a mistake that'll sharpen their focus a little bit going forward.
Cavaliers trail by 9. Garland finds Mobley. Allen outside. Back to Garland. Fires for 3. Here's Mobley. Laid it in with a nice touch off the window. Mobley's got his first 2 points of the night.
And there's a hunger to Mobley's game. That's how he beats the defense to the rebound.
Here's Suggs. Stolen by Strus.
It all comes down to this possession. They must get points.
It really does come down to this. I mean, come up empty and it's over.
Their strategy has been pretty simple here in the second half. Attack from three-point range.
Certainly. I mean, they saw a weakness in the perimeter defense and took advantage of it.
For 3, Caldwell Pope. The shot won't fall. And a big issue for them, turnovers.
Yeah, you just can't give away possessions in this league.
Suggs against Mitchell. Orlando with the rebound. They've led by as much as 10. And Suggs, here we go.
Suggs adding another big play to his resume. Incredible.
This possession could decide the game.
And you really have to be smart with the ball here.
There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock and the game clock.
With this lead, losing him probably doesn't hurt them at this point. He left it all out there on the court today. Yeah, too bad he fouled out. But this team does have some depth at his position.
At the line for Cleveland, Jarrett Allen, taking 2 shots.
And the second free throw, no good. Tough break there. Here's Orlando, leading by 5. Caldwell Pope's shot is off. Outside Strus. The Cavaliers again cannot hit. Wagner for 3. Offline. And so Orlando takes the win. They played the... Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Allie...
swing like that. We jazz like that. We freak like that. We zoom like that. We out, we out, we out.
The Magic on their way to the locker room earlier tonight, defending their... Well, the weekend, obviously. And as a coach... Dan, what's something you try... to establish at this stage?
I think there's two things, Kevin. First, we're trying to build our habits the right way, everything. From the way we practice, to the way we prepare for games, to the way we warm up, all of it. And then second of all, we're trying to figure out our rotations. Who's going to start, who's going to come off the bench, which groups work well together. It's an ongoing process.
A lot of moving parts, you're right. Here are the starters for Milwaukee. The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Taurean Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Green in at the 3 spot. And so the Milwaukee Bucks get the first points of the ballgame. Bucket is good.
Well, that's how effective Carter Jr. can be inside, using his size to his advantage.
Prince against Caldwell Pope, and the foul on Wendell Carter. That's his first foul.
Personal foul. First team foul.
Lillard outside. Antetokounmpo kicks to Green. Beyond the arc. And Giannis throws it down.
It may be the most bankable play in this offense. Antetokounmpo on the roll with the finish.
And Stan, after a few down years, the Magic has been recaptured here in Orlando.
It sure has, Kevin. They've had great draft picks. They have a couple of young franchise cornerstones. They've got size. They've got guys who will continue to improve. This team's got a chance to be really, really good going forward.
And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation.
Orlando ball.
The Magic have gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. Rebound, Milwaukee.
Excellent coverage defensively, making it hard on him.
Lopez finds Prince. Back to Lopez. And the dunk by Lopez.
And even though Lopez has taken his game farther and farther from the basket, he can still punish you inside.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
I briefly spoke with Jamal Mosley. I asked him how he'll try to handle Giannis Antetokounmpo tonight. And Coach remarked, handle? You can't handle Giannis. We'll give him different looks and clogged lanes, but really all we can do is pray his shot isn't falling. There's nothing wrong with asking for a little divine intervention on defense tonight, I guess. Guys?
Okay, David, thanks. Here's Lillard. Paolo Banchero making his last shot. Oh, and Antetokounmpo hammers it in.
Making it look simple. The athleticism of Giannis on full display.
Banchero against Giannis. Banchero outside. Clock at 6.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes.
And the rebound goes to Lopez. And here's Lillard. He brings it up for the Milwaukee Bucks. Kick out to Giannis. Nice ball movement by Milwaukee. Lopez, a screen on Suggs. And the 3-ball is good.
A downright lethal 3-point threat. Lillard is someone defenders must stay attached to if they want to have any impact.
Now, here's Banchero. He's got 6. Wagner has screen on Antetokounmpo. Banchero, that's good. Banchero's got 8.
Well, he can beat you in a lot of ways. very challenging to defend.
Well, back in 2022, the #1 overall pick was Paolo Banchero. What do you think of his game?
You have to love his game, Kevin. I mean, handles the ball as a big guy at 6'10", makes plays for other people, scores, gets to... Whoa, that was some power on that dunk. I mean, if you're going to give a player like Banchero the room like that to put on a show, he's not going to hesitate.
Here's Lopez. Good, and it's Green picking up the assist.
And there it is again. On a lot of their possessions this first half, they've established great inside position.
And it's Banchero missing. Milwaukee in the lead. Got us a screen on Suggs. Lillard with it, now guarded by Caldwell Pope. Lopez, no luck. Looking at the last game for the Bucks, it was a loss to the Pacers in Indy. Banchero against Lopez. Banchero kicks to Caldwell Pope. Wagner on the wing. From 12 feet out, Lopez with the block.
Bucks ball. Substitution on the court.
1 quarter in the books, and it's been a close one so far. The Bucks on top, up 1. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even so far in the scoreboard. And guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Bucks?
Well, they're in a great flow. The ball's moving. All those assisted buckets means the offense is running well.
And also, guys, they're out-muscling their opponent. The points in the paint are piling up because of that aggressiveness.
So with Lillard on the bench, here's the 5 for Doc Rivers right now. We've got Bobby Portis. Porter is out there with Gary Trent. And then there's Antetokounmpo. And it's Kuzma in at the 3 spot. Just 4 to shoot.
Those plays can make a difference in a game like this.
Well, you know it's going to fire up, Greg. Everybody on that bench.
And guys, you cannot allow that in a close game. You have to make it harder than that.
And it's sent back by Isaac.
And that long wingspan of Isaac aids him there in turning away shots, but it's also the timing he displays when he attacks the shooter.
And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Kevin, thank you. Paolo Banchero is not skipping steps. Magic Superstar says it's like anything in life. It's a process. Having that perspective just makes you want to work every day because this is the best league in the world. If you become impatient, you're going to drive yourself crazy. It's a cliche, Kevin, but you just keep pounding away. Back to you.
Well said, David. Dedication to the craft. PA thanks. Antetokounmpo passes to Trent. It's Trent on the wing. And Gary Trent gets the whistle that time. That is his first foul of the game.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
Glad we got the chance to see that remarkable rejection.
And in a close game, blocks like that are so clutch, and that could be a real difference maker here tonight.
Here's what Orlando's going with right now. Wendell Carter comes in for Goga Bitadze. And Jalen Suggs is subbed in for Jonathan Isaac. No one near Banchero as he lets it go. Carter kicks to Banchero. Carter sets the pick for Banchero. The Magic need to get a shot off here. And the rejection by Antetokounmpo. It's tipped. Suggs against Porter. Trying to get open is Carter. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
Well, one thing you like about Jalen Suggs is this guy's a hard worker. You see that on the court, and you see it off in the way he's continued to work on his game.
Here's what Milwaukee's going with right now. Lopez is checked in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Taurean Prince comes in for Gary Trent. And Damian Lillard subbed in for Porter. And finished off by Banchero.
And Banchero is putting together, capable of scoring from all three levels.
Well, there's a unique profile for Wendell Carter Jr., a tremendous rebounder and shooter, and now he's playing on a pretty good team, and he's a big reason why.
He sure is. Look, he's really big at 6'10", 270. All right, top 20 in the league in rebounding and effective field goal percentage. Can shoot the three. Great blend of size, skill, and toughness.
Orlando making some changes. Franz Wagner comes in for Black, and it's Kentavious Caldwell-Pope in for Cole Anthony.
They are just killing them on the interior.
Bucks trail by 5. Knocked loose. Suggs with the ball. Guarded now by Prince. Suggs passes to Carter. Puts up a 3. There's his third field goal, and now he's made half of his 6 shots. And an important part of every team's game, a look at the hustle stats for Orlando.
Well, so far they've done a great job of reading the offense and repeatedly putting themselves in the right place to interrupt the play and force turnovers.
And the other thing, I love how they're playing up tonight, getting into ball handlers and forcing some turnovers.
Bitadze's checked in for Banchero.
Yeah, staying committed inside. Suggs takes the contact but gets it to go.
Lillard scanning the floor. Pass to Green. Down low. Shot to stop the run. And the slam dunk by Antetokounmpo.
That's just a great pass. Excellent vision to see the open spot in the defense and lead him to the score.
Bitadze, and that one hits back iron.
Well, you couldn't ask for a better look. That's one he's got to knock down.
Green with the ball. Defended now by Wagner. Kuzma can't get it to go. Magic leading by 8. Caldwell-Pope on the wing. Guarded by Kuzma. Bitadze can't hit.
He hasn't been at his best this quarter. I'd like to see him be a little more patient right now.
The Bucks shooting their first free throws of the game on this trip to the line.
And last season, 77% from the line. They usually get the job done there.
The Magic making a switch here. Isaac's checked in. Both free throws good from Antetokounmpo.
And what I love about Giannis, yeah, he's a superstar, an MVP, a champion. But best of all, Giannis is an incredible ambassador for the game.
The Magic had gone 2 for 2 in the game at the line. That free throw missing, and the Bucks with some changes. Portis, he's checked in for Antetokounmpo, and Kevin Porter's subbed in for Damian Lillard. And he's good on the second.
And they're really getting more points at the free throw line here in the second quarter.
Porter kicks to Green. Good, and a nice assist from Porter.
And how about Porter Jr.'s court awareness? Excellent job finding the open man with the pass. And you can see he just didn't get squared up with his feet.
These are his third and fourth free throw attempts of the game.
And taking a look back at last year's numbers, he's about a 76% shooter.
Pat Connaughton, he's checked in for Milwaukee. Trent comes in for Green.
We expect nothing less. He's generally been very good at the line.
Back to Porter. Lopez, a screen on Suggs. That one's good, and the Magic lead is cut down to 4 on the bucket from Porter.
And each year, Porter just becomes more efficient and more deadly.
Here's Wagner. That's going to be out of bounds. The Magic will retain possession.
Coming on to the floor for your Magic, number 35.
Here's Suggs. Pass to Bitadze from downtown. No good there. And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Magic lead by 4. And now let's catch up with David. All right, David, thank you. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the third quarter.
Hi, folks. You look at their success so far, and the result is great execution. They're playing within themselves and within the system.
And now that is more than enough.
And in that first first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. You know, Paolo Banchero, guys, has been exceptional.
Yeah, and early on, he has been feasting in the paint, and you have to think they're going to keep feeding the big fella.
That's certainly what I'd do. Until the defense shows they can stop him, ride the hot hand.
In the backcourt form, it'll be a highlight reel stuff from Antetokounmpo. My goodness.
Yeah, boy, the length of Giannis to get to the miss, and then the offensive ability to do damage afterward.
Antetokounmpo against Carter. Banchero outside. And Carter with the basket on the assist for Banchero. 9 points for Wendell Carter. Here we are, Stan, seeing more and more great international players in the NBA. And you've had a chance to coach some of the good ones as well.
Well, yeah, look, Kevin, you're right about the league now. We see every year, it seems like, the MVP is an international player. I had Hedo Turkoglu was a big part of what we did in Orlando. Yes. Was a most improved player in the league one year and a key part of our team that made it to the finals. 6'10", highly skilled, very versatile guy. There are great players coming from everywhere in the world.
And stolen by Wagner. Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, last season the Magic extended Coach Jamal Mosley's contract through 2028. He said, it's not about me. I just want each one of these guys to reach their full potential. This game has been good to all of us. I want to be part of maximizing how great they can be on and off the court. Kevin?
All right, David, thank you. A different look for Milwaukee. Lopez, he's checked in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Kyle Kuzma comes in for Green. And Trent subbed in for Prince.
Second personal foul. First team foul.
Over a minute and a half into the third quarter of action.
That's just sloppy. I mean, you can't lose control of the ball like that and let it get back across midcourt.
Yeah, but errors like that happen. The important thing is not to let them compound on you.
Shot clock at 6. And then Carter with the jam.
Well, he's just so strong on the glass. This guy, Carter, has the capability of being a double-double guy.
GA, when you look at the development of Franz Wagner, what now is the next step for him?
Kevin, for me, it's the three-point shooting, specifically becoming more efficient out there. And I also think he's going to have to become a better passer, ball mover. I got total confidence he'll get there because the rest of his game is complete.
Lopez sets a screen for Lillard. Back to Lopez. Kicks it out to Lillard. Nice ball movement by Milwaukee. Will it go? Hits the three-point bomb. Lillard's got 6 points.
Oh, smart idea to set up Lillard, a man who knows how to score.
Carter outside. From beyond the arc. Lillard with the rebound. Bucks trail by 7. Trent finds Kuzma. The kick out to Lopez. Lillard, the pass to Lopez. And it's out of bounds. They say last touch by Suggs. Blacks checked in for the Magic. Giannis Antetokounmpo's checked in for the Bucks. Prince comes in for Kyle Kuzma. Trent against Banchero. Giannis rips it down.
And we see this often now from Giannis. His offensive repertoire has become so versatile.
And Gary Trent gets the whistle that time. That's foul number 2 for him. Porter's checked in for Milwaukee. 1:46 left to play in the third.
Kevin Porter Jr.
Here's Banchero. Cranes the three-pointer. Banchero's got 7 now in this quarter.
And he's got a nice fluid motion on his long-range shots. I think Banchero will be a consistent three-point shooter at the NBA level.
And that's a foul called on Franz Wagner. That is his first foul of the game. Goga Bitadze's checked in for the Magic. Isaac comes in for Paolo Banchero. To the inside. Antetokounmpo. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. That's on Jonathan Isaac.
I think what makes Giannis special is how uncomplicated he is. The man is just an incredible, pure athlete who simply loves the game of basketball. That's all there is to it.
Magic leading by 6. No one near Isaac as he lets it go. Off target from outside. Milwaukee's gone 1 of 3 from downtown since halftime. Pass to Trent. And Lopez throws it down.
Oh, going high to throw that one down.
Sky high. Fantastic one-hand jam. To the paint. Here's Bitadze. Good D by Giannis.
And gotta like what they've been doing down low in the post.
Here's Porter, and finished off by Porter.
Yeah, this offense is rolling. They've been assertive, but they're also playing under control.
Yeah, you know, I like how they're not relying on just one crowd.
And yep, we thought we might see it. And the coach's challenge has been triggered on the personal foul call.
Third personal foul.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast.
Shooting 1. The play
Wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this.
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in air. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
And the Magic making a change here. Anthony's checked in. Got it, and the Orlando lead has been cut down to 2 on the bucket from Lopez.
Can't let Lopez get comfortable down low. The second he does, there's no stopping.
Isaac outside. Goes back up, and that one is good. Black's got his first bucket of the night.
I tell you, Isaac has great vision for a big man. He can see over defenders easily thanks to that size.
And the wide open shot from Green. And a miss there on the triple. Here's Anthony. Second shot opportunity. Misses at the rim. Shots continuing to fall as we conclude the third quarter. Both teams putting up points. Orlando out in front, up by 4. Let's hear what Doc Rivers has going on.
Hey guys, we need a run right here. Come on.
Well, this has been a great contest so far, and I imagine the fourth quarter could have even more action in store for us. So with Lillard on the bench, here's the 5 for Doc Rivers right now. Antetokounmpo and Portis man the post positions. Gary Trent is out there with Kevin Porter. And it's Kuzma in at the small forward. Here's Porter, and he uses the glass on the layup. Porter's got the first basket as we get going in the fourth for the Bucks.
And of the last 6 baskets, 5 have come on the interior. This is just smash mouth physical basketball, guys.
And finished off by Banchero.
Oh, big time dunk by Banchero. I like seeing the aggressive side of this young man.
And a wide open look for Porter. No good on the triple.
Finding space on the perimeter, but he couldn't capitalize.
A nice shot by Black.
And the D not really doing its job there. A little slow to react to the ball getting into the paint.
And we've got a timeout called by Doc Rivers. There was no hesitating. He wants to talk to the team right now. Jalen Suggs is checked in for Isaac. The Bucks also changing it up. Green is checked in for Kyle Kuzma. Taurean Prince comes in for Gary Trent. And Lillard subbed in for Kevin Porter. And the short break in the action gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, during the last break, I heard Doc Rivers talking with his team. He said they played well in certain areas, but the lack of detail to the defensive boards has allowed their opponent too many second chance opportunities. And That, he said, is the difference in this game. Have to get busy on the glass, Kevin.
All right, David, thanks. Suggs looking around. 5 on the clock. Here's Bitadze. Damian Lillard grabs the loose ball.
Well, with his team leading, he might just want to put that one in his pocket next time.
Antetokounmpo kicks to Portis. Back to Giannis. The Bucks working the ball around. Right side, Portis. Back to Antetokounmpo. Green finds Antetokounmpo. The Bucks need to get a shot off here. Green, no luck. The Magic have gone 2 of 3 from the field to get the fourth quarter started. And the shot goes in.
Sharp assist by Suggs. Capable of running your attack.
Suggs with the steal. Goes up. And Suggs throws it down.
And you've got to wonder just how big those points are going to be. A swing like that could decide the outcome.
Portis, the pass to Lillard. Bangs home the trifecta.
Well, we talk about ice in his veins a lot, but this guy personifies that. What a clutch shot.
Here's Bitadze. Rebound, Milwaukee. Antetokounmpo's got 8 rebounds, and that last out-of-bounds violation is going to be contested.
Plays, especially when you're talking about action around the sideline. This is something you can get a much better perspective of on replay than real game speed.
We've got the benefit of new camera angles. Much easier to see exactly what's going on, especially with the fidelity and angles that we've got access to now. So we just got word from the NBA Replay Center via the official courtside administrator. And the original call will stand for the out-of-bounds violation.
You know, and some people might argue, hey, we're stopping the game, but this uses up a timeout, so that's technically already a break that could happen regardless of the call staying the same.
And the Bucks making a change here. Portis is checked in. Back to Lopez.
2 minutes.
Suggs against Lillard. Lopez, a screen on Suggs. Just 3 to shoot. And it's sent back by Carter.
Staying connected on defense. Carter Jr. with the denial.
.151 left to play here in the fourth. And Prince comes to help. Caldwell Pope against Green. The shot's good. And the Magic lead by 4.
Well, look, they needed that one. Tremendous leadership by Caldwell Pope. Important situation.
And the basket by Lillard.
Proof positive that Lillard is worthy. That's talent you can build a franchise around.
Carter kicks to Suggs. Back to Carter. Caldwell Pope outside. Pass to Wagner. 6 on the shot clock. Count it.
Well, those are huge points. Carter Jr. steady as they come.
Suggs against Lillard. They kick it out to Green. Now Lopez. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
And really the defense fouling there to prevent the layup, but that's exactly what you need to do.
And a chance now to catch up on some numbers with the hustle stats for the Magic.
Well, all you can ask for is your guys to be really active on D, and they've been more than that tonight.
And they've also forced a lot of turnovers, capitalizing and turning those turnovers into points. Way to get after it.
Trent's checked in for the Bucks. Lillard outside. Pass to Green. And here is Portis. Lopez with the ball. Back to Portis. Lopez outside. And they're unable to get the time basket there. And stolen by Portis. Inside. Shakes him. Good! And what a sensational bucket to bring them within 1.
Big time basket at a big time moment.
Yeah, don't you just love to see a player embrace that kind of pressure?
Yeah, that's right. No other option but to foul for some misses.
11 seconds left in the fourth quarter, and now we've got the intentional foul.
Man, it took forever for them to commit that foul. I don't know why they didn't do it right away. Those are precious seconds.
So he gets them both, and it's a three-point game.
Yeah, how about the nerves there? Those free throws put them in a very good position. 3 points clear.
And it's Connaughton missing. And so the big win by Orlando in a tight game. That was a fun night of basketball. Fabulous finish as they continued.
A quick peek into the locker room as the players get set for the game ahead, looking to make a big splash here tonight. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for... Well, it's fair to say we can expect a bruising battle between these two, Grant.
Yeah, these are two teams that dare you to bring the ball at them. They both feast on the defensive side, so don't expect any scoring records broken in this one.
Let's check out Milwaukee's starting lineup. Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Taurean Prince. And it's Green in at the small forward. Now here's Mitchell. Left side, Garland. Pass to Allen. Takes one from 10 feet. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. They're moving on after a tough loss they took at the hands of the Pacers.
Hey, they had their chances, but they struggled from the line. It's so hard to win that way on someone else's floor.
You've got to stand in and deliver from the free throw line, even in a tough environment, and they failed to do so.
Now here's Green. Looking at his stats, he's putting up about 7.5 per game. Here's Lopez. Outside for Green. Just 5 to shoot. Let's go with a 3. Gets his second attempt to go. Now he's 1 for 2.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
You know exactly what that takes. It takes energy, it takes activity, it takes intensity.
Strus's shot is off. Milwaukee has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. Well, Grant, they say early in Giannis's career, he had to work not just on his game, but his attitude.
And that's true, B.A. It wasn't a bad attitude. He just lacked an edge. The ruthless mindset that all great players have. But, man, once he got that edge, he never lost it.
Well, fast off his feet and up at the rim in a hurry. Taurean Prince with an easy one.
Mitchell against Prince. Mobley passes to Garland. And he drives in. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
Pass to Mitchell. Jacks up a 3. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
I tell you, he has consistently worked to become a dangerous three-point shooter. Donovan Mitchell, dynamic from downtown.
Ooh, stolen by Allen. Mitchell against Prince. And it's Mitchell, that time on the assist by Garland. Mitchell's got 5 now.
Now you want to get him going as soon as possible. Great way for him to start this game.
He's a guy who, if he gets hot, he can carry your offense for long stretches.
Green for 3. Milwaukee, no good that time either. The Cavaliers leading. Wow, potent offense. It's been fun to watch.
Just aggressive and effective, taking it right to the defense.
Now here's Mitchell. He's got 5. Shot clock at 6. Strus the pass to Garland. Takes it inside. Back to Strus. Mobley outside. Here's Allen. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
Evan Mobley might be a big man, but boy, how about the touch on that pass right there?
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Giannis Antetokounmpo wants to take on the tough assignments defensively. He said, quote, "I believe I'm one of the best two-way players to ever play this game, and I want to have that challenge, knowing that you gave everything to the game and you gave everything to stop the other team's best player."
He certainly wants to dominate in every way, Allie. Thank you. Garland for 3. Antetokounmpo grabs the board. Bucks trail by 4. And Doris, who can forget the 2016 Cavs, the team that brought Cleveland their first NBA title.
And not just basketball. The city hadn't won a championship, BA, in any sport for over 50 years. And for LeBron, a homegrown talent, to do that with Kyrie, that is a team that will always have a special place in Northeast Ohio.
And the whistle blows on a backcourt violation. Went over and back. Hunters checked in for the Cavs. Okoro comes in for Strus. 1:02 left to play in the first. Back to Mitchell. Going inside. Lopez with the steal. Portis with it, and it's Hunter picking him up. Pass to Kuzma to win the drought. And the rebound goes to Cleveland. Allen's got 5 rebounds in the game. Okoro passes to Mitchell. 3-pointer off the mark.
They're playing with a lot of energy tonight. We can see that in their dominance on the glass.
And another miss by Milwaukee. The Cavaliers lead by 4. Out left to the wing. Garland, the pass to Hunter. Mitchell with the ball. Just 4 to shoot. Cleveland needs to get off a shot. Here's Hunter. And finished off by Hunter.
Oh, not the defensive effort they need to cut into the lead.
Boy, good call. You have to at least try to protect the rim.
They're just too slow to react. You can't afford to sleep.
And so it's the Cleveland Cavaliers with a 6-point lead at the close of the quarter. They've kept their concentration on limiting Damian Lillard, and it's been working. We'll be right back with you shortly. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. A chance to catch up on some numbers here. The scoring breakdown for the Cavaliers.
They've done a great job facilitating so far. So moving the rock and finding the open man, just great selfless basketball.
And they've also shown dominance in the paint so far tonight, really putting the work in down low.
On the court for Milwaukee here on the second. Bobby Portis out there with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Then there's Kevin Porter. Then there's Kyle Kuzma. And it's Trent in at the shooting guard. Antetokounmpo with it. Green picks him up.
And good luck stopping that. Giannis just makes it look so easy.
Doris, we know how big fashion is in today's NBA. Perhaps no one showcases this more than Kyle Kuzma.
And you can tell, B.A., Kuz definitely has some fun with some of the outfit choices. He does not mind causing a stir on social media, and he does not mind pushing boundaries.
First trip to the free throw line for him tonight. Grant, Kyle Kuzma is an instinctual scorer who gets it done in a variety of ways.
He's especially skilled inside the painted area, but he's a capable shooter from mid-range and beyond the arc. Plus, he's someone you can rely on in the clutch.
Strus, he's checked in for Green.
Yeah, nice decision making. Porter Jr. can drive or pass off the pick.
Outside Hunter. 4th three. The rebound by the Bucks.
Well, you're trying to answer the three, but you force up a shot that he would have been better off passing up.
And the regular season is almost over, Doris. What are you honed in on tonight?
I think, Brian, whether we're talking about pre-All-Star break where things can get a little wonky or maybe the start of the season, to me, the best teams, regardless of the time of the year it is, they are focused on staying true to their habits and remaining competitively tough. Because I don't care if you're playing guys outside the rotation that are normal, those guys have got to bring great effort. The standard should be met nightly regardless of the circumstances.
Ooh, lots of contact on the shot. So 2 free throws will follow that whistle. Well, you look at Evan Mobley, Doris, so agile for his size.
This is a young man, Brian, with so much upside. Defensively, he can guard on the perimeter, slides his feet, keeps his balance, contests without fouling, and he's growing every repetition on the offensive end. I can't wait to see his future.
Darius Garland, he's checked in for the Cavaliers. Brooke Lopez is checked in for the Bucks. Prince comes in for Trent.
Well, nice job crashing the glass. You'd love to see that kind of effort.
Back to Portis. And he takes it in for the layup off a very nice feed. And the Bucks lead by 7. For Cleveland, they've gone 0 for 4 in the second quarter. Strus against Kuzma. The ball's knocked loose. It's stolen by Kuzma. In transition, here they come. And we're now a little over 2.5 minutes into the second. Lopez, the screen. Prince, the pass to Lopez. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair.
Don't you love how comfortable Brooke Lopez looks inside? Even when he knows contact is coming, he simply goes right through it.
For the Cavaliers, Thompson comes in for Evan Mobley, and Mitchell subbed in for Jerome.
Yeah, they're playing a much more physical game here in the second quarter.
Garland, the pass to Thompson. Hunter with the ball. Shot to stop the run. Drills it from deep. Hunter's got 5 now.
This guy reads situations so well, and he knows how to execute.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
To the inside. Outside for Porter. Portis the screen. Inside. It's stolen by Hunter. Fast break Cleveland. Here's Mitchell. And Mitchell with the slam.
There are very few guys who can match the athleticism of Donovan Mitchell. How quickly does he get off his feet?
And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
The Cavaliers are having success. Point guard Darius Garland said, "We're building something here and we've come a long way. It feels amazing having our own legacy. We're just trying to keep it going. The whole city is behind us." And Brian, they know there's still work to do.
And they've got no problem with that, Allie. Thank you. Porter from outside. Sinks it from distance. Porter's gotten his second bucket. And breaking down some numbers here, the hustle stats for the Bucks.
Well, their hands resulting in plenty of steals in the early going, keeping the opposition there off balance.
And the other thing that's working for them tonight, getting out into the open floor. A lot of the damage coming in transition.
Pure from three-point range.
Yeah, incredible range. Porter Jr. can cash you in from distance. He certainly did there.
Garland for 3. Here's Thompson. It's not going to go for him. Good work defensively by Lopez. And that's a foul called on Donovan Mitchell. That's his first foul. And the Cavaliers making a change here. Wade's checked in. Lopez passes to Lillard. That one falls. And the Bucks lead by 12.
And I like how they focused on getting high percentage shots, especially after the 3 balls weren't falling early on.
They need this. Rebounded by Lopez. Lopez has got 4 rebounds in the game. Green, the pass to Antetokounmpo. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Good. And Antetokounmpo gets the assist. Lillard's got 5 points now this quarter. Here's Hunter. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. They pinned that one on Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yeah, you never want to let shots at the rim go uncontested.
He hits the second from the line. Green for 3. On the wing, Green. Pass to Rollins. Lopez, the screen on Garland. Down low. And it's Lopez with the jam.
And they're really rolling right now. That lead keeps getting bigger and bigger.
And one of the things that's helped that is they're getting it done on both ends. Terrific focus on offense, and they're locked in defensively.
And through one half, it hasn't even been close. The Bucks on top, up by 16. All right, Allie's ready to go. She's courtside. Hey, Allie.
Well, thank you, guys. Doc Rivers here.
Thank you, Allie. Good stuff. We will be right back after this break for the beginning of the third quarter.
And get ready.
When I look at the Bucks, they've been just solid at times. And at other times, they've been awesome. Fun team to watch when everything's in.
Now let's talk about that first half. What an impressive performance for the Bucks.
Man, this offense is in.
And that's it for halftime. Thank you for joining us. We send you back to Brian Anderson for the start of the third.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the rout that it's threatening to be. Without question, Kevin Porter displaying his skills today.
The numbers say it all. He spent the first half playing efficient ball.
I think they've taken their time. They've showed incredible patience. It's a sign of a well-coached ball club.
Mitchell on the wing with Strus. At the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Mobley and Allen. And it's Garland in at point guard. So that's who's on the floor for the Cavs.
Well, you know, it's already tough to play like this at home, but it's even tougher to do so on the road.
Boy, just sheer dominance, the ability to step into enemy territory and flat out take over. This is impressive.
Well, Grant, there are few players in the league who can attack a defense from the logo, but Lillard is one of them.
Yeah, and he makes it look so easy. You have to pick him up at the half-court line, and it's been that way for about a decade.
Smith outside. To the left wing. Rollins passes to Antetokounmpo. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. Antetokounmpo has got 4 points in the quarter.
Defensively, they've got to get more bodies in the paint. That's 3 straight field goals from below the free throw line.
Outside Garland. From deep, Mitchell. Cleveland again missing.
Boy, that makes them 0 for 3 to start the second half. Not the start you were hoping for here.
Lillard can't get it to go. The Cavaliers trail by 20. They need something good to happen here.
Yeah, they've gone way too long without a score.
Garland, the pass to Mobley. Now Strus. And Antetokounmpo over to help. From deep, Mobley. It's hauled in by Rollins.
Wow, another empty possession out of the gates. 0 for 4 in this half. Brutal.
Gets the 3 to fall.
And that's a veteran move by Lillard to see the D closing and get the shot away.
To stop the run. Mobley, no good.
He couldn't believe how open he was. He just couldn't convert it.
Back to Lillard. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Mobley. Antetokounmpo finds Green. Off the mark there with a 3. The Cavaliers have gotten off to a rough start. Now 0 for 5 in the second. Rejected by Antetokounmpo. And it's out of bounds to Cleveland. Milwaukee making some changes. Brooke Lopez comes in for Smith. And Prince is subbed in for Rollins. Allen outside. From deep, Mitchell. Rebounded by Lopez. Lopez has got 5 rebounds tonight. Pass to Green. Lopez is screened on Strus to the paint. Out to Lillard. The 3. Buries it from 3. Lillard's got 11 points. When you look back at the history of the league, Doris, no position has evolved more than the center.
You know, B.A., that's a tremendous point because you look at some of the best players in the league, they occupy the 5 spot. They're asked to do so much. Defensively, protect the rim. Be able to switch out and guard smaller players on the perimeter. Now you're being asked to be able to make shots from 3. I mean, big man's got a lot of responsibility in today's game.
And the Cavaliers making a change here. Hunter's checked in, and it goes out of bounds. That one off Allen.
Great read to get a hand in there and disrupt the play.
And offensively, a little bit of a careless toss. You could have used a better angle on that pass.
Lillard with the ball. He's picked up by Garland. Let's go with a three.
It's impressive how they've overcome his cold streak tonight. Everyone stepping in to fill the gap.
From deep, Mobley. Cleveland again missing.
I mean, he's yet to make a shot this quarter. At some point, you got to look for other ways to impact the game.
Antetokounmpo, the pass to Prince. Back to Antetokounmpo. And Antetokounmpo with the jam.
Assist from.
Beyond belief. I mean, such a creative talent. And I'm not surprised to see Giannis get flashy on the finish.
Mobley. That one's good. Mitchell making the play.
Just 1 of 6 this quarter. Trying to shoot his way out of this funk.
Pass to Antetokounmpo. Hey, he's now 6 for 6. He is cooking right now.
Got to appreciate the decisiveness of Giannis. Rolling with purpose after setting the screen.
Here's Allen. And a foul. Called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line. And Doris, you think about the advantage for Jared Allen with that 7'6" wingspan.
BA, this guy is a massive presence in the paint. He's got length, he's got intellect, and he's got incredible anticipation and timing. The other thing is he can absolutely step out on the perimeter and keep a ball handler in front. He is a special defender.
This defense is getting spaced out. 3 of the last 5 buckets have come from way beyond the arc.
The kick to Hunter. It's stolen by Kuzma. He's got a clear path. Fires for 3. Offensive rebound. And that one's good. Antetokounmpo has got 14 points for the game.
Yeah, showing a little versatility with their offensive attack. In the first half, it was about the 3 ball. In the second half, they've emphasized interior scoring.
Here's Wade. Offensive struggles continue. Missing again. Milwaukee has gone 3 of 7 from deep so far in the third quarter. Again, Porter missing. Man, they've been careless with the ball tonight.
Yeah, it's a lack of focus and a lack of discipline. They're better than this.
5-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. The Cavaliers again cannot hit. The Bucks have gone 8 of 13 in the second half. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Hunter. Porter finds Antetokounmpo. And Giannis with the dunk.
Hey, I'd keep feeding him every trip. He's been on fire this quarter.
Here's Jerome. Giannis Antetokounmpo has been on display for Milwaukee. He had solid production this quarter with scoring and rebounding. All right. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
And when you're the beneficiary of a pass that good, you better deliver, and he did just that.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may already be out of hand. On the floor for Milwaukee, starting the fourth quarter. Bobby Portis out there with Kyle Kuzma. Then there's Gary Trent. Then there's Kevin Porter. And it's Smith in at center, filling out the middle. To the middle. Here's Smith. Garland against Porter. Portis with a screen on Garland. An open look for Porter. The Cavaliers pull it in.
Boy, he was wide open. You wonder, did he overthink it? That's a missed opportunity.
Here's Hunter. Out to Garland. Pass to Jerome. Here's Akiki. Outside Strus. Right side Garland. Clock at 6. Here's Jerome. It's deflected, and they forced the shot clock violation. Great D. Kuro is checked in for Okiki. Prince is checked in for Milwaukee. The Bucks shooting 54% from the field so far in this one. Portis with a screen on Garland. And here's Porter outside. Out of bounds. It'll be Cleveland ball.
Boy, not sure what happened on that one. Just an unforced error.
Fourth quarter still young. Just over a minute played. Pass to Okoro. From downtown. Prince grabs the miss.
They really have a commanding lead, not just in points, but in rebounds as well.
Porter with it. This one for three. And his fifth basket. Now 5 for 8. Looking comfortable out there.
Boy, picking up where he left off. His second from distance this half, 5 overall.
Back to Hunter. And the basket's good. Off the assist from Garland.
Well, Darius Garland showing good vision and making good decisions. Exactly what you need from your point guard.
And here's Milwaukee now. We're about 2 minutes into the fourth here. Pass to Prince. Back to Porter. There's the triple. Strus grabs the miss. The Cavaliers have gotten half of their attempts to fall in the fourth. 2 for 4 now. Garland, no good. For Milwaukee, they've gotten just 1 shot to fall out of 3 attempts in the fourth. Portis outside. It's stolen by Garland. Drops in the layup for 2.
Hey, they're just getting pushed around inside.
Milwaukee's gone 1 of 2 from deep in this quarter. On the wing, Kuzma launches a 3. They get it back. Pass to Prince. Now Porter. From outside the arc. And Prince with the bucket on the assist by Porter.
Here in the second half, they're really focused on stretching the floor.
And guys, boy, when you're hitting, it sure does work. It obviously opens up major options at the offensive end.
And a breakdown here, guys, of the hustle stats for the Bucks.
Yeah, they've collected an impressive number of steals so far, using fast hands to force some turnovers and then scoring on the other end.
And you also have to love the way they've gotten out and run in transition. A ton of good chances tonight simply from being willing to run the floor.
Fires from deep. Sends it home from three-point land.
They're really employing a deep-range initiative here in the fourth, and it's working.
It feels like they have worked their perimeter game to perfection, swinging the ball, cashing in from the outside. What a performance. Well, as usual, this guy cooking on the offensive end, but right now, the other guys on his team have got to step forward.
Well, the scoreboard tells you everything you need to know about this one. A great showing here for the Bucks.
And it was a big-time performance across the board. They looked like they were having fun out there, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., it was almost like watching a cat play with a mouse. I mean, they did pretty much anything they wanted to do out there today.
And when we look at their record, this game pushes them to 49 wins. And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Boy, I thought his best work was his pursuit of the basketball. He competed for every rebound, fought for position in the paint, and never stopped working. I love it.
Launches it. Porter pulls it in. And Milwaukee has possession. Portis outside. Pass to Porter. It's Prince on the wing. Lets the 3 fly. He missed there. His first misfire in 5 tries. Outside Hunter. Oh, deflected. Shot clock and game clock. 1 second differential. For 3, Smith. He buries it from 3.
What a performance tonight. Getting a win like this on the road is such a boost.
You've got to be able to block out all distractions in enemy territory. This team did a tremendous job staying focused on the task at hand.
Porter with it. Kuzma, left side. Back to Porter. So this one belongs to the Bucks. Boy, this... Allie, thank you as always. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Allie LaForce, Grant Hill, and Doris Burke, I'm Brian Anderson.
the news. Season is tipped off, Richard. How important is it to get things off to a good start?
I'd say it's fairly important, but this is a long season, Kevin. It's about sustaining a high level of play consistently.
And now the Lakers starting group. Outside, the wings are Reeves and James. Alex Len out there with Hachimura. And it's Doncic in at the 1 spot. Harden outside. This one for 3. LeBron grabs the miss.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
Len with a screen on Harden. James kicks to Hachimura. His 3-pointers off the mark. And it's Harden with the ball for the Los Angeles Clippers. It's a 3-point game. The Lakers beat them last time when these two teams met in Los Angeles.
And their last time playing this club, foul trouble became a big problem for them. Their starters had to take an early stint on the bench.
Expect to see them being much more careful tonight because of that. Maybe being a little less aggressive.
Here's Doncic. Kawhi Leonard making his last shot. Another shot. Len passes to LeBron. Back to Len. It's another look. Rebound by the Clippers.
Really just struggling here in the first few minutes. 5 attempts with only 1 fall.
Zubac finds Harden. The 3. And the 3-ball is good.
Big 3-point shot from James Harden. Look, this man locks in, and that is his shot.
People like to debate, and Greg, I don't know if this is you, what's better, Kawhi's defense or his offense?
Well, Kevin, I'll say this. Even if he was a subpar defender, his offense alone would have him among the league's top players. But his defense isn't subpar. At its best, it's elite.
And it's James missing.
And the defense was right on him there. Nice contest.
Harden kicks to Zubac. Shoots. Harden can't hit.
Not that time, but that's a shot that he's going to make more oftentimes than not.
Up top, Reeves. Dunn covering. And there's the whistle. That goes on Chris Dunn. That's his first foul. Norman Powell's checked in for Chris Dunn. And the Lakers also making a change. Finney Smith's checked in. First quarter of ball, almost 2.5 minutes in. Outside, James. Clock at 4. And that one, good.
Like, at this point in time, you have to understand that if LeBron James is on the inside, he has so many ways to beat you. A little contact's not going to do anything.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Kevin, the Clippers are intent on winning big. Coach Tyronn Lue said half of it is great talent, and I think half of it is execution. When you get to the playoffs, it's a whole different animal. We got to be 100% execution with our talent. That makes for a dangerous team. Kevin?
Very dangerous. All right, David.
That is really good work there on the offensive glass.
The Lakers trail. And here's LeBron outside. It's hauled in by Zubac. And so it's Harden bringing it up for the Clippers. Here's Coffey. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Catching up on the changes for the Clippers. Christie comes in for Amir Coffey. And it's Bogdanovich in for Powell. Connect, he's checked in for the Lakers. Harden ejected by Len. Finney Smith with it. Hasn't made one yet. LeBron James on the wing. Knocks down the 3-ball.
LeBron really added this into his game later in his career, becoming a threat from deep.
Here's Harden. Ejected by Len.
Okay, so if I were to say this was a disaster of a period for him, it would be an understatement. But hey, sometimes you gotta shoot your way out of the slump, even for him.
And Harden with the stuff.
Athletic move by Harden. Okay, I see you throwing it down on top of the defense.
On the wing, Doncic, guarded by Harden. Pass to connect. On the wing, James. Len with it. Fires from 18, and it's good off the back of the rim and in. Len's got his second basket of the game. Leonard dishes to Harden. Christie kicks to Leonard. Right side, Bogdanovich. Puts up a deep three. So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. Lakers ahead. They're up by 1. And the second quarter will get underway just after this short break. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out in the second quarter. And taking a look at the Lakers' performance here, what have they been doing or not doing in the game?
Just a terrific first quarter, sparked really by their unselfishness.
They're playing for one another and focusing on making winning plays. You love to see it.
So on the floor for the Lakers to start this second quarter, we've got Connect, Jared Vanderbilt out there with Dorian Finney-Smith. Then it's Gabe Vincent, and it's Reeves in at the 2. Pass to Connect. In the corner, Vanderbilt with it. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. Analytics or the eye test? The optics or the numbers in front, Greg? When you're judging the performance of a player, what kind of criteria do you use?
Well, an MVP candidate recently said, my eye test tells me this guy's a terrible defender, but the analytics tell me he's a great defender. I'm confused, and I often feel the same way.
And the Lakers making a change here. Hachimura's checked in.
And we've seen several lead changes tonight, neither team giving an inch.
I've been on the edge of my seat courtside. Man, this has been a barn burner.
And here's Reeves outside. Connects from three-point range. Reeves has got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. Up top, Mills. Defended by Vincent. A nice shot by Bogdanovich.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Greg, looking back to last season, the Clippers had one red-hot stretch.
That's right. They went on a 26-5 run between December and February. It finally showed how dangerous that team can be when healthy.
Nicholas Batum, he's checked in for the Clippers. Dorian Finney-Smith's checked in for the Lakers. James comes in for Connect. Bogdanovich wide open. Offensive rebound. Pass to Christie. Here's Eubanks. Batum finds Mills. It's good from long range. Mills has got the lead up to 5 now for the Clippers.
An all-around player, one of Batum's roles is to make the defense pay when they leave someone open.
LeBron passes to Reeves. Back to James. And again, unable to change momentum here. Clippers leading by 5. It's Bogdanovich on the wing. James covering. Outside for Batum. James against Bogdanovich. Batum sets a screen for Bogdanovich. And another 3 for the Clippers.
And this is why Bogdanovich has a permanent green light from the arc. Frankly, the team expects this from him.
In the corner, it's James. And we're now a little over 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Hachimura, no good.
You can just see the frustration growing on their faces. Nothing going their way.
In a major drought, we need to find some sort of momentum.
Bogdanovich with it. He's picked up by James. Here's Eubanks. That ball. Nice feed that time from Bogdanovich. And now it's a 10-point Clipper lead.
Oh, great ball movement there.
1:51 left to play here in the second quarter. Clippers have gone 5 of 8 from the floor here in the second quarter. Over 60% shooting.
What pace on the fast break from Bogdanovic. Getting out ahead and protecting the opportunity to score.
Batum brings the double team. And so it's going to be a 3-second violation out there on the defense. And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for the Clippers.
Well, so far, their long-range shooting has been the story, doing damage from deep.
And it seems they've also put an emphasis on moving the ball, working to rotate around the defense and find those quality looks.
Catching up on the changes for the Clippers. Zubac is checked in for Eubanks. Leonard comes in for Nicholas Batum. Amir Coffey is checked in for Christie. And James Harden subbed in for Patty Mills.
That's a guy you want taking shots, a quality offensive player.
Harden can't hit. Lakers trail by 8. James wide open. And again, it's the Lakers from deep.
Look, James is so good at disguising his pull-up jumper.
Zubac a screen on Doncic. Harden gets the bucket.
Bringing that three-point percentage up quite a bit this quarter, shooting it well. The lead's going to get a little bit bigger if they can keep this up.
James has a 2-pointer. It's hauled in by Coffey, and it's the Clippers' ball. They're on a 17-7 run. And here's Bogdanovic for 3. Lakers with the rebound.
And he missed that one, but I've seen him drill shots from that distance in warm-up.
Even though he is capable of hitting that shot, I'd like to see him work for a better look in that situation.
Hachimura, no good.
Surprising he didn't bury that, but hey, it happens sometimes.
Harden dishes to Leonard. Kicks it out to Harden. That's good, and it's Leonard with the assist. And now a 10-point Clipper lead.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
This is when good players really get after it. He can sense that they're reeling, and he's gonna.
Thanks for the great interview, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of basketball following halftime.
They're not applying enough pressure offensively. Very little presence inside. Too much reliance on long jumpers.
All right, fellas. Thank you for being with us.
And we've got third quarter of basketball for you. 2 quarters in the books. You gotta like what Harden has done in this game so far.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column through 2 quarters? He has been terrific.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
Kawhi Leonard is out there with Drew Eubanks. Then it's Chris Dunn. Then it's Harden. And it's Coffey in at the small forward. That's the group starting the second half for Tyronn Lue. Here's Harden. Glenn grabs the board.
Just enough resistance to force them as barely. That's one he'll generally make.
Doncic left side. Doncic attacks. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. It's on Kawhi Leonard.
A fearless competitor. When Doncic is driving inside, he just embraces the contact on the way up.
And the Clippers making a change here. Jones is checked in. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, thanks very much. James Harden is still a factor at age 35. He says, I'm more than a scorer, so for me, it's just impacting the game at the highest level. Kevin, he's led the league in scoring 3 times, but he's also led the league in assists. So, it's pretty much true. Back to you.
Thank you, David. Oh, don't forget, he rebounds as well as any guard right now in the NBA. And Dunn over to help. And a deep 3 from Doncic. It's hauled in by the Clippers. Talk about confidence. Greg, what do you think about Harden's quote from a couple years ago when he said, I'm not a system player, I am the system?
Kevin, I laughed when I heard it because most guys couldn't say that. But Harden absolutely can. He's an elite scorer turned elite passer. Your offense has to orbit around him when he's on the floor.
Clippers leading by 13. Done with it, and Hachimura picks him up defensively. Here's Coffee. No good from outside. And so it's Hachimura who brings up the ball for the Lakers. James absorbing hits on the drive.
Yeah, just too much big boy basketball by LeBron James, just bodying defenders inside.
Harden the pass to Coffee. Dunn, wide open, he fires. Jones kicks to Dunn. That's in, coming off an assist from Jones. Dunn's got the lead up to 14 now for the Clippers. Doncic against Harden. Pass to Hachimura. On the wing, James. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle, and 2 shots coming up. And now it's a look at the 2K leaderboard with the list of the NBA's best fast break teams from a season ago. In third, the Lakers.
I mean, this is such a tough team to deal with. You see the numbers. They would just push the ball at every opportunity.
A different look for the Clippers. Zubac is checked in for Eubanks, and it's Leonard in for Amir Coffey. On the wing, Doncic. Over Harden. And the rejection by Harden.
+8 in the rebound differential. One more reason why they're in control. Just not there from a rhythm standpoint right now. It's really eluding him.
Here's LeBron, and then jammed down as he goes right over. He beats a Zubac.
One of the most ferocious dunkers we've ever seen. James still enjoys putting on a show.
2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter.
Harden against Doncic. Got a piece of it. Harden kicks to Dunn. Puts up a 3. Gets the three-pointer to fall. Dunn's got 6 points in the quarter.
Assists like that have typified their effort today. Terrific ball movement.
James looking around. And he commits the intentional foul. For the Clippers, Bogdanovich, he's checked in for Derek Jones. Christie comes in for Chris Dunn. It's Mills in for James Harden. The Lakers also with the sub, Finney-Smith's checked in.
You know, if you're only looking at the way he's played offensively, you'd think his team would have the lead.
Bogdanovich finds Mills. Kicks it out to Bogdanovich. Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Lakers trail by 13. Len sets a screen for LeBron. James driving and finished off by LeBron.
When LeBron is being aggressive on offense, you gotta make a change. You can't let him just have his way.
Leonard with the screen on Doncic. Here's Mills. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. And what do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Clippers?
The name of the game in the modern NBA is making threes. Spacing the court, and that's exactly what they are doing tonight.
And they've also played exceptionally well in the paint tonight, taking advantage of their opportunity to work inside.
Nicholas Batum, he's checked in for the Clippers. Vanderbilt setting the pick for Reeves. Off target from three-point range.
They have been board dominant in this game. That's definitely been a factor in cracking this huge lead.
Drops in the tray.
It's the confidence of Austin Reeves. He just knows what his shot is.
Batum passes to Bogdanovich. Back to Batum. Pass to Bogdanovich. Clippers moving the ball around. 6 to shoot. Zubac in the post. Finney-Smith defending. And that one is good from Zubac.
And that solid play in the paint continues here, guys.
Doncic looking it over. And here's Reeves outside. And so it's the Los Angeles Clippers enjoying a 12-point lead as they talk things over during the break. And it's been their rugged defense setting the tone. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter.
You've got to admire the
vision just as much as the accuracy. Not many players can even spot that pass.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may be already out of hand. So the Lakers 5 right now. In at forward for him, it's James and Hachimura. Gabe Vincent is out there with Connect. And it's Finney Smith in at the pivot spot, man in the middle. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
And for Simmons, everyone in the league agrees that the talent is there. It comes down to the help and being in the right situation.
Bogdanovich, he's checked in for Chris Dunn.
And they're doing a better job of working themselves to the line here in the second half.
Pass to Vincent. Over to the left wing. Hachimura. And a miss there with a chance to cut the lead to single digits. Simmons on the wing. Jones sets the pick for Leonard. The Clippers keep it alive. And Simmons kicks to Leonard. And it's good, assisting on the play with Simmons.
You set him up more often than not. Leonard will knock him down.
James against Powell. To the right side. Now Connect. The tray. Kawhi Leonard comes up with the rebound. Leonard's got 9 rebounds now tonight. Powell finds Jones, and he could not get that one to go. A lot of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2. That's on LeBron James.
And with the offense getting right to the rim, at least they saved the layup.
James Harden, he's checked in for the Clippers. And then for the Lakers. Alex Len's checked in for Dorian Finney-Smith. Goodwin comes in for Connect. And it's Shake Milton in for Gabe Vincent. And here's James outside. It's rebounded by Leonard. Leonard's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Bogdanovich looking around. That 3 off the mark. And here's James. He'll bring it up for the Lakers. They trail by 16. Puts one up from 19. From outside the arc. And the call will be against Alex Len. That's his first foul.
And guys, as soon as you start going over and through a rebounder, you're probably going to get whistled for over the back.
Yeah, I mean, he was all over him. You just can't get all tangled up like that.
Here's what the Lakers are going with right now. Austin Reeves comes in for Goodwin. And Doncic is subbed in for Shake Milton. Lakers trail by 16. Reeves outside. Pass to James. Now here is Hachimura. And again, the Lakers no good.
Just an ugly show from him offensively. Yep, no way to describe it, just ugly, and that hasn't helped.
Leonard with no one around. Drills the three-pointer.
Just another place you have to take Leonard seriously. He's so capable from the outside.
And that's an intentional foul. Big group substitution here for the Clippers. Zubac is checked in for Jones. Batum comes in for Kawhi Leonard. Amir Coffey's checked in for Powell. And it's done in for Bojan Bogdanovich. Kicks it out to James. They could use a bucket. And the Lakers with another miss.
And, you know, it's almost as if he wore himself out with that performance in the last quarter. He hasn't had nearly the same kind of energy in this one.
Reeves against Dunn. And there's the defensive 3-second call.
Shooting for Los Angeles.
And he shows the focus there. Nails the technical. I know Reeves has been accused of hunting fouls before. Richard, do you see that?
Oh, I don't know if it's all on Reeves. It's just the way the game is played. Great players learn how to put you in position to foul them. The goal of the game is to score, and if that's hunting fouls, then hunt away.
Mills, he's checked in for James Harden. Batum, good.
When guys are moving the ball, sharing it, it makes the game so much more fun, both as a player and as a fan.
Reeves finds James, drains it from beyond the arc. LeBron's got 14 points here in the second half.
And so just rolling to the finish line now in what has been a very confident-looking performance for the Clippers.
Two great rebounding teams.
And these guys worked just a little bit harder tonight, and that was the edge they needed.
And it'll go down as their first official win of the new year. And as usual, some excellent work tonight in what was a quality big impact game for Leonard.
And what effort he had on the boards, displaying some great fight, willing to battle down low.
The Lakers making a switch here. Dorian Finney-Smith's checked in for Alex Len. Vanderbilt comes in for Hachimura. Goodwin's checked in for Austin Reeves. And it's Gabe Vincent in for Doncic. Pulls it up. It's hauled in by Zubac. The Clippers have gone 4 of 8 in this fourth quarter, shooting an even 50% from the field. And here are the Lakers. It's a 16-point game. James way outside. And again, no good by the Lakers. And you have to like how they're moving the ball right now.
Snappy passes to ready shooters. It's basketball 101, but boy, is it working.
Vanderbilt against Batum. Zubac kicks to Dunn. Batum passes to Coffey. Off target with his three. So the Clippers winning this one easily. Thanks so much, David. Well, folks, that's...
Regular season game. These teams are fierce rivals.
Oh, yes, they are, B.A. I love playing in these type of games. I mean, the fans are extra loud. The players are fired up. This will be fun.
Here are the starters for Houston. Van Vliet and Green, they're manning the backcourt. Alperon Şengün out there with Amin Thompson. And it's Brooks in at the small forward position.
All right, Harden still got some hops and finishing that one off with some power.
Şengün, good. And Van Vliet gets the assist.
And keeping everyone involved early. Now, that typically pays dividends.
Yeah, he's so-so from there, but when he's hitting from deep, it's a big confidence builder.
Wow. I'll tell you, such an advantage having a playmaker who can get up to the rim and finish.
Now that is what every team wants.
Like to see that assertiveness, especially from the guy who's going to orchestrate your offense.
And there's the patience right there. Şengün surveys the floor and finds his guy.
And James Harden again. Harden's got 7 points.
Don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
And Grant, you look at the Rockets' additions over the last year or two. There's an emphasis on toughness.
Yeah, toughness, both physical and mental. Those are the kinds of veterans they've brought in. And that extends, of course, to the coaching staff, too.
Now here's Şengün. Coming in off 21 points in his last outing. Good work there as it goes.
You gotta love how Şengün attacks on the interior.
The Clippers have gone 3 of 3 so far from the floor. Harden, the pass to Zubac. Back to Harden. Pass to Zubac. Left side, Harden. 6 on the shot clock. And here's Zubac, defended by Şengün. The shot by Dunn, no good.
I mean, I think that was their first miss of the game. They've been just rolling.
Here's Thompson, driving inside. Oh, he hammers it down in the face of Kawhi Leonard.
That's unreal. I mean, Thompson, that boy's going to hit his head on the rim one day.
Oh. Shooting 4 or 5 to start the game. That's got to be a feel-good.
Here's Şengün. No good from outside.
After 5 shots, that's their first miss. I definitely call that a good start.
And it's stolen by Van Vliet. And James Harden pulls it down. Los Angeles has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. Bogdanović, no good.
He's not the guy that you want to give a wide-open look from three-point range. They're lucky that that one doesn't cost them.
Back to Şengün. And out of bounds, the Clippers will take it. Let's check in on the Western Conference standings as the race to the playoffs continues. You take a look at the Rockets. With great effort over a long season, they're second in the conference. And, of course, Los Angeles right behind them, just 1 spot down.
I think for Los Angeles, they've been terrific throughout the regular season, showing they may be just the team to beat in the postseason.
Some changes for Los Angeles. Eubanks, he's checked in for Zubac. Jones comes in for Leonard. And it's Powell in for Dunn. Here's Harden. No good off the back of the rim. And here's Thompson. He'll bring it up for the Rockets. On the wing, Brooks. Back to Thompson. There's a minute 47 left now.
That is what I'm talking about. Wow. That first step is so dangerous with Ahmed. I mean, he was just gone.
Harden, the pass to Bogdanović. And once again, off the mark by Los Angeles. The Rockets have gotten 5 of 7 shots to fall. Brent, this is the 8th season for Bogdanović. He's as steady as a metronome, man.
No, the thing, B.A., I don't think guys appreciate him as much as they should in that off-guard position. He is gritty and competitive. He can shoot the ball. He's willing to take big shots. And I love the pace and competitiveness he plays with.
Mills, he's checked in for Los Angeles. And Houston will go for a different look here. Steven Adams checked in for Şengün. Smith comes in for Thompson. Eason's checked in for Brooks. And Whitmore subbed in for Van Vliet. Gets the 3 ball to go.
This is some of what he does best. Mills can shoot from downtown.
And it's Green off the drive. Adams with the ball. And it's Mills picking him up. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. And a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for Houston.
Well, guys, early on, they're driving the lane constantly, using their quickness to gain an advantage. Look at their points off penetration.
Well, I want to add also the damage that has been done on the inside. It's a lot of rubble in there, but they're continuing to go right at the defense.
And rejected. Done. Pass to Eubanks. And we've got 28 seconds left to play in the first. Nice start for him, sinking his first shot. These teams just feeling each other out.
Yeah, I love the spirit out there. Already 6 lead exchanges.
Here's Adams. Ooh, the lead pass was in the perfect spot to set up the layup.
Very little resistance around the rim right now. That's the 5th straight bucket they've given up in the paint.
And here's Mills from the arc. It's hauled in by Houston. Pass to Smith. And he banks in the layup.
One of the more skilled offensive players that is on the floor here tonight. Not an easy fella to hold in check.
Jones from outside. That misses. Would have counted had it gone. Amen Thompson. He is feeling it tonight. And he... And getting it going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. All right, guys, for the Rockets, what jumps out at you stat-wise?
Oh, what a first quarter. You love their willingness to make the extra pass.
So much unselfish play out there. The coaching staff has to be thrilled with that.
So the Houston 5 right now. Smith and Şengün play together in the front court. Whitmore is out there with Aaron Holiday. And it's Eason in at the 3, the small forward. It's so interesting, Grant. Younger fans may not realize the Clippers had a lot of rough seasons early on.
Well, you know, B.A., that's one way to put it. You know, in their first 27 years in L.A., they only made the playoffs 4 times. But things have definitely changed. Owners have changed. And now they're postseason regulars in the league.
The Clippers trail. Outside Jones. Pass to Zubac. Zubac with a screen on Holiday. Outside Jones. The 3. Good! Another from 3.
For this franchise now, he's hit the most threes in a single season. Unbelievable.
His incredible range stretches out the defense on a nightly basis. It's an invaluable element to this offense. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Well, guys, a lot of new developments for the Clippers this season, and obviously they have the new arena, new designs for their logo, jerseys, and court. Not only that, their G League team moving into a brand new arena in Oceanside, renewing the San Diego Clippers moniker. Brian, a lot to be excited about for this Clips team.
No question. Good stuff, Allie. Thank you. And the Clippers have possession after the basket by Houston. Harden with it, guarded by Smith. Harden can't hit. Knocked loose. Houston in the lead. Here's Whitmore. Oh,
yes, sir!
Wow! And it's flushed down. A nice jam.
An impressive athlete. This rookie Whitmore loves getting inside and hammering it home. And once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on. Şengün. Houston gets it back. Outside Holiday. Şengün in the post, defended by Jones. Tries again. Şengün, no good. The Clippers have gone 3 of 5 since the beginning of the second. And what you like about James Harden, he can play with any set of teammates, Brent.
We're seeing this transition, BA, right, from Harden being this elite offensive system by himself to now being a better teammate, a guy who can facilitate and set guys up to make better offensive plays. So not shouldering the entire load anymore. He's been very flexible over the past couple seasons.
Şengün has such a great feel for the game. He's savvy and he knows how to get a call.
Since being selected in the 21 draft, Alperen Şengün has really improved.
Yeah, from 9 points per game as a rookie to over 20 in his 3rd year. Şengün has averaged about 5 assists per game.
Yes, sir! That's what you tune in for right there. Wow. It looks like an orange in his hand, and Kawhi tenacious to the rim with that finish.
Pass to Thompson. On the take. Oh, and the jam by Thompson.
Tough to slow Thompson down when he's got a lane to the rim like that.
And here's Jones. Leonard outside. Mills with it, defended by Şengün. Mills, no good. And here we go, the Rockets in transition. Oh, Leonard with the block. And they get it back. Pass to Şengün. Puts up a 3. Out to the wing. 3-pointer. Yes, and a nice assist from Thompson. Şengün's got 12 points.
And I love how they're working much harder on the glass this quarter and drumming up more second chance opportunities.
Mills with it. Now Thompson defending. So good near the hoop. Leonard.
Working some magic inside. Leonard so polished.
The Rockets have gone just 5 of 12 here in the second quarter. And now we've got an intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Eubanks, he's checked in for the Clippers. And the Rockets making a change here as well. Smith, he's checked in for Şengün. Smith passes to Thompson. Back to Smith. And he drops in the layup off the glass. Smith's got his second basket on the night.
And there's the length of Smith at work. Playing big on the interior.
And here's Mills from the arc. Smith with the rebound.
Well, the D doesn't seem to be too worried about him from three-point range, and he shows us why. Still, I expect him to make one of those.
Now 5 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Thompson outside. Clock at 4. On the break. Here's the floater. The shot, no good. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. It's Houston. They lead by 4. And we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out there for the start of the third quarter, right after the break.
You can't win playing passive at the offensive end. I mean, how many times did we see him at the free throw line?
Practically. And now as the... Thanks for tuning in.
And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. We are seeing an outstanding game from James Harden.
I like how they control the tempo and play to his strengths.
Yeah, this is showing that they're not going to play at anybody else's pace but their own.
Kawhi and Zubac make up the front court. Patrick Mills out there with Chris Dunn. And it's Bogdanovich in at the 3 slot. That's who's out there for the Clippers. And it's good for 2. Grant, when you talk about consistency and officiating game to game, you think there's room for improvement?
You know, I do think so. I mean, they're allowing more contact, but overall, more clarity on what constitutes legal guarding position would help players and officials.
And here's Zubac outside. It's hauled in by Houston.
And just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Oh, Leonard with the block.
Wow, Claude doing what he does best, using that length on the defensive end.
Pass to Mills. They get it back. Controls the rebound and the putback.
Ooh, hard work creating the second chance opportunity.
The 3 ball. Şengün, no good. Clippers trail by 4. Leonard with a screen on Brooks. Bogdanovich with it. Now Thompson defending. And the dunk by Leonard.
Sneaky right there on the pick and roll. Leonard knew exactly how the defense would react, and he took advantage.
Here's Şengün. Counted from distance. Şengün's got 5 points in the quarter.
Yeah, not where he earns his money, that three-point shot, but he's a good shooter from that range if he's got space.
Well, the defender's stopping the developing fast break. That looks like a transition take foul. And he's got his first opportunity at the line here tonight.
And for Green, it's about trying to be consistent. He has talent, and he needs to play to his strengths.
So for the Clippers, Christie's checked in for Dunn. And it's Harden in for Mills. Houston leading by 6. Here's Şengün. He's got 17. Fires the 3. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Zubac has got 6 rebounds in the game. And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
We know Kawhi Leonard is a former Finals MVP. Jimmy Butler said, there are guys that are like, quote, I'm going to find the best way to win. In a 7-game series, I'm going to get the best of you in the end. Kawhi's definitely up there. Whatever he's got to do, he is going to find a way. And Brian, Butler would know a thing or two about that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, you know that. No question about his abilities. Pass to Şengün. Three-pointer. Nails it from beyond the arc. Şengün's got 20.
Great touch for his size. Şengün can hit from just about anywhere.
Here's Christie. And that time also a missed shot. Yikes.
Bad miss. He could be more assertive as a finisher inside. He would be so much more effective.
And that puts them just one foul from the bonus.
This will be his third free throw of the game. So for the Clippers, Eubanks, he's checked in for Zubac. Batum comes in for Leonard. And Simmons is subbed in for Harden. And a change for the Rockets. Eason's checked in. On target from range. Şengün's got 11 here in the quarter alone.
Exactly what every offense needs. Shooters who can force the defense to extend.
Oh, there's no doubt he's a legitimate threat from downtown, and he's demonstrating that in this game.
Bogdanovich passes to Christie. 6 to shoot. Batum with a screen on Eason. To the inside. Stolen by Thompson. Fast break. Here come the Rockets. And there's the rejection. And so it looks like it'll be Houston's ball. And the Clippers making a change here. Coffey's checked in. Here's Thompson. Outside Eason. They swipe it. Eubanks with it. He's picked up by Eason. Lets it go from deep. Coffey can't get it to go.
I'll tell you what, they've rebounded the ball tremendously well.
Van Vliet, the pass to Şengün. A little under 3.5 minutes off the clock now in the third quarter. Thompson outside. Houston with another miss. Clippers trail by 14. To halt the run. Pure from three-point range. Christie's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. And here's Thompson for 3. Thompson with another miss.
He's lost his rhythm completely this quarter, but he's determined to stay after it.
Batum shot is off.
Would you say testing the limits of his range there?
Well, I thought they played smart, and then all of a sudden it was maybe a little too flashy there, and that's unfortunate.
So far this quarter, he's been out of sync and might be pressing right now.
Stolen by Van Vliet. And here we go, the Rockets in transition. The pull-up J. No good off the glass. Los Angeles has gone just 1 of 5 from three-point range here in the third quarter. And the call will be against Fred Van Vliet. That's foul number 2 for him. So for the Rockets, Steven Adams checked in for Alperen Şengün. Smith comes in for Thompson. And Whitmore subbed in for Fred Van Vliet. Oh, he gets it to fall, and that makes it just a single-digit deficit. Simmons has got his first points in this one. And it's Green with the ball for the Rockets. Pass to Eason. Here's Adams. Ooh, and Adams, strong finish.
Well, this is what Steven Adams does. He finds his way into the paint for high percentage shots just like that.
Here's Coffey. The 3 is up. Eason pulls it in. Smith outside. And the bucket is good. Smith's got his third basket on the night right there.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running.
And so it's the Houston Rockets in a good situation, up by 13 points to close the quarter. Playing some great basketball, holding a healthy advantage. We'll be back in a moment. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist to the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
The coaches talk about it all the time, but to be able to play with that kind of feel, nice play, collaborating, improvising, and organic.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that, to this point, has not been an evenly fought contest. Fourth quarter on the court for the Rockets. Smith and Şengün play together in the front court. Cam Whitmore out there with it.
How can you fly? Impressive! Wow! And this is vintage James Harden, getting to his spots and just punishing the defense.
The Rockets lead by 10. And here's Holiday. Outside Eason. Şengün, the screen. Eason, pass to Şengün. Just 5 on the clock. No good with the triple. And for the Clippers, they're shooting about 47%. A nice number. Pass to Harden. Now here's Batum. Back to Coffee. Eason pulls it in. Eason's got 4 rebounds in the game. And here's Smith. From deep. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Eubanks, he's got 6 rebounds here tonight. And the foul on Cam Whitmore. That's his first foul of the game. Some changes for Los Angeles. Zubac comes in for Eubanks. And Kawhi Leonard subbed in for Batum. Van Vliet checked in for Houston. Harden, good.
And his perimeter shooting might be the key to trimming their deficit.
Well, he's doing everything he can to make them competitive. And by everything, I mean draining threes.
Pass to Şengün. Moving along, 2 minutes gone in the fourth. It's rebounded by Zubac.
We'll have a hard time shaking that one off. Perfect position, plenty of space, just clanked it.
The shot by Dunn, no good. The Rockets lead by 7. Zubac with the steal. There's a screen. Leonard outside. Here comes Kawhi. Ooh, and Leonard throws it down.
And they're on a big run to make this game interesting. Can't let up now.
Well, they stacked up everything to get to this point. Now they have to shift into overdrive.
And then Harden with the jam.
So many times in his career, Harden just stepped up in these big moments.
To get back on track. Şengün, no good.
That's going up against a defense that knows your tendencies.
Done with it. Van Vliet covering. Leonard for 3. It's rebounded by Şengün. Şengün's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. Holiday passes to Şengün. Now Eason, defended by Dunn. Dunn with a steal. Harden against Van Vliet. And it goes as the official calls the foul. And he'll shoot 1 more at the line. And an important part of every team's game. A look at the hustle stats for the Clippers.
You have to be a fan of the energy they played with on the defensive end. Active hands and feet, and it's come up big a few times for them.
And not to mention they're playing with great activity. A lot of block shots, good hands, active hands, nothing easy for the opposition.
And the basket by Van Vliet.
I mean, you have to love the intensity Van Vliet plays with in these situations. He's always ready to meet a challenge.
Dunn, the pass to Leonard. And Leonard throws it down hard.
And clutch stuff from Kawhi, showing why he's been a Finals MVP 2 times over.
And so he draws the foul. And no surprise here. At this stage of the game, they're going to use the coach's challenge. Make them take another look at the call.
Still disputed, even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Sinks that one from the post. Harden's got 12 points here in the second half.
Oh, can you say important bucket by Harden? James always wants the ball in these moments. Love it.
And Şengün gets it to go.
Şengün's got everyone's trust right now late in games.
And so it's Harden with it. He brings it up for the LA Clippers. They've given up just 8 points in the fourth. Down low. Thompson with a steal. And Chris Dunn gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. And the Clippers will go for a different look here. Eubanks, he's checked in for Zubac. Batum comes in for Leonard. Christie's checked in for Dunn. And it's Mills in for Harden. All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Rockets.
Well, not content to take what the defense gives them. I mean, they're attacking the gaps and getting the ball inside.
Well, looking at the stat sheet, I could just see here tonight sharing the basketball. The stat that comes up most is assists. So sometimes you have to look for your teammate. That makes things happen. They've done it.
There is absolutely no fear in his eyes. He loves the moment.
Love seeing that. They're a huge possession, and he nets it.
Şengün. Out to Thompson. 35 seconds left in the fourth. 5 on the clock. Driving to the basket. Count it!
Just a rookie, but Thompson already taking and making big-time shots.
Batum, right side. Oh, Brooks with the steal. And here they go on a free run to the bucket. Oh, and the jam by Thompson.
Really feels like they're in control. They've got a big lead with time dwindling.
Yeah, looking for a miracle worker out there is the opposing coaching staff. I don't know that they have one. This game seems to be well in hand.
Now here's Van Vliet. And so it's Houston winning this one. Just a gutsy performance on the road.
It really was. When this one was up in the air late, they showed how tough-minded they are as a team.
And that'll wrap it up, folks. So alongside Grant Hill, Allie LaForce, Brent Barry, and our entire
Los Angeles, California is the scene for the Thunder. One of the great. It's Saturday night and live. Important, Greg, is it to a team's confidence to start the season strong?
Kevin, I think it means more if you're a young team. If your roster is filled with veterans, you're looking at the bigger picture.
Now the opening lineup for the Oklahoma City Thunder. The 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Holmgren and Hartenstein. Gilgeous-Alexander runs things with Dort to his side. And it's Williams at the 3. And here are the Clippers. And here's Harden for 3. That one's in. His first bucket of the game. He's 1 for 2.
Well, the mechanics of James Harden's shooting are just so defined and on point. He gets the ball, and he's ready to shoot right away.
Gilgeous-Alexander looking around. From past the arc. Here's Hartenstein. Williams up on top. And the officials calling for a 3-second violation.
Clippers ball.
Los Angeles has gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Well, the ascension of Jalen Williams-Torres has been swift and very fun to watch.
Oh, Absolutely, Kevin. He became very quickly in his second season a number 2 option and frankly borderline 1A option. And it's not just his offensive game, Kevin. This guy has become a stout defender. He's got the perfect NBA frame and he fits in personality-wise.
Gilgeous-Alexander can't get it to go. The Clippers have gone 1 of 3 for the field to start this one so far. A nice shot by Bogdanovic.
The D just couldn't anticipate Bogdanovic's shot there. He catches them by surprise with the pull-up.
For 3. That's in for the first basket of the game after 3 attempts.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
Williams against Bogdanovic. There's the triple. Kicks it out to Harden. They get the rebound. Pass to Leonard. Harden outside. Leonard sets a screen for Harden. Just 5 on the clock. And here's Bogdanovic for 3. It's rebounded by Hartenstein. It's been a slow start here for Oklahoma City. They trail by 3. Dort against Dunn. Dort kicks to Holmgren. Gilgeous-Alexander with it. Now guarded by Bogdanovic. And Gilgeous-Alexander gets it to go.
Yeah, teams will try to get physical with SGA, but make sure you understand that wiry frame is big-time strong.
A 3 from Bogdanovic. And that one's good. His second basket of 4, shooting 50%.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from 3. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
What a great defensive play by Ivica Zubac. This guy just gives you great effort defensively.
And the basket by Harden.
Well, the versatility he possesses makes him a very tough cover, guys.
And talk about victors and guys who play to their strengths. What about Zubac? He does a great job.
He does, Kevin. A 7-footer who wants to play like a 7-footer. He's an outstanding rebounder. He doesn't need the ball offensively. You know he's going to show up and give you great effort every night.
Back to Williams. Here's the 3. And it's Gilgeous-Alexander missing. Outside Leonard. Kicks it out to Bogdanovic. And he can't extend the lead to double digits. Thunder trailing by 7. Dort passes to Hartenstein. And stolen by Dunn. Stolen by Dort. Here's Hartenstein. And the dunk by Hartenstein.
Oh, you got to feel for a guy getting dunked on like that. I mean, he's got no shot to stop that unless maybe he can pick up another foot somewhere.
Knocked away. Taken away by Williams. And now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander, the fast break champs.
The shooting numbers just aren't there yet in the quarter.
And the foul called on Jalen Williams. That's his first foul. A different look for the Clippers. Derek Jones comes in for Ivica Zubac. And Norman Powell subbed in for Chris Dunn. Alex Caruso is checked in for Oklahoma City.
Well, it hasn't been the most efficient game for this guy, but their team is fortunate to still be out in front.
2 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Pass to Holmgren. Offline with his 3. Bogdanovic against Holmgren. Jones with the screen on Holmgren. And that does it for the first quarter. Clippers ahead, leading by 5. And we'll be back shortly for the start. And if you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter in this one. And before we move on, what do you guys think about what we've seen so far from the Clippers?
Well, they used the fast break to generate some easy buckets before the defense could get set.
And we know this. Every team in the league now seems to be looking to play with pace.
So with Harden on the bench, here's who Tyronn Lue's going with. Simmons is out there with Norman Powell. Then there's Drew Eubanks. Then there's Bogdanovic. And it's Leonard in at the power forward position. Recently, Doris, the Clippers have had their most successful stretch in franchise history.
Well, think about it, Kevin. They've only missed the playoffs twice, going all the way back to 2012. They made their first conference finals in team history back in 2021. Not bad for a franchise that had one of the worst win-loss records in league history.
And there's the foul. Going Alex Caruso. That is his first foul of the game. Christie's checked in for Los Angeles. Mills comes in for Simmons. Leonard sets a screen for Bogdanovich. Caruso with the steal. Takes a three. And again, Oklahoma City, no good. Nobody near Leonard. Buries the long-range jumper. Leonard's got the lead up to 8 now for Los Angeles. To the middle, Leonard with the steal. Outside, Bogdanovich. And again, Los Angeles with the triple.
And when Bogdanovich is that well set up, he's almost automatic.
Oh, and the jam by Williams.
And I gotta say, sort of surprising he goes for a slam that difficult when they're trailing.
But still, a magnificent move to the rim. Greg, every year, injuries are a huge factor in shaping the title race. And I'm guessing that teams should probably put more of a premium on durability. What do you think?
Well, Kevin, I think all GMs take that into account. A team wants to be confident it'll have a stable roster over the course of a long season.
Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Joe. Shot clock at 5. Williams with the ball. Now guarded by Bogdanovich. And he makes that one. Wiggins has got his first 2 points.
And he can time his passes so perfectly. Wow, what an assist.
Bogdanovich against Caruso. Puts up a deep three. Bogdanovich, no luck.
And when you are as good a shooter as he is, you have to have the confidence to take that shot. It might not always fall.
And for most guys, I think you only want to take that shot if you've hit a few in a row. That is absolutely a heat check.
That's a defensive breakdown. You can't let him get that deep.
One of your keys defensively is do your work early and push him out of his comfort zone.
Big group substitution here for the Clippers. Zubac is checked in for Eubanks. Powell comes in for Bogdanovich. Chris Dunn's checked in for Christie. And James Harden subbed in for Patty Mills. And a new group getting ready for Oklahoma City. Hartenstein, he's checked in for Williams. Holmgren comes in for Wiggins. Williams, he's checked in for Alex Caruso. And it's Dort in for Isaiah Joe. And he's got his first chance at the line here.
Boy, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has become a walking bucket, folks. This is now an elite NBA scorer.
One guy who now seems to be a perennial MVP candidate, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Doris. He is rocketing up the charts.
He is, Kevin. There's no doubt about it. He can consistently put 30 on you like it's absolutely nothing. He gives you everything else as well, including incredible leadership and great teammate skills.
Harden outside. Los Angeles with another miss.
He has that confidence rolling, hitting 2 threes in the first, but he hasn't had one since.
Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren, sinks the triple.
And playing up-tempo, pro-level ball can be hard for some guys, but Holmgren has easily made the transition.
And Leonard has it in the corner. Here's Zubac to stop the drought. That's good, and it's Leonard with the assist.
Well, there's an aggressive mentality in play. Work in close, find a way to score.
Gilgeous-Alexander with it. Well guarded by Dunn. Greg, seems like we always talk about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's offensive side. But when it comes to deflections and steals, his defense, he's one of the best.
Yeah, his two-way ability is sometimes overlooked in the mainstream media. But people in the know how good of a defender he is.
Catching up on the changes for Los Angeles. Nicholas Batum, he's checked in for Zubac. Amir Coffey comes in for Powell. It's Mills in for James Harden. Gilgeous-Alexander kicks to Williams. 51 seconds left to play here in the half. Here's Hartenstein. Well-timed pass, and he goes straight to the bucket for the layup. Hartenstein's got his second basket. To the wing right side. Outside Leonard. Batum a screen on Hartenstein. Here's Leonard, and the rejection by Holmgren.
Long 7-1 with that 7'6" wingspan. Holmgren can alter a block just about every shot in his vicinity.
Alex Caruso, he's checked in for the Thunder. Pass to Hartenstein, and the dunk by Hartenstein.
And look at that work inside. Recognized the mismatch and took advantage.
Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Mills can't hit. Here's Oklahoma City. They've gone on a 16-2 run, not allowing much.
This guy makes easy work getting through the lane. No one getting in Lou Dort's way on that one. Smart decision.
They can close out the quarter if they want to.
It's all about patience right here. Patience and execution. Get a good look.
Holmgren. Count that one. Now it's a 7-point Thunder lead.
Adding to their advantage, trying to find a way to blow this one open.
One of the things they're doing is identifying favorable matchups and then going at them.
And so it's the Oklahoma City Thunder. All right, David, thank you, and stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started.
The way they have owned the paint, not only will they win the game, they might not even sweat in the fourth quarter.
And a look now, that is more than enough of us. Let's send you back to the game. Kevin Harlan and crew with the second half.
And happy you could join us. We've got 2 quarters left to go in regulation. And Gilgeous-Alexander's got the ball here for the Thunder. So for Oklahoma City right now, the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Holmgren and Hartenstein. Gilgeous-Alexander runs things with Dort to his side. And it's Williams at the 3, the small forward. Clippers trail by 7. Harden scanning the floor. Batum sets a screen for Harden. Holmgren with the steal. Outside, Dort. And here is Holmgren. 5 points in the game. Clock at 6. Dort passes to Holmgren. Off target there. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. And what a new era for the Clippers, Greg, playing here in their own arena, the Intuit Dome.
You have no more sharing, right? No more covering up Laker banners. It feels like the Clippers are on their own 2 feet now. This was the goal for the ownership group, and they made it happen.
Harden, no good. Oklahoma City leading by 9. Williams finds Gilgeous-Alexander. A 3-pointer off the mark.
Well, trying to find themselves in the second half here. Just 1 for 4 from the field. Can someone in the group get hot? Let's see.
Hartenstein passes to Gilgeous-Alexander.
This guy is such an explosive athlete. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander goes straight to the cup.
LA's gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the second half. And Leonard has it in the corner. It's stolen by Hartenstein. Dort against Christie. Gilgeous-Alexander kicks to Holmgren. Williams scanning the floor. Pass to Hartenstein. And out of bounds as the Clippers gain possession.
Now we get a chance to check out Chet Holmgren. Last season, he played outstanding. He put in about 16 points a game last year, 8 rebounds, and almost 2.5 blocks. And not many players possess his kind of ability to protect the rim. I mean, you look at the block total, pretty remarkable.
Well, I love it. Drivers think they see a crease to the lane and go for it. And eventually, he shuts the door.
And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Kevin, the league recalibrated its emphasis on fouling during last season. Commissioner Adam Silver said there was a sense that offensive players had too much of an advantage. So an adjustment was made. The fans want great offense, but they want players to be allowed to play defense as well. And I think that's what we're seeing. Kevin, it's a welcome change.
Welcome indeed. No doubt about it, D.A. Here's the lip, and now, yep, this will be a Coach's challenge. We thought that might happen, triggering a review of the personal foul.
And this is
two shots. The play is under video
what
review
constituted
under NBA
the
rules.
original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Here's Dunn. Los Angeles with another miss. The Thunder leading by 11. And it's Gilgeous-Alexander in the corner. 1:27 left to play here in the third. Outside, Dort. On the wing, Williams. The three. And again, Oklahoma City with the triple.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category. Ball movement has been flawless.
Kicks it out to Bogdanovic. To the inside. Here's Eubanks. No good off the back of the rim.
Listen, simply put, he's got to finish that. It's not like the defender was right on top of him.
Pass to Caruso. Williams with the ball. Now guarded by Dunn. Dort wide open. And the Thunder another three.
And it just seems that every pass they make is leading to a score. Just great ball movement.
And here's Mills for three. And the Clippers miss again. Here's Oklahoma City. They're on a 13-3 run. Dort attacking. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. 20 seconds left in the third. Bogdanovic wide open. Good on the three-point shot. Bogdanovic has got two now from beyond the arc in the third for the Clippers. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Three-pointer. That one's not going to go. Gets it off. And the last second attempt does not go in for him. Well, through 3 quarters of play, down double digits, it may be difficult to overcome. Thunder. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And I like the fact we get to see this pass one more time. A magnificent feed. And you love to see your off guard taking over the playmaking duties with this much skill.
Love the unselfishness, finding the best look, and it doesn't matter who's taking it.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. So with Harden on the bench, here's who Tyronn Lue's going with. You'll see Powell and Leonard playing the forward spots. Simmons is out there with Chris Dunn. And it's Jones in at the 5 down low. And we've got a whistle. The refs are indicating it's a transition take foul. It's going to be a shot and the ball. And now we'll get a perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for Oklahoma City.
All game long, they've had active hands and really out in the passing lanes. And that aggression on defense has resulted in a ton of steals.
And you also have to love the way they've gotten out and run in transition. A ton of good chances tonight simply from being willing to run the floor.
And this is SGA's role. He's out here to score and score often.
To the left side wing. Dunn misses.
Well, they are daring him to miss, and he obliges.
An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg, I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
Catching up on the changes for the Clippers. Zubac is checked in for Jones. Amir Coffey comes in for Powell. Christie is checked in for Dunn. And it's James Harden in for Ben Simmons. Pass to Christie. Three-pointer. Kicks it out to Leonard. Leonard, so dangerous from deep.
And as they're trailing in this game, they're trying to stay in it with the triple. They're shooting a lot more of them than they did in the first half.
Kicks it out to Wiggins. And a great assist by Gilgeous-Alexander as that one goes in. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 4 assists now tonight. Gilgeous-Alexander with the steal. Pass to Dort. And again, Oklahoma City with the triple.
And how about the last 5 made shots have all been threes? The defense is just giving up a barrage.
And here's Harden for 3. Dort grabs the miss.
Not a whole lot going down for him at this point. He just can't buy a break.
And the dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
We all know that SGA is very capable of averaging 30 for a season. Tonight's exploit should come as no surprise.
Caruso with the steal. Up top, Dort. Zubac defending. Back to Dort. From the arc. And the rejection by Zubac. Looking to end the run. And good that time.
If you're going to foul Ivica Zubac, you better really foul him. This guy's got great strength.
Derek Jones, he's checked in for Kawhi Leonard. The Thunder also changing it up. Hartenstein's checked in for Williams. Chad Holmgren comes in for Aaron Wiggins. And Jalen Williams is subbed in for Alex Caruso.
Sees his man, has the angle on the interior, and drops a dime right there.
Zubac, a screen on Gilgeous-Alexander. Back to Harden. There's the 3.
2 minutes remaining.
Kept alive.
Well, being aggressive and assertive, the big man snatching the rebound.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Williams. Dort, left side. Launches a 3. Was shot by Williams, no good.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the 3. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
And here's Harden for 3. Good! Another from 3.
And now, for this franchise, he's hit the most threes in a single season.
His incredible range stretches out the defense on a nightly basis. It's an invaluable element to this offense. Holmgren in the post. Defended by Jones. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Oklahoma City needs to get off a shot. For the 3. Wow, came this close to a 4-point play. He'll head to the line for 3 free throws.
Boy, you think about the size and skill set that should allow Chet Holmgren to be very good for a very long time.
And a new group getting ready for Oklahoma City. Williams, he's checked in for Hartenstein. Aaron Wiggins comes in for Williams. Isaiah Joe, he's checked in for Dort. And it's Alex Caruso in for Gilgeous-Alexander.
And as we head to the final buzzer here, a crushing blowout, big-time dominance, and this will go in the record books as a gaudy win for the Thunder.
As one-sided as it gets today, you know, there were some dominant moments in about every facet of this game for that team.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, it's hard to think of what didn't go right for them. Game planning by the coaches, execution by the players, everything was just on target.
And it'll go down as their first official win of the new year. And we watched one guy all night long, guys, and looking at the stats just confirms what a dominant game he had. What a night tonight it was for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
What a relentless scoring night for this guy, in attack mode all evening.
Harden the pass to Christie. Buries it from three-point range.
Fantastic look, but that's a bit redundant for James Harden.
Wiggins drives in, and 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact. It's going to go on Zubac.
Shooting for Oklahoma City.
No good on that.
Shooting 2.
Good on the second free throw. So no problem for Oklahoma City as they get the win. A resounding victory for them. And Greg in enemy territory, no less.
That's exactly right.
But most coaches have their rotations worked out by now.
They really do, but if they don't, they better figure it out soon. You don't want to be tinkering with your lineups any later than this.
Here are the starters for Houston. Green is the 2 with Brooks at the 3. Amen Thompson out there with Alperon Şengün. And it's Van Vliet in at the 1. Now here's Doncic. Pass to James. Back to Doncic. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And James throws it down.
Man, I like seeing LeBron throw it down, especially when he decides to do it with a little flavor.
And here's Thompson for 3. James with the rebound. And so James will bring it up for the Lakers. Outside Reeves. Hayes with a screen on Green to the paint. And finished off by Hayes.
Love the playmaking ability of Reeves. Looks to me like he improves this area of his game every season.
Clark, it's special getting to call LeBron James games. How is the King still doing this at this age?
B.A., I think there are guys that come along every 30, 40 years that are just different than other guys, other players. He's in that category. One of the all-time greats. And he's just been remarkable. Certainly DNA has a role in his longevity and excellence, but you got to give him a ton of credit. He's committed to to being at a high level for a long time, and it's remarkable to watch him do what he's doing at this age. You got to admire the steadfastness of Van Vliet. I mean, he's an anchor for his team because they know they can trust him.
Houston shooting their first free throws of the night. And you know, Clark, Fred Van Vliet gives you a number of things. Leadership might be the most important.
It is certainly one of his great attributes, B.A., when you look at Fred Van Vliet. Not very big, not super athletic, but a winner. Tough-minded, and highly skilled. Doesn't make mistakes with the ball. Gets other people's shots, and is proven to be a clutch and consistent quarterback at really high level.
Now here's Green. And he buries his first look.
Green doing work inside. Feels like he can score on just about anybody.
Los Angeles has gone 0 for 2 from outside. Doncic against Van Vliet. Hayes with a screen on Van Vliet. From deep, here's Doncic. And the rebound goes to the Rockets.
He is 0 for his last however many this quarter, guys. Might need to get him out and let him settle down a bit here.
And they've settled in quickly today. A nice flowing rhythm to their offense.
Yeah, they're lasered in. I mean, really making the most of their possession.
Here's Doncic. After the Rockets picked up a basket a moment ago. Plenty of daylight on that shot.
It's such a plus for Hachimura when he's forcing the defense to defend him behind the arc.
Inside, here's Şengün. It's Hayes with the rebound. Lakers trail by 3. From deep, Reeves. They grab their own miss. Here's Hachimura. 2 shots, 2 makes. Off to a good start.
Oh, I tell you what, Rui Hachimura's teammates love seeing extra effort and hustle like that.
Here's Thompson. Oh, and the jam by Thompson.
That's unreal. I mean, Thompson, that boy's going to hit his head on the rim one day. Oh.
And Doncic puts up a deep 3. The long-distance 3 is buried. And that'll tie this game up.
Oh, so staggering display of range here. I mean, that took some serious confidence.
Oh, and the jam by Thompson.
My goodness. Amen Thompson making a statement at the hoop.
Outside Reeves. Here's the 3. And Los Angeles, another 3.
This defense just can't stay connected to shooters.
Here's Van Vliet. And it's rejected. And so it looks like it'll be Houston's ball. Finney Smith checked in for the Lakers. Connect comes in for Reeves. Smith, he's checked in for Houston. On the wing, Thompson. He's marked by Finney Smith. Thompson in the post. Finney Smith's there. Shot's good by Thompson. Thompson's got 6 points.
And how? I mean, they're taking this defense to task, taking them to school. Every one of their last 10 points have come in the paint.
Doncic feeling it out a bit. Outside Finney Smith. Back to Doncic. And the layup is good off the glass. Doncic has got his second basket.
Luka is a massive guard. He can do damage inside just as easily as outside.
Van Vliet misses.
It's one thing to prevent the layup. It's another to do it without fouling. Just terrific defense.
James outside. 3-pointer, no good. Now here's Van Vliet. Both teams have it going here early and still close through the first quarter. It's Los. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out ahead in the second quarter. Let's get a quick check of the scoring breakdown here for the Lakers.
You know, right from the start, it seemed they got hot from three-point range, pulling apart the defense and racking up the points, too.
And from the jump, they've also clearly been focused on running effective plays here tonight. And there's been a lot of high-quality distribution from them on the floor.
So the Rockets 5 now. Smith and Şengün play together in the front court. Cam Whitmore out there with Aaron Holiday. And it's Eason in at the small forward position. The NBA becoming more and more global, Clark. Şengün, a perfect example of that.
Yeah, Alperen Şengün out of Turkey. Right now on the fast track to being the best player to ever come out of his homeland. So still very young, but boy, his future is quite bright.
Hachimura's checked in for the Lakers.
Put your head down and go to work. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, these teams trading punches right now. I mean, it's table tennis. Back and forth we go.
Baseline try. Outside Whitmore. Back to Eason. Pass to Şengün. Shot clock at 6. And it's Connect with a rebound. The Lakers in the lead. On the wing, Hachimura. Here's Finney Smith. Off target from outside.
That's his shot. And one, I'm sure, he wants back. He is so smart to go to a shooter to finish the fast break. And coach has to like seeing Smith hustle to complete the play.
Vincent outside. Now here's Reeves. Defense right on him. From undrafted to closing games with LeBron and AD. Austin Reeves, what a story.
It really is a great story. I mean, this guy has just continued to prove the doubters wrong. Nobody's going to outcompete him. He's fearless. He's got great skill. Doesn't lack for confidence either. He's one of my favorite players to watch.
And Los Angeles making a change here. James is checked in. Thompson, he's checked in for the Rockets. Fred VanVleet comes in for Holiday. Reeves, the pass to Vincent. The Lakers with another miss. For Houston, they've gotten 3 of 4 field goals in the second quarter. Pass to Thompson. Şengün, the screen. Thompson goes in. Oh, and the jam by Thompson.
That first step is so dangerous with Ahmed. I mean, he was just gone.
Quarter 2 and just under 2.5 minutes gone by. A deep 3. The Lakers with another miss. Houston leading by 3. Right side Eason. Pass to Şengün. Thompson outside. Goes back up. Finney Smith pulls it in. Los Angeles has gone 0 for 4 from beyond the arc here in the second quarter. James against Eason for 3. Oh, James knocks down the triple.
Not the guy you want to give three-point opportunities to. LeBron doesn't hesitate to take these shots and knock them down.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
KBA, well, the Rockets got a lot more organized with Coach Ime Udoka and their veteran additions, including point guard Fred VanVleet, who said it's just having that poise and presence to slow things down and get guys where they need to be. Rein it in, get some structure, and maximize these guys' potential. BA?
Allie, a great floor general. Thanks for that. You know, Clark, with the Lakers, at times it is hard to maintain a sense of continuity.
Boy, it sure is, B.A. I mean, there's always pressure to improve or be at your best, but even more so when you're playing in the glitz and glamour of L.A. and all that history. And because of that, sometimes it can lead to high team turnover when you're playing for the Lakers.
Now here's VanVleet. He has 6. Pass to Thompson. The kick out to VanVleet. Hits the trifecta. VanVleet's got 9 points.
You can't play off of VanVleet too much because he'll burn you off the catch and shoot.
And James puts up a deep 3. And once again, off the mark by Los Angeles. Eason, pass to Thompson, and the layup falls. And it's a 5-point Houston lead.
They're not messing around. 5 of their last 6 buckets have come from the interior.
Eason against James. And we've got 28 seconds left in the first half of basketball.
Well, that's one man never afraid to punch it. Give LeBron a path to the bucket. And the the finish is going to be something in a poster.
Thompson. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
This sends it home with some passion.
I think he's rubbing it in a little bit here, hanging up there like that.
Guys, they're not backing off at all, are they?
James against Eason. James passes to Reeves. Gets it off. No good. Misses at the buzzer. Amin Thompson. He's feeling it tonight. And he's been the driving force for the Houston Rockets. 8 points in the quarter, showing how effective he can be. All right, we'll get back to the action after this break.
Look at the rebounding numbers. I'm surprised they've stayed this close. They're not cleaning the glass. It's more like they're fogging it up.
Okay, time to show. Thanks for joining us.
And if you're just joining us, we played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. Well, you gotta like what we're seeing from Amin Thompson.
Pretty much the entire first half, he was dominating down low, piling up a ton of dunks.
Guys, he's been in beast mode down low, asserting his will. The defense has been helpless, unable to slow him down.
At the forward slots, it's LeBron and Hachimura. Luka Doncic is out there with Austin Reeves. And it's Hayes in at the 5 down low. That's the Laker 5. Now here's Doncic. The 3, James. It's rebounded by Şengün. Şengün's got his 7th rebound here tonight.
This has been a close game in a lot of ways, but they do have an edge on the boards.
We've seen it time and time again in games. Effort and determination on the glass can make up for a lot of other weaknesses.
You know, Grant and Van Vliet, they've got a guy who's been through everything in this league.
Yeah, B.A. Van Vliet's seen it all. He's won a championship. He's been in the All-Star game. He's been on a last-place team. No wonder nothing seems to faze him.
Well, Grant, with players getting bigger and more athletic, do you support moving the restricted area out?
Yeah, B.A., I would. We've seen a lot of injuries when defenders slide underneath elevated players on the drive. So cutting down that risk makes a lot of sense.
That one goes. Count it.
He's a go-to guy for them because he's that consistent. Time and time again, he delivers.
Van Vliet, the pass to Brooks. Back to Van Vliet. Not going to go that time. Good work defensively by James. Outside Reeves. Pass to Doncic. From the arc. Shot is good by Reeves. Reeves has got 10.
Reeves can make you pay from deep, especially if you allow him to get comfortable and set.
Van Vliet outside. Outside for Green. To the middle. Here's Şengün. And Şengün throw it down.
Şengün finishing with authority. There you go, big fella. They can feel you.
From deep, Reeves. And Los Angeles, another 3.
A nice start to the third. 3 out of 4 and looking good doing it.
Van Vliet against Doncic. Outside, Green. Pass to Thompson. The 3 is up. Rebound by the Lakers. The Rockets went from 22 to 41 wins last year, finishing right at 500, Clark.
Great progress by Houston. Just missed the play-in in the West. They would have easily made that same play-in tournament in the East. A huge step forward for the Rockets, no doubt. And I think it's a team that can sustain that trajectory.
And we've got a moment to look at the rebounding trend over the last few months for Luka. And here comes the coach's challenge. He disagrees with the foul. He does not hesitate to ask for a second look. It's a pretty heated game. Every call matters.
Taking 2 shots.
And even with the coaches challenging,
the officials will have 2 minutes to review the play.
even after the video review,
there's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. but at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Now here's Şengün.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
Oh, the bucket's good, and he'll have a chance at one more. It's going to go on Jackson Hayes.
Muscling through contact. This is where Şengün's at his best.
And the Lakers making a change here. Finney Smith's checked in. Eason's checked in for the Rockets. Well, Grant, after 3 straight drafts high in the lottery, the Rockets got to 500 in 2024.
Yeah, and I love how they signed some vets in the summer of 23. Houston decided we want to win now, and I wish more teams did that.
And so it's Houston with it, after the Lakers picking up a basket just moments ago. And he ends that fast break chance. An intentional foul. That's a textbook example of the transition take foul rule. This is his 3rd trip to the free throw line in this game. Well, Grant, even though it looks like LeBron could play forever, he stated that he doesn't have much time left.
Well, it's unbelievable that he's sustained this level of excellence for as long as he has. I would be surprised if we see this type of longevity ever again.
Steven Adams checked in for the Rockets. Smith comes in for Thompson. First trip to the free throw line for him tonight.
Looking for a one-word descriptor for Jalen Green? The best one I come up with is exciting. The way he runs the floor and gives every play his all. This guy's just fun to watch.
Now here's Van Vliet. 10 points for him. .116 left to play in the 3rd quarter here.
And they earned a place in the top 5 for fast break points. This squad really knew how to make the most of the open court and punish their opponents in transition.
And as you said, a great year for them on the glass. They battled down low.
And the big X factor Van Vliet brings to the team is leadership. He's very talented at setting a good tone out on the floor and organizing his guys.
Vanderbilt's checked in for Los Angeles. Connect comes in for LeBron. A chance here to catch up with Ali from the sideline.
BA, Fred Van Vliet said, I've been a leader on pretty much every team that I've ever played for. I'm a leader in life. It's just something you either have or you don't. Something you gotta work at. Some guys will gravitate towards it, and some won't. Brian, is it that simple?
Well, I think most of his teammates value what he has to say, for sure. Van Vliet on the wing, guarded by Doncic. Adams inside. Finney Smith's there. Adams, shot's good. And the Rockets lead by 5. And you'd like to go 2 for 1 here, Grant.
And at the same time, you want to get a good shot here, B.A.
Pass to Doncic. 27 seconds left in the 3rd. The Rockets pull it in.
Boy, that's got to be terribly frustrating there. I mean, with the defense not hustling and he still misses. Boy, he wishes he had that one back.
Here's Connect. Green covering. Here's Connect. It'll count. No good on the buzzer beater. And we've reached the end of the 3rd. It's Houston. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And the winner today coming from an unlikely position. It's the big fella with the sweetest pass of the day.
Boy, that's a nice asset to have. It's a huge boost to any offense, too. It adds another dimension when you've got a big guy that can pass.
We've reached the 4th quarter in what has been a very competitive game. Should be an exciting finish. 4th quarter on the court for the Rockets. Smith and Şengün play together in the front court. Cam Whitmore out there with Aaron Holiday. And it's Eason in at the small forward.
Number 7, Gabe Vincent.
Hachimura outside. 3-pointer off the mark.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
They get it again. Here's Smith. And good work on the boards as they picked up the second chance points.
And force-feeding the ball inside. I mean, no reason to go away from what's working.
And when you make 5 in a row in close like that, it also takes pressure off your perimeter guys, too.
Count that one.
Nice job by Hachimura. He is so good below the foul line.
Outside Whitmore. Soft touch off the glass. And the Rockets lead by 7. James against Easton. James with the ball. Pass to Hachimura. No good with the triple.
And they're doing strong work on the glass. A +5 advantage for them.
And guys, you know that rebounding is a huge part, a huge component of winning games. It's not a glamour stat, but it's necessary if you're going to be a winning team.
And there's James from the arc. Rockets with a rebound. And here we go, the Rockets in transition. And Holiday powers it home.
And he just driving the stake in him there.
He's a guy just never lets up.
And that's terribly demoralizing for a defense, guys. I mean, they know he's going to keep coming and coming and coming, and that they may not have an answer for it.
A chance to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark. And so James will bring it up for Los Angeles. 9-point game. Down low. Here's Connect. And he lays it up and in. Connect's got his first points of the game.
The Connect is a crafty finisher. He's got great touch around the hoop.
We're in the fourth quarter here. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by. To the paint. Outside Whitmore. Back to Şengün. Clock at 6. It's stolen. Outside Finney-Smith. James outside. Pass to Connect. Beyond the arc. James outside. Here's Connect. Jacks up a 3. It's rebounded by Şengün. Şengün's got rebound number 10 tonight with that last one.
An impressive athlete. This rookie Whitmore loves getting inside and hammering it home.
They've been having major problems offensively.
Definitely in a bit of a dry spell.
The shot by James, no good.
It's clear he's totally out of sync. The team needs to rethink its strategy around what to do with him. What he might lack in height at the 4 spot, he makes up for it with his burst.
Here's Connect. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
You gotta love this Connect kid. Started at a smaller Division I school, transferred up to play big-time college hoops, and now he's here.
Some changes for Los Angeles. Hayes is checked in for Finney-Smith, and Doncic has subbed in for Vincent. And Houston will go for a different look here. Thompson, he's checked in for Smith. Dylan Brooks comes in for Eason. Green's checked in for Whitmore. And Van Vliet is subbed in for Holiday. Now here's Doncic. James deciding where to go with it. Hachimura with a screen on Van Vliet. James passes to Hachimura. 4 on the clock. Hachimura sets a screen. And there's James from the arc. Sinks it from distance.
This is what it's been since halftime. Remarkable results from downtown.
Boy, it's been a 3-point barrage. They came out gunning and have not stopped.
The Rockets have gotten 5 shots out of 9 to go in this fourth. And here's Van Vliet from the arc. Connects from downtown. And the Rockets lead by 10.
Yeah, they blocked out the noise, blocked out the distractions, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
Boy, a fantastic performance. And I'll tell you something, I mean, you get roadkill, that's always a challenge in the NBA, no matter what. And they got it done.
Thompson. Doncic grabs the miss.
I hate to say it, but I'm pretty sure we can close the book on this one.
Yeah, I agree with you. Chalk it up. W in the bag.
And he's doing things on the glass tonight that we don't often see.
Boy, he has put in some major work. He's earning his pay, for sure.
Here's Şengün. Off target with the 3. And the officials call the over the back. A little too aggressive there.
Well, you always want to play aggressive on the boards, but he was a little too aggressive that time.
Yeah, it appeared to me as he was trying to get a piggyback ride, man. That's an easy call to make and gonna be called every time. Unflappable. This guy relishes being the man to put the game away.
And so it's the Rockets taking care of business in this one. Exceptional effort on the road. They were ready and they were focused.
Focused indeed. I mean, it takes a strong mental approach to block out the distractions. These guys stepped up 100%.
one, time to get into it. NBA. This place is absolutely buzzing with anticipation. Each team with their first game of the season here tonight.
The key now is making sure your season starts with a win. That first dub is a catalyst to the start of your season. Helps you find a rhythm very early.
Here's the starting group for Houston. Running the wings, they'll go with Green and Brooks. Alperen Şengün out there with Thompson. And it's Van Vliet in at the 1 spot. 4 on the shot clock. Hits it from three-point range.
And that'll start us off already. You can feel the tension in this arena.
And sometimes getting that first bucket puts momentum in your corner, but we'll just have to see.
Şengün, no good. And even 3-on-3 break. Outside, Dort. Pass to Hartenstein. And a wide-open look for Gilgeous-Alexander. Tries to keep it alive. Those three-pointers off the mark. And here's Green. He'll bring it up for the Rockets. It's a three-point game. Here's Şengün. It's rebounded by Hartenstein.
Had enough room to finish, and that's one he'll usually make.
And Alperen Şengün continues to prove himself, RJ, as one of the game's most promising big men.
A lot of it is because of his passing ability, Kevin. Shades of Nikola Jokic out there. Having a big man who can distribute like Şengün is a real luxury. A cold start for them. 3 shots, 3 misses. Good thing it's early.
Holmgren gets the bucket.
And looking to get stronger, Holmgren fights through the bump. Tons of time for him to grow into that frame.
And the rejection by Holmgren. And it's out of bounds, and last touch by Holmgren. Thompson in the corner. Down low, Şengün out to Brooks. Houston moving it around. 5 to shoot. And here's Van Vliet from the arc.
Yeah, slow start right now. 5 straight misses to get this one going.
Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Thanks. Mark Dagnall and I got a chance to talk for a bit. I asked him how they plan on bottling up Jalen Green. Now, he said, we have to try and stay in front of him and protect the rim. Jalen is an explosive athlete and an incredibly crafty finisher around the basket, so keeping him out of the paint won't be easy. Guys, back to you.
Thanks so much, David.
And he's got rocket ship-like takeoff. Thompson can flat out fly.
Holmgren with a screen on Green. Dort gets to Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Williams. Outside, Dort. Oklahoma City needs to get off a shot. Holmgren can't hit.
That was a good look for him from mid-range, but just couldn't make the defense pay.
To the middle. And Şengün gets it to go on the assist by Brooks.
And the comfort level that Şengün has around the basket is as high as it gets in this league.
Holmgren finds Hartenstein. Back to Holmgren. Hartenstein in the high post. The Thunder with another miss. Rockets trail by 4. Oh, and a fast break for Oklahoma City. Williams passes to Holmgren. Gilgeous-Alexander against Van Vliet. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Holmgren. It's good for his second make. He's made 2 or 3 so far.
I mean, length and skill. And Holmgren has a lot of both.
Van Vliet kicks to Green. Şengün with a screen on Dort. And it's blocked. And so it looks like the Rockets will retain possession here. And a new group getting ready for Oklahoma City. Williams is checked in for Hartenstein. Aaron Wiggins comes in for Holmgren. Isaiah Joe, he's checked in for Dort. And it's Alex Caruso in for Gilgeous-Alexander. Houston with a big group substitution here. Adams, he's checked in for Şengün. Smith comes in for Thompson. Tari Eason's checked in for Dylan Brooks. And it's Whitmore in for Fred VanVleet. Now here's Williams. Back to Joe. Pass to Caruso. Just 5 to shoot. Williams for 3. And the rebound goes to the Rockets. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. Houston shooting their initial free throws of the game by Houston.
And their numbers from the line last season, they're good, just not great. About 77% as a team.
And so Eason nails both of them. Caruso kicks to Gilgeous-Alexander. And the rejection by Smith. The shot, no good. And we reach the end of the first quarter. It's the Thunder. They're up by 4. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And for the Thunder guys, what stands out to you so far?
You got to credit their defense, communicating, rotating, making plays on the ball.
It's been a group effort, and that's what it takes to play the kind of defense that they've played. Great showing from them.
This is how the floor looks for the Rockets starting the second. The post pair form, it'll be Smith and Şengün. Then there's Whitmore. Then it's Tari Eason. And it's Holiday in at the point. And it's good for 2. Wiggins has got his first points in this one.
Obviously, this guy has a talent for scoring, able to problem solve for whatever the defense tosses at him.
And with an update from the sideline, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Kevin, the Rockets are making progress. Udoka said it doesn't happen overnight. Changing habits and things like that takes time. Guys learn and grow at a different pace. My thing is getting us all on the same page. We're not that far off. Kevin, they sure look like they're building in the right direction.
David, they are, and some good bets have helped as well. And we thank you for that report.
Oh, it takes real skill. For Caruso to get in and around that contact, that's tough.
RJ, the Rockets don't just have young talent. They have elite young talent.
Yeah, you can have all the high draft picks in the world. That doesn't mean you're going to hit on the right guys. But Houston, they certainly have.
It's stolen by Smith. Oh, and a fast break for the Rockets. Eason's shot is good.
And such great feel for the game. Whitmore knowing where his teammates are at all times.
Gilgeous-Alexander finds Joe. Here's Caruso. Rebound by Smith. Rockets trail by 5. Outside Holiday. Smith sets the pick for Holiday. Smith inside. He's against Wiggins.
And smart play by Smith. Using that build to get in there and just fight for the rebound and the finish.
Here's Wiggins. Shooting foul as the whistle. And folks, the coach's challenge has been initiated for a personal foul. Close game like this, and he thought it wasn't a good call.
For your Oklahoma City, Aaron Wiggins taking 2 shots. The players on this video review number immediately. The officials will have 2 minutes to review the play.
The original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving at, and how fast the action really is, and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Oh, and a fast break for Oklahoma City. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander outside. Finally gets one to fall. He's now 1 for 5 with his first make. Here's Smith. Yes, and it's Holiday with the assist that time. Smith's got 4 this quarter. Greg, you know this. Good coaches give their players confidence. But what's the balance there between affirmation and accountability?
Well, when you believe in a player, that also comes with expectations. So a coach has to boost them up and also demand that they deliver.
Shot clock at 6. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Wiggins. And the 3 off target.
Not quite enough defense that time around. Just lucky he was off.
Gilgeous-Alexander finds Williams.
How about the floor awareness by Gilgeous-Alexander? Solid at just spotting his open teammate.
Here's Şengün. And Şengün throws it down.
And no doubt they'd love to see him get a lot more of those opportunities.
And that deficit will go away quickly if he does, Greg. Caruso, the pass to Williams. And here we go. Whitmore heading to the hoop. And Whitmore throws it down.
Nice anticipation from Şengün to get the steal, which leads to the fast break.
Pass to Caruso. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. Rockets trail by 4. Whitmore with it, defended by Caruso. And that one's good, Whitmore.
And they're beginning to just flat out fall apart defensively right now, especially on the interior.
Now, Joe. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Şengün with the rebound.
Well, he better buy his teammates dinner tonight because they've covered him for what has been a terrible, absolute terrible shooting display.
Count that bucket.
That's the 10th straight point they've given up in the paint.
There's 38 seconds left in the first half. Thunder have gotten exactly half their shots to go down here in the second, 5 of 10. Here's Eason with the drive. Here's Whitmore. Makes it off the glass. Whitmore's got the lead up to 2 now for the Rockets.
Man, have they been effective at getting the ball inside.
Joe passes to Williams. Here's Caruso. He's covered by Eason. Right side, Williams. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Williams. Williams has got his 3rd assist on the night. Out of bounds, Oklahoma City takes possession.
Horrible mistake right there. You hate to see unforced turnovers like that.
It's taken away by Smith, and they blow the whistle for a foul. He was trying to disrupt the fast break opportunity, and this is his first trip to the line tonight.
How about up over the 80% mark from the line last year? So he's happy and also consistent there with those numbers.
And that'll do it for the first half. A competitive game so far. Rockets lead by 1. They'll see you after halftime for the beginning of the 3rd quarter.
When you look at how they're getting their points, a good portion come from inside. They're going right at the defense.
And it's time now for the best. And that about wraps.
Second half of basketball upon us. We may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game it's been so far. The 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Holmgren and Hartenstein. Gilgeous-Alexander runs things with Dort to his side. And it's Williams at the 3. And that's who Mark Daigneault starts the second half.
Hey, look, sometimes you just got to let the big man work. Şengün doing it in style.
And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. Jalen Green has shown he's capable of carrying a team offensively. He said, "It feels good knowing that my teammates believe in me to do that. I had to learn a lot of things to grow, but this is what I work for. I want to be one of those guys that you give the ball to in crunch time.
Kevin, I always want to give the mic to you in crunch time. Back to you.
Oh, David, you are an unselfish playmaker, and I appreciate that. By the way, green can be electric and so fun to watch. Hey, D.A., thanks. Now here's Van Vliet. He has yet to score.
One of Green's many advantages is how quickly he gets off the floor.
Gilgeous-Alexander finds Williams. Here's Holmgren. Back to Williams. Beyond the arc. Good on the triple. Williams has got 6.
That's the kind of D that you're not going to find success with, guys. They've got to get a hand in the face.
Here we are sizing up GA Jalen Williams, and his shooting has got to be his biggest strength.
Absolutely. He's great at spacing the floor for his teammates with his catch and shoot abilities, but he's equally gifted shooting off the dribble.
Now Dort, after Jalen Green's three-pointer that didn't go. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Hartenstein. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. 6 on the shot clock. Deflects the pass. Stolen by Van Vliet. Thompson with it. He's picked up by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Right here.
Thompson against Gilgeous-Alexander. Thompson misses. And it's Williams with the ball for the Thunder. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's Hartenstein in the corner. Over in the corner, Dort. Shot clock at 5. Holmgren kicks to Gilgeous-Alexander. That doesn't go in. Had a chance, though, to take the lead. Pass to Thompson. And blocked. That one goes careening off the glass. Dort finds Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside, Dort. Thompson against Holmgren. The score now all even. And it's 6 points for Chet Holmgren.
And once Holmgren gets the ball in there, he can finish in so many ways.
Pass to Brooks. Fires from deep. Drills it from outside.
You can't lose a shooter like him on the court. The ball will find its way to him, and he will drill a 3 each time.
Williams with a clean look. Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. Inside, here's Thompson, and Thompson throws it down.
A sometimes underrated playmaker, Green showing good patience and vision.
Holmgren against Thompson. Holmgren kicks to Dort. Back to Holmgren. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Oklahoma City moving it around. Holmgren can't hit.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Williams with the steal. To the inside. Here's Hartenstein. Outside, Dort. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call.
And checking out some stats for Williams. Great showing for him last season. He averaged about 19 points a game, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds. And the phrase stats don't lie absolutely applies here. He's been a monster on the court for this team.
Yeah, they rely on his production night in and night out. There are times when he absolutely carries them.
And here is Williams. Following Jalen Green's 3. Dort finds Hartenstein. It's Dort on the wing, guarded by Green. Dort against Green. Dort passes to Hartenstein. The kick out to Williams. Green against Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Caruso. The shot's good. Gilgeous-Alexander making the play. Caruso's got 5 now. To the paint. Here's Şengün. Count the bucket coming off a perfectly placed assist. And the Rockets lead by 7.
And after really leaning on that 3-point shot in the first half, seems like they're just getting away from it here in the second. More of the shots coming from the interior. And how about that? What a sensational finish.
You got to be able to get some hang time to do that one.
And the combination of his quickness and soft touch around the rim really allows him to pull off shots like that. A lot of players don't have the reverse in their arsenal.
And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And he sliced the D wide open with his feed. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
That's an unguardable pass, flat out. Give him credit for possessing that type of vision.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. Fourth quarter on the court for the Rockets. The post pair form, it'll be Smith and Şengün. Shepard out there with Williams. And it's Eason in at the three, the small forward. Şengün against Williams. Here's the floater. Rebound by Williams. And stolen by Şengün. And that's a foul called on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That'll be his second foul of the game. Wallace is checked in for the Thunder. Whitmore, he's checked in for the Rockets. Aaron Holiday comes in for Shepard. Took him no time at all on that one. Eason's got the lead up to 8 now for the Rockets. And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Rockets.
They've been defending with excellent anticipation all game long. Just look at how many times they've managed to get their hands on the ball.
And they're also finding a good deal of their points off turnover tonight. Seems like every time they come up with an extra possession, they find a way to convert.
Catching up on the changes for Oklahoma City. Hartenstein, he's checked in for Williams. Holmgren comes in for Wiggins, and it's Williams in for Alex Caruso. And the Rockets making a change here as well. Van Vliet's checked in. The shot's good from Smith.
Yeah, that's back-to-back threes. The D just seems to be slacking off a little bit.
Holmgren kicks to Gilgeous-Alexander. Wallace looking for an opening. Pass to Holmgren. Just 5 on the clock. Inside, here's Hartenstein. It's rebounded by Şengün. Şengün's got his 6th rebound on the night. Whitmore with it. Williams picks him up. They get it back. Back to Whitmore from past the arc. And another 3 for Houston.
And certainly they are not hesitating, letting it fly from deep here in the second half.
It's good, and the Rocket lead is cut down to just 10 points on the bucket from Hartenstein. Here's Van Vliet. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
And with their hot shooting here in the second half, their field goal percentage over 50% now for the game.
Really left alone that time. That's 10 points here for Jalen Williams.
Maybe they've been going to him a little too much. Now he's having a great game, but his team is losing, and that is all that matters.
Eason. That falls. Great assist by Van Vliet. Van Vliet's got his 6th assist on the night. It's stolen by Smith and taken away by Wallace. Back to Hartenstein. And here we go. Fast break. Van Vliet's got it. Lays it up off the glass. Van Vliet's got 4 points this quarter.
Out in the open, Van Vliet knows how to finish.
Pass to Holmgren. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander outside. On offense, here are the Rockets. They're on a 15-6 run. Down low. Out to Smith. Lets it go with a 3. A 3-pointer is right on target.
3 points.
And the Rockets lead by 17.
Late in the game, up big, they continue to attack.
If you want to be great, you have to have that killer instinct.
And Williams gets it to go on the assist by Holmgren. Williams has got 9 points here in the second half. Pass to Eason. Releases from 15. And Holmgren pulls it down. Holmgren's got his 5th rebound in this one. Williams passes to Hartenstein. No good from outside. Rockets leading by 15.
And guys, what we saw here tonight is one side having everything going for them.
huge margin of victory for Houston.
They had a fantastic play from the bench.
And this team has great depth, and they showed it in this game.
And it'll go down as their first official win of the new year. The one player that really stands out, of course, in this one, it was a dazzling game for Jabari Smith.
You can't look back at too many major moments in this game and not see his imprint put all over it.
Pass to Eason. Houston moving the ball around. Here's Van Vliet. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City. At the top of the key, Williams. Eason grabs the board.
That's the kind of D you need when he's got the ball near the hoop. They were all over him.
And so it's Oklahoma City with it. Down by 15. Williams' shot is off. And it's Smith with the ball. He brings it up for the Rockets. And the foul called on Cason Wallace. That is his first foul of the game.
Second team foul. Substitution on the court.
It's stolen by Hartenstein. Williams for three, and he's good on the three ball. Here's Green. A shot by Thompson, and no one's around. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. So we see the Rockets taking the win here. A solid win on the road for them. This building was dead silent by the time, GA, this one wound down.
And that that time of the year, everyone. Opening night for these two teams in this new NBA season.
And we've been waiting all summer, BA, to kick this thing off. So much excitement, so much hope, so much possibility. I'm sure both of these teams are going to come out with a lot of jitters and nervous energy, but we're going to settle in, and we're going to see the highest level of play right in front of us. It's time for the NBA to get it started.
And the Oklahoma City starting five. Some serious height in the middle. Holmgren, the 4, Hartenstein, the 5. Gilgeous-Alexander runs the point with Dort at the 2, and it's Williams in at small forward. Now here's Doncic, and not going to go. He misses his first attempt of the night. Dort against Reeves. Dort, the pass to Williams. Now Holmgren. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Williams with it. Now Dort. He's covered by Reeves. 5 to shoot. Oklahoma City's got to hurry. They got to get up a shot. Williams from long range. Doncic pulls down the board. Los Angeles has gone 0 for 2 from outside. Well, it's rare to see a young player as efficient as Jalen Williams, Brett.
Yeah, it's been remarkable, especially when you factor in that this guy is relied on for a lot of shooting. His shooting volume is very high. This is a blossoming star for this team, and I'm not sure we could put a ceiling on what that potential is.
Now here's Williams from deep. Holmgren fires in the triple.
And you can already tell Holmgren has an edge to his game. Gets the 3 right back. That's the competitive streak you need as a young player.
And here's Doncic outside. And Los Angeles another 3.
These teams are finding the range, showing a lot of confidence.
It seems like they're going to find out who can make the deepest threes. Right now it's a shootout.
It's stolen by James. Doncic passes to James. From behind the arc. And it's Doncic missing. The Thunder have gone 1 for 3 so far. Pass to Hartenstein. It's stolen by James. From deep, Reeves. And it's Holmgren with a rebound. Oklahoma City has gone 1 for 3 from beyond the arc. Here's Hartenstein. Here's Williams over Hayes. Williams misses.
And so far, the team just 1 of 5 in that rim shrinking.
To the inside. Here's Lynn. And he dunks it. What a pass to set him up.
Yeah, you're not going to fool around much on the interior, especially if you're Alex Lynn that big, that close. Easy bucket.
Pass to Holmgren. Williams from long range. He drops it from range.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
Los Angeles has gone just 2 for 6 from the arc here in the first. Here's Reeves outside. The shot is good. Doncic making the play.
You can tell Doncic trusts his teammates. He'll get them looks and doesn't insist on doing everything himself.
And Luka Doncic is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul of the game. Some changes for Los Angeles. Finney Smith's checked in for Lynn, and Connect subbed in for Reeves. And Oklahoma City with a change here too. Caruso's checked in. Now here's Hartenstein. In his last outing, 8 points for him. Williams on the wing. Shot clock at 5. Pass to Caruso. There's the 3. And he buries his first look.
That's pretty much not how they want to defend the three-point line. Somebody's got to shadow him out there.
Caruso against Doncic. Now James. Hayes with a screen on Williams. The 3, James. The Thunder pull it in. Holmgren's got 4 rebounds now. And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
I did briefly speak with J.J. Redick. We were talking about Chet Holmgren, the versatility at both ends. And Coach pointed out one thing in particular, saying that Chet has the ability to create for himself. He's a tremendous ball handler for his size. He has great footwork, and he stays on balance. He knows it's going to take a team effort defensively.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. And the Lakers with some changes. Vanderbilt's checked in for Hayes. Reeves comes in for James. And Vincent is subbed in for Luka Doncic. A big group substitution here for Oklahoma City. Williams is checked in for Hartenstein. Wiggins comes in for Holmgren. Joe's checked in for Dort. And Gilgeous-Alexander is subbed in for Williams. And last season, Brett, many believe that SGA was deserving of the MVP award.
Well, he made such a strong case, BA. I mean, finishing in the top 3, that is remarkable. He led that young Thunder team, again, to the #1 seed in the Western Conference and averaged 36 and 5. He also led the league at 2 steals per game. What a season. Gilgeous-Alexander positioning himself well and knew exactly where to get to in the open space.
Now here's Reeves. Defense is right there. And once again, off the mark by Los Angeles. Here's Joe. It's good. And he drew contact on the shot, so he will go to the line. A 3-point play opportunity. And this is his first trip to the line tonight. There's 6 seconds left to play in the first. That'll count. He got it up in time, but it would not fall for him. And at the end of 1, a close... And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even on the scoreboard so far. And what do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Thunder?
Well, you got to be impressed with how selfless they've been so far. Their passing has been simply outstanding.
Well, I like that they've also emphasized the three-point line. That's a big difference maker.
On the floor for Oklahoma City, getting going in the second. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is out there with Isaiah Joe. Then it's Alex Caruso, then it's Williams, and it's Wiggins in at power forward. Caruso misses. The Lakers trail. Here's Connect. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet.
You gotta love how they've been crashing the boards, fighting hard for every miss.
Looking at lineups around the league, Grant, seems like they're becoming more positionless than ever before.
Yeah, you're spot on, BA. To the point where some people feel all-star voting shouldn't be by position anymore. It should be by merit.
The Thunder making a switch here. Hartenstein, he's checked in for Williams. Holmgren comes in for Wiggins. Jalen Williams, he's checked in for Caruso. And it's Lou Dort in for Joe.
And before he even leaves the floor, Holmgren has the ball at rim level.
Boy, they need something to go to regain some confidence.
No question. Way too many empty possessions for them.
On the wing, Reeves takes the 3. Hartenstein pulls it in.
Yeah, we're chipping some orange paint off the rim here, guys. He must be up to throw down.
And we see the speed and power. I mean, Williams shows off on that one.
Pass to Reeves. We're about a minute and a half into the second quarter now. Here's Goodwin. Takes a 3. And again, the Lakers, no good. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. It's stolen. Reeves with the ball. Coming in off 12 points in his last outing. Pass to Vincent. Back to Reeves. Shot clock at 6. Lets it go from 14. And it's Holmgren with a rebound. Holmgren's got his 5th rebound in this one.
And his struggles have been apparent. Unable to make an impact scoring the ball.
And here is Williams. Dort outside. Back to Williams. And stolen by Reeves. Second quarter play, almost 3 minutes gone here. Pass to Finney-Smith. They still need this. Drops in the 3.
Just takes advantage of the D in a way that very few players playing today can do.
Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Hartenstein. From deep 3-point range. And it's Holmgren missing.
It's never easy from that distance. But we see him drill those and shoot around all the time.
Oh, no, I know he can make it, but that's warm-ups. So maybe just a step too far.
Now here's Williams. 5 points in the game. It's Holmgren, high post. Second chance shot, and he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
I like whenever Holmgren uses his length to his advantage. Great at forcing the D to foul him inside.
And the Lakers with some changes. James is checked in for Goodwin. Luka Doncic comes in for Reeves. And Milton subbed in for Vincent. Caruso, he's checked in for Oklahoma City. Now here's Doncic. Here's Milton. And it's Holmgren with a rebound. Holmgren's got rebound number 8 now. Hartenstein with a screen on Doncic. Dort, the pass to Hartenstein. Off target with a jump hook. Lakers trail by 5. Here's James on the wing. The Lakers with another miss. There's a minute 12 left to play in the first half of basketball. Hartenstein goes. Dort outside. Pass to Caruso. Hartenstein with a screen on Milton. Caruso, pass to Hartenstein. Back to Caruso. Uses the glass on the layup. Caruso's got 5.
They're finding ways to get the ball into the paint. 5 consecutive buckets.
Here's Doncic. Oklahoma City grabs a miss. End of quarter management here. They can go 2 for 1.
Make the math work in your favor.
Out of bounds, the Lakers will take it. Some changes for Los Angeles. Hayes comes in for Finney Smith, and Austin Reeves is subbed in for Milton.
Austin Reeves.
Los Angeles has gone just 1 of 6 from the perimeter here in the second. On the wing, Reeves. Dort defending. And the sweet roll that time on the rim. That one falls. Reeves has got his second bucket of the night. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by James. Here's Caruso, and that makes him 3 for 4. He's looking good.
You're such a smart player. Jalen Williams making people around him better.
Hayes with a screen on Caruso, and Doncic launches from deep. Hartenstein pulls it in. Holmgren, the pass to Caruso. And so it's the Oklahoma City Thunder closing out this quarter with a 7-point lead. Their defensive efforts have paid off, effectively shutting down the opposing offense. More NBA on 2K Sports right after this.
You take a look at the Lakers, you really get to see what they're made of after your hard work in the offseason.
Yeah, you have big.
Turning back now to that game we've been watching. A positive first half for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Thanks for tuning in.
And we've got third quarter basketball here. 2 quarters in the books. You gotta like what Alex Caruso has done in this game.
Yeah, he played such a smart first half, maximizing his opportunities offensively.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to the first half and wondering, did he take a low percentage shot? Everything efficient.
Reeves at the 2, with LeBron at the 3. Hayes is out there with Alex Len. And it's Doncic in at the 1. That's the Laker 5. Dort's shot is good.
Hey guys, the way this defense is getting manhandled down low, I have to wonder if they're at 100% right now.
Here's Doncic. Luka proving he can score from anywhere.
The size and strength of Doncic can go overlooked. I mean, he's more than capable of scoring there in the paint.
Dort for 3. It's rebounded by Los Angeles.
I'm not sure how he finds himself in so much space there. He's kicking himself for whiffing a bit on that one.
Doncic passes to James. Just 5 to shoot. 3-pointer, no good. Oklahoma City leading by 7. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Good D by Doncic.
Yeah, can't see why he missed that one there. The D's close, but like plenty of room.
He's established himself as an MVP candidate. But what is the ceiling of SGA in your mind, Brent?
Well, if he's there now, isn't that good enough, BA? I mean, this guy has a chance to win an MVP award in the next 6 or 7 years, and is going to be considered that caliber of player for that stretch. That's pretty awesome. He can put up big numbers, which is more impressive.
The Thunder have gone just 1 of 3 in the second half. And Luka Doncic is going to pick up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
That's his second personal foul. First team foul.
Right around a minute and a half played in the third quarter. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Hartenstein. Dort against Reeves. 6 to shoot. To drive by Dort.
And Dort with a big-time dunk.
Lakers trail by 9. It's James on the wing. Hayes with a screen. James against Williams. Fires the 3. LeBron fires and hits a 3.
For his long career, James has worked on his three-point shot. Kudos to the King.
Dort, the pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Back to Dort. Pass to Holmgren. Now here's Williams. Check by James. It's Dort on the wing. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. And the foul called on Jalen Williams. That'll be his second foul of the game. Finney-Smith checked in for Lynn. And Oklahoma City with a change here too. Caruso's checked in. Doncic, no good.
Maybe there are ways to contribute that don't involve shooting the basketball. That's the best way that maybe he can help them out trying to win this game.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside for Dort. Outside, Williams. Offline with a 3. And Doncic has got the ball here for Los Angeles. They trail by 6. Back to Reeves. Puts up a 3. Out to James. Pass to Finney-Smith. James is Alexander. Second chance effort. Oh, LeBron! Just too much to handle inside.
And LeBron's still a force inside. Size, athleticism, it's all still there.
Inside, here's Dort. Nice dish, and the layup goes down. Dort's got his third basket of the night.
Yeah, this period, they're letting him go to work, and it's paying off.
Not sure why he committed the intentional foul. No purpose.
I think everyone's a little confused, but weird plays happen.
And the Thunder making a change here. Williams is checked in for Hartenstein. Williams comes in for Williams. Wallace, he's checked in for Dort. And Mitchell's subbed in for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Now, here is James. Give him 8. Over Caruso. The shot by James, no good.
D giving him that shot, and that's probably not a good idea, but I guess they knew what they were doing that time.
Wallace, left side. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. And already one of the more consistent three-point shooters. Cason Wallace is lethal from outside, Brent.
Really impressive, BA, in this first year to shoot over 40% from 3. Pretty selective in the ones he took, but still his #1 attribute is how disruptive he can be defensively at that guard position.
Vanderbilt's checked in for the Lakers. Connect comes in for LeBron. Doncic passes to Reeves. The shot is good. Doncic making the play. Doncic has got 3 assists in the game.
The defense couldn't collapse quickly enough.
Now here's Williams. 23 seconds left in the third quarter. Oklahoma City shooting their 7th and 8th free throw attempts of the game. And he drops it first. Lynn's checked in for the Lakers. Vincent comes in for Doncic. And Williams drops them both. 23 seconds left in the third quarter here. Here's Vincent. Pass to Connect. Outside, Finney Smith. Got it up. And no good. Trying to get that one to fall. And so it's the Oklahoma City Thunder. The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. Lakers trail by 8. Taking a look at Oklahoma City. Alex Caruso is out there with Aaron Wiggins. Then it's Isaiah Joe. Then it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's Williams in at the 5, roaming the paint. Now, here is James. 6 on the shot clock. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. It's going to be on Alex Caruso.
So hard to contain LeBron. He's explosive and clever and unpredictable. It's kind of a nightmare for any defense.
And a new group getting ready for Oklahoma City. Hartenstein, he's checked in for Williams. Holmgren comes in for Wiggins. Williams is checked in for Caruso. And it's Dort in for Joe. Outside for Dort. Back to Williams. Holmgren finds Williams. To the paint. James with a steal. And it's the Lakers on the break. And Connect gets it to go on the assist by James. Connect's got his first bucket in this one.
You have to be careful against Connect inside. He'll turn you into a highlight.
Pass to Holmgren. There's the triple. Benson grabs a miss.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
And there's a whistle. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
Just shake your head at the size of LeBron James, and once he gets into the paint and gets pinballed around, gets that contact and finds free throws.
Goodwin's checked in for the Lakers. James comes in for Vincent. He makes 1 of 2 that time. Thunder leading by 5. Here's Holmgren. Easy 2 for Holmgren.
And this is where Holmgren is such a scoring threat. His size can make interior shots easier to find.
It's James on the wing. And a little over a minute and a half gone by in the fourth. Sinks the tray. James has got 9 points now in the second half.
He was sitting back a little bit there in the first half, but feels like showtime now, and he's ready to put some major points up on the board.
Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren. Banked it in off the glass. And the Thunder lead by 6.
Doing a lot of nice work now from the field. He's helped get them this lead, and now he's helped them keep it.
James, that's good.
After some misses in the first, he's making up for it now.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. The Lakers with a rebound.
Trying to close out. You got to know who's hot and who's not.
Launches it. The shot by James, no good. Thunder leading by 4. Right wing. Hartenstein finds Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's Shai hitting the 3.
Wow, that jumper is so pure. Gilgeous-Alexander with great confidence.
Here's Dort. Good D by Finney Smith. Los Angeles has gone 1 of 2 from deep in this quarter. And the foul called on Jalen Williams. That's his 4th foul of the contest.
And there's just 1 foul now away from the penalty.
And the Lakers with some changes. Hayes is checked in for Finney Smith. Reeves comes in for Goodwin. And Luka Doncic subbed in for James. Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. To the inside. It's stolen by James. Pass to Reeves. Takes the 3. Drains the triple.
And that was the right decision. When you're in need of a bucket, you go to your most trusted guys.
Yeah, whether it's teammates or the coaching staff, hopefully a combination of both, but gets close. He's getting the ball.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Oh, it's stolen by Doncic. And the foul called on Jalen Williams. That'll be foul number 5 on him. Well, if you're just tuning in, welcome. We've played about 3.5 minutes into the fourth quarter here. Tipped. And James launches it from deep. Oklahoma City grabs a miss. Holmgren's got rebound number 12 here already in the game. Gilgeous-Alexander into the lane.
So much speed from Shea. Used it there to get by the defense.
Lakers trail by 6.
Things aren't looking good here. I mean, they need points and they need them now.
Looking unlikely right here. That time ticking away.
3-on-3. Pass to Holmgren. Right side, Gilgeous-Alexander. 6 to shoot. Hits the three-pointer. And it's a 9-point Thunder lead.
Showing us that killer instinct right now. No letting the foot off the gas for them.
Yeah, up until that point, a competitive game. But once they broke through that barrier, it was all them. Complete control.
Knocks down the long J.
LeBron James, one of the best ever to do it.
And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He'll bring it up for the Thunder. Out to the right wing. 26 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And now they decide to foul intentionally.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
24 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
This is what Gilgeous-Alexander does. He attacks you relentlessly.
Down low. Here's Doncic. That falls. Nice feed that time from James.
LeBron James with the assist.
Here's Oklahoma City now. 6-point game.
Lakers foul. Luka Doncic. His fourth personal foul.
First free throw is good, and that makes it a 7-point lead.
Shooting for Oklahoma City.
So he goes 2 for 2 at the line, and it's an 8-point ball game. And here's Reeves for 3. And nails the tray. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. James with a steal. And so the Thunder take the win. And they barely squeezed out the win here on the road.
And BA, the visiting
dogs all made a pack. If we don't get it, we can't come back. And every time we came back, that's a fact, that's a fact. Been through this and that, no, we still intact. That's right here for all the ones that ain't here, can't come back. If there's one thing I'ma do is put the crib on my back. Now we back, that's a fact, that's a fact, that's a fact.
Thanks for joining. As you're on 2K Sports. For NBA basketball. I'm Kevin. Clark, I've been wondering your thoughts on the possibility of the NBA shortening the season in an attempt to mitigate injury.
Look, Kevin, I've long been a proponent of a shorter season. I think 65, 66 games, 1 month less on the regular season would be great. We know load management didn't decrease injury rates, so I'm not sure a shortened schedule would either, but I do know it would improve the quality of play for the players, and I think that would be beneficial to the fans.
And now the Lakers starting group. Outside, the wings are Reeves and James. Hachimura out there with Jackson Hayes. And it's Doncic in at the point. For Houston, they've gone 1 of 3 from the field to start this one so far. That's in. He's got 2 made now, and he's shooting 2 for 3.
What a move by Şengün in close. Determination for sure.
Hachimura with it. Picked up by Van Vliet. Here's James. Played in with a nice touch off the glass.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
We've passed year 20 for LeBron James. Clark, how is he still doing this?
Well, I'd love to find out, but he's got a combination of remarkable DNA and obviously a tremendous...
And again for 3.
He continues to prove he's one of the greatest shooters ever.
And that triple just tied him for 5th place on the career list. And pushing it up, here's Los Angeles. Takes the 3. Connects again from distance.
And would you believe he's nearing 4th place for most 3-pointers of all time?
I cannot believe it. Not only does he have the talent, but he never stops working on his shot. This guy is something else. Going inside, and they call the foul, so he's got the and 1 chance here to make it a 3-point play.
Boy, he's really been on a roll this quarter. Seems like everything he throws up is finding bottom.
Lakers shooting their first free throw attempt on the night.
And really, the form at the line all season has been terrific. 79% as a team.
Didn't seem like the defense was ready for Green inside that time. He came at him with a lot of energy and was able to draw the foul.
And both free throws good for Green. Hey, Greg, where do you think the Rockets are the strongest in their play?
I'd say on the glass. They generally do a good job crashing the boards and going for loose balls. They really value every possession.
For Houston, they've gone 2 of 6 from the field. And Green slams it in.
Terrific job by Green, utilizing that world-class speed to get out ahead of everybody else.
On the wing, Reeves. Headed by Green. Houston's gone 0 of 2 from deep here. Thompson. Oh, and he blocks it off the glass. Wow. Unhindered, going all the way. Throws down the breakaway jam.
Hey, we know it's hard to score in this league. Reeves knows that too. That's why he wants to score in transition whenever he can.
And Şengün throws it down.
Flying high and throwing it down with the one-hander.
One of his favorite moves right there, guys.
Does it as well as anybody, fellas. Tremendous skill while in the air.
Here's Doncic. Pass to Hachimura. Off target at the rim. The Rockets have gone 4 for 9 from the field Iowa to start this game off.
He's got rocket ship-like takeoff. Thompson can flat out fly.
Jabari Smith, he's checked in for Houston. And then for Los Angeles, Dorian Finney-Smith comes in for Hachimura. And it's Connect in for Austin Reeves. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, I caught up with Coach Ime Udoka. We talked about the strategy for taking on a guy like Luka Doncic. He told me that the thing is Luka steals all the attention out there, which allows his teammates to find open looks, so we're not going to let him distract us on defense. So it sounds like they'll be focusing on defending against Luka and company, not just Luka. Kevin?
Thank you, David. Clark, famously, Fred VanVleet was undrafted. Why do you think he was overlooked?
Wow, I tell you, I think size, but man, when you look at his intangibles, it's hard to not be impressed with what Fred VanVleet has done. He is an incredible basketball player, smart, tough, skilled, relentless. He's had a great career as an undrafted player.
Eason's shot is good.
Putting that ball in the hands of a guy ready to attack. Quality feed by Fred VanVleet.
Doncic passes to LeBron. Good. And the assist goes to Doncic. 14 points for LeBron.
Impeccable mechanics this quarter. He's been perfect from the field.
VanVleet on the wing. 17 points in his last outing. Whitmore finds VanVleet. Got a hand on it. Here's Connect. Guarded by Green. LeBron outside. The three. And it's VanVleet with the rebound. The finish. And Green slams it in.
Green just levitates to the rack. A 40-inch plus vertical will allow you to do that.
And so Doncic will bring it up for the Los Angeles Lakers. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season. And most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
Doncic way outside. And the Lakers with another miss. Offense, the order of the day as the first quarter comes to a close. The Rockets. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter of action so far. Let's quickly break down the game we've seen so far from the Rockets, guys.
Aggressive at running guys to the backboard. You could tell it was part of their game plan coming in.
Yeah, and you know, when a team establishes an edge on the glass early, it really sets things up for the rest of the game.
The post pair form, it'll be Smith and Şengün. Then there's Whitmore. Then it's Tari Eason. And it's Holiday in at the point guard position. It's the 5 for Houston right now.
Nice play, and you can see they're gathering momentum.
You know, they need to stay aggressive here. Build the lead up while they've got the chance. Don't waste this opportunity.
And Finney-Smith gets it to go.
Finney-Smith, a really solid shooter from the mid-range area, so the defense has to do a better job than this if they're going to stop him.
Here's Reeves, and out of bounds as the Rockets gain possession. Here's a look at some of the stats for Jalen Green.
And guys, it hasn't been pretty for him in the past 5 games. He's having one of those scoring slumps that all players go through at some point in the season. But I know he hadn't lost his confidence, and I expect this young man to get after it here tonight.
Hachimura is checked in for Los Angeles. Goodwin comes in for Connect.
Shooting from a rock-solid base, that gives Austin just the added range he was looking for.
Holiday looking for an opening. And eventually, every player, GA, has to grapple with age, realizing they've lost a step or two against the young fellas. And sometimes it is a very slow realization.
Oh, it is, Kevin. Hopefully, by that point, it's less about financial security and more about prolonging the inevitable, simply for the love of the game. And they haven't been able to turn it into a big lead, but their rebounding advantage is starting to add up.
Yeah, still close, but with their tough play on the boards, we're certainly seeing the effort.
attacking in transition the most consistent way to generate easy looks.
Yep, exactly. And if there's any opportunity for early offense, you've got to push it and push it every time.
Here's Holiday, drives to the hoop. Rebound the Lakers, coming off that loss against the Timberwolves.
Yeah, I mean, in that one, you really saw a difference in aggression between the two teams, particularly on the board.
You know, I think that was the big difference in the game. One team was pounding the glass relentlessly, while the other team, not so much.
Clark, looking at the growth and skill set of Şengün, he could be special.
I agree 100%, partner. He's got an instinct for the game that you just can't teach. The passing, the ball fakes, the pace at which he plays, it's all there. Feels like he could have the same kind of development trajectory as Jokic. We'll see.
Here's Şengün, and Şengün throws it down.
Şengün finishing with authority. There you go, big fella. Make him feel you.
2 minutes remaining.
Here's Reeves. And yep, finally drops after rolling around the rim. Reeves has got 5 points now this quarter.
You know, he started slow, but now in the second quarter, he's finding his groove.
Smith on the wing. Three-pointer. That's in, and he found his range with that one. Now 1 for 2.
They are shooting nearly 50% from beyond the arc, and their confidence is growing.
Here's Hachimura. Misses from close range.
Well, you know, this is what happens. You can't afford to lose concentration, even for a nanosecond.
Holiday gets the bucket.
And that bucket adds to what has been a big difference in points in the paint between the two teams.
Yeah, it's really been quite a contrast. I like the way they're attacking the middle at their offensive end.
And Reeves comes to help. Eason finds Whitmore. Fouled in the act of shooting. Gets the bucket anyway, so a three-point play chance for him.
Pretty much all of their buckets coming from inside the paint now.
Houston with a big group substitution here. Amen Thompson, he's checked in for Şengün. Brooks comes in for Smith. Jalen Green's checked in for Tari Eason. And it's Fred VanVleet in for Aaron Holiday. And then for the Lakers, Hayes, he's checked in for Dorian Finney-Smith. LeBron comes in for Gooden. And Luka Doncic subbed in for Vincent. Jabari Smith, he's checked in for Whitmore. 51 seconds left in the first half of the game.
And one thing I liked in the first quarter was their aggressiveness to draw the contact, putting the defense on the defensive.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they need to continue to press that advantage. They've got to get back to that. Don't go away from that. It's been working so well for them. Stay with them.
When you allow good scorers to get uncontested shots at the rim, no wonder you're losing.
You know, he should be getting extra attention from the defense, not less.
Poked away, stolen by Reeves. Stolen by VanVleet. Count it, good. VanVleet's got 6.
Such a shrewd player. VanVleet knows how to support and complete the fast break.
Reeves right side. Doncic right side. Into the lane. Forcing his way inside. Doncic.
And if you're the guy who has to guard him, it was never going to be an easy night for you.
Thanks, David. And we'll be back shortly following halftime to get the third quarter underway.
29. Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready.
I really like how he's playing so far, Shaq. I mean, he's being selective in his approach. Kind of the opposite of you, big fella.
Taking a closer look. Thanks for joining us. Now let's toss it to Kevin Harlan for the start of the second half.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it has been a runaway. It's been a clinic out there by James.
You just love the patience in that first half. Waited until he got the look he wanted.
Well, you know what, guys? It was all about efficient offense, not rushing things, taking your time, finding the best shot on every possession.
Taking a look at Los Angeles. In at forward for him, it's James and Hachimura. Luka Doncic out there with Austin Reeves. And it's Hayes in at the center, locking down the middle.
Luka's sheer size makes him a mismatch for most guards.
Taken away by Hayes. Here's Reeves. Green with the rebound.
They have been board dominant in this game. That's definitely been a factor in cracking this huge lead.
And it's been a well-rounded performance. I mean, strong rebounding has certainly been at the center of it, but it's been good on a number of levels.
And Clark watching Amen Thompson. He is just a different kind of athlete.
He sure is, boy. Special as an athlete. And we've got some of the greatest athletes in the world across the NBA. He's smooth, he's explosive, he's fluid, well coordinated. Seems like he just kind of floats in the air. It's special to watch him do his thing. An NBA champion and all-star. Fred VanVleet's a guy every team wants because he's fun to play with and he plays the game the right way and with passion.
And a minute played as the second half gets going. LeBron, that's a two. Oh, LeBron does it again.
Man, I like seeing LeBron throw it down, especially when he decides to do it with a little flavor.
Here's Şengün. Hachimura grabs the miss.
The defense ready for him on that possession. They had to be because he is so strong in the paint.
Doncic finds Hachimura. James left side. And there's another turnover by the Lakers.
A moment to check out the numbers for Fred VanVleet. Over the last month, he has been spectacular. First in free throw percentage and ranked among the top 10 in scoring. He can fill it up with the best of them.
And not only is he hitting from deep, he's doing it with great consistency. One of our league's most efficient three-point shooters. On the wing, Thompson. Takes a three. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Thompson's got 5 points now in the quarter.
Defensively, you have to live with Thompson making those because if you get up too close at the arc, Almond will blow right by you.
And we're just about 2 minutes into the second half now.
Brooks, such an intense defender. He wants to get right in your jersey all game long.
+8 in the rebound differential. One more reason why they're in control.
Yeah, double-digit advantage on the scoreboard. They've taken the initiative. They've played, I think, with more purpose so far.
Connect, he's checked in for Austin Reeves. But Clark, we hear a lot about the antics with Brooks, but he deserves more attention for his play.
I agree, especially on the defensive end, Kevin. He's one of the top perimeter defenders in the league, and some of what his antics are flowing out of is his competitive spirit. I still think he needs to tamp down the antics because that does take away from what he does, which is lock guys up and play with great competitive spirit all the time.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. The NBA is looking for greater parity. But Golden State's Draymond Green said, quite frankly, with this new CBA, dynasties are over. We're the last dynasty you'll be able to speak of because of the way this salary cap is set up. Guess we'll see. Kevin?
I hope he's not right, but he may be onto something.
Rocketing off the deck, showing that youthful exuberance.
Here's Doncic. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. And Clark, it's hard to compare Luka Doncic to any other player we've seen before.
I would certainly agree with that. Ditto to that, Kevin, because he is unique. His pace is never hurried. He never gets rattled. He complains to officials a little bit more than I'd like to see, but he's strong. He's got great touch and feel, and he scores at all 3 levels, and he's a brilliant passer.
From deep three-point territory, Los Angeles with another miss.
And that was a little bit of a range check for him.
You know, guys, I think he's got confidence to shoot it from anywhere, but he could have gotten a better one than that.
Thompson sets the pick for VanVleet. Out to Thompson. Good, and VanVleet gets the assist. Van Vliet's got 4 assists in the game.
You know, he was a non-factor in that first half, but now he's making up for lost time.
And here's Doncic from the arc. And the rebound goes to the Rockets. Floats one up. Van Vliet can't get it to go.
You know, even though they have the lead, you can tell he's frustrated with himself that he's not doing more.
And here's Houston. They're on a 17-7 run. Off target from three-point range. Lakers trail by 21. No one near James as he lets it go. It's up a 3, and it's good. That bucket takes him to 9 for 14.
How many times have we seen LeBron do this? Take over a game. Put up big scoring number. A bump.
Van Vliet can't get that one to fall.
No doubt it's been a bit of a struggle for him here in this quarter in terms of scoring.
Another miss by James. Rockets leading by 18. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Easton passes to Şengün. For 3. Easton's shot is good. Easton's got 7.
Selfless with the rock. Şengün won't hesitate to make a pass out to a ready shooter.
James against Easton. Here's Doncic, and he gets it to go from the high post. And that's now 6 points for Luka Doncic. Amen Thompson, he's feeling it tonight, and he has been the driving force for the Rockets. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
And definitely deserving of the prize tonight. How about the read he made here? Looking like a point guard, putting the pass right on the money.
Terrific versatility coming from a big man. Not something that the majority of big guys possess.
And we reach the 4th quarter in a game that may be already out of hand. The post pair form, it'll be Smith and Şengün. Then there's Shepard. Then it's Tari Eason. And it's Holiday in at the shooting guard position. That's the 5 for Houston right now. Fires from way outside. It's rebounded by Şengün. Şengün's got 8 rebounds in this game. Smith scanning the floor. And it's off from three-point range. Now here's LeBron. Rebound by Smith. Smith's got 4 rebounds now tonight. A little over a minute of the 4th quarter gone right now. Here's Eason. Another miss by Houston. Lakers trail by 19. Launches it from deep. The rebound by Shepard. Rockets have gone 1 of 4 since the end of the 3rd quarter. Holiday with the 3. The Lakers with the rebound. Hachimura's got his 5th rebound in this one. From deep three-point land, James with another miss. Rockets leading by 19. Puts up a deep 3. Eason's shot is good.
Well, he's just zoned in. In most cases, taking quality shots very much within the flow of the offense.
And a deep 3 from James, and they come right back with their own three-pointer. James has got 14 points now in the 2nd half. Fires from way outside. It's hauled in by LeBron. And here's James. He'll bring it up for the Los Angeles Lakers. From deep three-point land. It's rebounded by Houston. Şengün's got rebound number 10 tonight with that last one. From deep three-point territory. It's hauled in by Goodwin. Lakers trail by 19. James looking it over. It's rebounded by Houston. Now Eason. The Rockets again can't hit. 3rd minute of action now gone here in the 4th. James misses.
2 minutes remaining in the game.
Houston leading by 19. Eason with it. From beyond the arc and then some. Eason's got a pair of threes here in the fourth quarter for Houston. James way outside. Los Angeles with another miss. Rockets shooting just 30% from the field here in the fourth. Fires from way outside. And they get it back. In the corner, it's Eason. Goodwin with the steal.
And so it's going to end up in the record books as a blowout, a dominating performance for Houston.
You don't see this kind of a blowout often, but tonight this is a quality win across the board to deliver out this kind of punishment.
They definitely never changed the approach. They just kept after it and showed they were clearly the better team in just about every single category.
And in what's been a solid season, to say the least, tonight's game of push, their win total now up to 53.
And I guess one good turn deserves another in the final contest between these two teams. This win ties up their tug-of-war on the season series at 2 apiece against the Lakers.
And something we've come to almost expect is greatness from this one. Such an overall...
Splash! Splash!
It fell in!
Splash! Take that with you!
There is no way we just saw that! Oh! And that one goes out of bounds.
Lakers.
Last touch by Eason. Houston with a big group substitution here. Amen Thompson, he's checked in for Smith. Brooks comes in for Tari Eason. Green, he's checked in for Aaron Holiday. And it's Fred VanVleet in for Shepard. The Lakers also changing it up. Hayes, he's checked in for Dorian Finney-Smith. Austin Reeves comes in for Goodwin. And Luka Doncic subbed in for Vincent. The shot and game clock separated by 4. Doncic way outside. It's rebounded by Şengün. They are in complete control.
This is the ultimate definition of the zone. Everything they've done has worked.
No good there. So we see Houston taking the W here, and the outcome of this one was never in doubt.
And boy, they really put in a